Introduction. The last chemical engineering candidate, Mr. Kunyukal JittiRain. Please enter the interview room. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in again, breathe out. Kunyukal. She called my name again before I even had a chance to exhale. I was so nervous I felt like I might faint at any second, and my eyes widened with anxiety. Still, I reminded myself that everything would be okay. I would get through this just fine. You're still not going? You're really taking your sweet time. They've called you several times already. What the hell are you waiting for? My friend's voice snapped me out of my tangled thoughts. As the last person, I felt enormous pressure. What if everyone else had done well except me? What if they rejected me? My mind was a complete mess. But there was nothing I could do now except face it head on. I'm not taking my sweet time. I just need a moment to brace myself, I told my friend, who was waiting outside the interview room with me. The staff member called again. Where is Kunyukal JittiRain? Pardon me. I'm here. I stood up and walked forward with what I hoped looked like confidence, even though my whole body was trembling. Even my mouth twitched when I answered. Hey, relax, relax. The last chemical engineering candidate, please take a seat, one of the 3 professors said after I stepped into the abnormally chilly execution chamber they called an interview room. I obediently sat down and placed my portfolio on my lap before looking up at them. They were all men, and surprisingly young, almost like fresh graduates. The professors on the left and right wore glasses, while the one in the middle stood out with a diagonally striped tie. Please introduce yourself. Here came the first question. A piece of cake. Let's do this. Hello, I'm Kunyukal JittiRain. Was that too short? The room suddenly fell silent, probably because the professors hadn't expected such a brief introduction. Well, what had everyone else said? Thinking that such a short introduction might get me eliminated, I hurriedly added more. My nickname is Kuan, which comes from the first syllable of my name. In case you don't know, Kunyukal means 2 years. Fuck. Was I going to survive this interview? That's a nice meaning. Students in our department always have unique names. What was last year's again? The professors chatted among themselves. I quietly let out a sigh. At least the atmosphere wasn't nearly as intense as I'd imagined. Oh, Anon. Yeah, Anon. It means a person with no debt. My name was strange, but Anon's was even worse. I was oddly proud that I wasn't the only one cursed with such a fate. I almost wanted to cry. All right. What's your favorite subject? One professor asked, moving on to the second question. Nothing in particular. Why did you choose chemical engineering? Because I could. Silence. It felt like I'd tripped into a trap. How unbelievably stupid. I had been so nervous that the words slipped right out of my mouth. My mind went completely blank, and I couldn't even think of an excuse. The silence stretched until one of the professors finally asked another question. Did any of your friends apply to this department? Yes. His warm smile was reassuring. But they all applied to different majors. I'm the only one who chose chemical engineering. Will you be able to adjust without your friends? I'm capable of adapting to new environments and meeting new people. Am I a human? Or a chameleon? Great. Ow. They were smiling even more now. Thank you. As is tradition, we'd like you to solve one chemical engineering problem. One professor slid a sheet of paper across the table. Were they trying to destroy me? Me? Yes. Right now? Correct. What if I can't solve it? No. We'll see about that. I was going to cry. Don't toy with the heart of a nervous applicant. At that moment, I wished I could call a radio show and complain about the endless string of disasters that had apparently followed me because of sins from a past life. I might actually die here. What kind of problem was this? I didn't even know where to begin, but I had no choice except to pick up the pencil and scribble something while silently sobbing inside. A few seconds later, one of the professors interrupted me. You know how to solve it? No, I'm just writing random things. My mom told me to make something up if I don't know the answer. Geez, why did you tell them the truth, Cohen? You idiot. The professors burst into laughter while I was on the verge of tears. How mean. The world was far too cruel to my fragile little heart. All right. We appreciate the effort. This isn't a problem meant for first-year students who haven't taken the advanced classes yet. We were just testing your wit. Well, my wit probably scored a 0. All right. What do you have for us in your portfolio? Although I felt relieved, that smile still gave me chills. Here. I immediately placed my portfolio in front of him. Can you tell us about your strengths? I'm cheerful, friendly, and lovable. What about extracurricular activities? Oh, I participated in a science competition and performed in a musical. The professor carefully flipped through my portfolio until he stopped at a certificate and a photograph from the musical. Amazing. What role did you play? A dog. I could see the older professor desperately trying not to laugh. What the hell? Nice. He continued turning the pages until he reached the request card we'd filled out before the interview. I'd answered every question. Apparently, one of my answers caught his attention because he frowned. On your request card, you wrote that if you're admitted, you'd like a roommate who can sleep with the lights on. Is that a joke? I'm serious. Without another word, the professor typed something into his iPad, handed my portfolio back, and said simply, "You're the last applicant for this major. Welcome to the engineering department." I passed. If nothing unexpected comes up, yes. But wait for the official announcement. Thank you. I stood up, smiled at the professors with tears welling in my eyes, and walked out of the room feeling like a champion. The friend I'd recently met was waiting outside. The moment he saw me, he asked excitedly, "Cohen, how did it go?" "Ugh, it was nothing." "You mean the questions, or you?" "The questions. Easy peasy." Meanwhile, I had nearly burst into tears the moment they handed me that engineering problem. My friend and I walked down the hallway we'd been waiting in earlier. It was now filled with students from other majors. We turned down another corridor, and I silently wished them all good luck and hoped they wouldn't get toyed with the way I had. Next, civil engineering. Please enter when you hear your name. The first candidate is Mr. Yotha Thanawan Yotha. Chapter 1. Ding dong. Is anyone home? Yes. The reply from inside prompted my mother to turn the doorknob and open the door. The smiling guy sitting on the edge of the bed was my roommate, Conkiet. We had met on the interview day and agreed to share a room if we were both accepted. "Hello, ma'am. I'm Kong, Cohen's adorable roommate. You're the cutest." "Thank you. I promise I'll be a good friend to him. I trust you the most." "Who's the son here, and who's the son's friend?" "Cute? Please, let me spit over the balcony." He might look like a neat, bespectacled dinosaur on the outside, but he's one of the cheekiest engineering freshmen this year. His appearance screams nerd. His personality screams trouble. A mischievous little rascal. If I hadn't gotten to know him, I would have been completely fooled by his appearance. "Kong, what about your family?" I asked, changing the subject after letting my mother chat to her heart's content. They came and left right away. Today was move-in day. According to the university's policy, first-year students had to stay in the dormitories for 1 year, and each department had its own assigned move-in date. Today belonged to the more than 600 engineering freshmen, which explained all the chaos. Each room came with 2 beds, and students were free to choose their roommates. Since Kong and I had become the closest during the interview, and he could sleep with the lights on, I had no reason to choose anyone else. Let me introduce my family. This is Chloe, my older sister. My dad is waiting downstairs in the lobby. "Hi, Chloe." "Hey," my sister replied. Kong immediately looked terrified. Yeah, nobody ever got used to my sister quickly. Chloe was a punk. She wore black from head to toe. After going on a work and travel trip a few years ago, she'd come home a completely different person. Most girls drew their eyebrows before leaving the house. My sister couldn't step outside without thick black eyeliner. Without it, she said she felt naked. She could leave the house with bare eyebrows and no makeup, but never without eyeliner. It baffled me. Chloe is 2 years older than us. She's a third-year student, I explained. Still nervously glancing at her, Kong asked, "Do you study here?" "No. If I did, dealing with a certain brat would be much easier." "Oh, Chloe, don't tease your brother." My mother stopped the battle before tugging my arm. "Cohen, come here. We need to talk." She pulled me over to sit on my bed. This place would soon become my second home. It would feel strange not waking up in my own house anymore. But growing up meant accepting constant change. That was simply the circle of life. "Do you remember what your father and I told you?" "Yes." "What did we say?" "Tell me again." "Dating is allowed, as long as it doesn't affect my studies." "Good. What else?" Before bringing my belongings here, my parents had repeated the same advice over and over. I'd be living with new friends in a completely new environment. Since I came from another province, I'd only be able to visit home every few months. Of course they were worried. "Don't get into trouble with your friends. Right? You're always fooling around with them." "I'm not. Dad told me to throw the first punch if someone messes with me." Don't listen to your father. Violence is never the answer, my mother protested. My parents almost never agreed on anything. Whenever Mom said stop, Dad said go for it. I honestly had no idea whose advice I was supposed to follow. Sigh. Okay, I'll try to settle things by talking. But if anyone dares mess with me, I'll beat them to a pulp. What else? What about laundry? I'll separate my clothes by color so it's easier for the laundry shop. And I'll wash my own underwear. Don't hang your underwear inside the room, my mother emphasized. Okay, I'll hang it on the balcony and over Kong's headboard. Kuin, do you want a spanking? I'm kidding. That's not funny. Sigh. It's no fun when nobody plays along with my jokes. Oh, and darling, I'll take it to the car wash whenever it gets dirty. I won't leave it filthy and make you upset. My mother nodded with satisfaction. My Volkswagen Beetle had been passed down from my parents. Although it never officially had a name, I called it Darling because it represented the love they shared when they were young. Was I embarrassed? I didn't really have a choice. They talked about that car every chance they got. That's all I can remember. Those were probably the most important things. There's more, my mother said. What? Don't skip meals. If you wake up late, at least grab something to eat. Don't stay up too late. I don't want you drinking alcohol, but I understand you're at an age where you'll want to try things. I won't forbid it. Just take good care of yourself. Okay. And don't neglect your studies. You're here to learn, not to cause trouble. You're already surrounded by good people. Now all you need is a good IQ. She paused. I don't want my son to be stupid. Tears welled up in her eyes. How emotional. Apparently my stupidity had moved her to tears. We talked for a while longer before hugging tightly like characters in a soap opera. About half an hour later, it was finally time to say goodbye. I watched my family's car disappear from the parking lot before returning to my room with an empty feeling inside. That feeling lasted about 1 minute. Kuin's free. You're happy, huh? Kong smirked. I should take a picture of your face right now and send it to your mom. Without taking offense, I simply wiggled my eyebrows at him. We really were birds of a feather. I'd only known Conkiet for a short time, but we'd clicked almost instantly. We spent the rest of the day unpacking. I had my own 3.5-foot bed, a desk with a broken lamp, a chair, and my own wardrobe. We shared one bathroom. There was also enough space in the middle of the room for a small table where we could pile snacks. Oh, I've been meaning to ask, Kong said while arranging his things. What? Why do you sleep with the lights on? I stopped hanging my clothes and turned toward him. You've never slept with the lights on? I have, but only when sleeping somewhere unfamiliar. Is it the same for you? No. I shook my head. I sleep with the lights on everywhere. How should I explain this? All my high school friends knew. For 6 years, they'd called me the light bulb guy. Since Kong would be sharing a room with me for an entire year, I didn't mind telling him. It had never really been a secret. If you don't want to talk about it. No, it's okay. When I was little, I got trapped inside a storage room. I couldn't get out. It was completely dark, and nobody heard me calling for help. My imagination ran wild. I became convinced there was a ghost inside. I cried so hard that I curled up in a corner until my dad finally found me and got me out. I've never been the same since. Is it a phobia? Not exactly. I'm not afraid of the dark, and I don't panic. But whenever I sleep with the lights off, I have nightmares. Everyone thought I'd grow out of it, but I never did. Have you seen a doctor? Yeah. I've tried all kinds of treatments, even hypnosis. Nothing worked. Poor you. So you always have to sleep with the lights on? Pretty much. I'm used to it. But I doubt everyone else is. The real problem was my own mind. Just imagining sleeping in total darkness would make my thoughts wander toward ghosts and spirits, even though I'd never seen one in my life. The doctor said trauma simply needed time to heal. I wondered, how much time? Once we'd finished organizing the room, Kong suggested we head to the cafeteria. Students from other departments had started moving in too. Not everyone had arrived yet, but the campus already felt lively. Seriously, I fucking loved university life. Grilled pork? Kong asked. I nodded. Sure. How many skewers? 1,000,000. Fuck off. What? Can't I eat 1,000,000 skewers of grilled pork? Go outside, turn left, find the restroom, and sit there by yourself. Why? What did I do? You were messing with me, bastard. 5 skewers each, then. Let's stuff ourselves. I had no choice but to accept 5 skewers of grilled pork with sticky rice. The soft drink here came in enormous cups. 15 bought a huge serving. Too bad it was almost entirely ice. After 2 sips through the straw, it was practically empty. Damn, you see that girl? Kong pointed while stuffing grilled pork into his mouth. She has the potential to become engineering princess. What eye candy. This place was full of cute people. You know her? I follow her on Instagram. She has over 30,000 followers. Wow. But she wouldn't even glance at you. Fuck you. There went my dreams. Shattered in broad daylight. There. Kong pointed again. She's my high school president's ex-girlfriend. Isn't she cute? I looked toward another unbelievably adorable girl with bangs. Surrounded by all these beautiful people. I was in heaven. So cute. Is she in our department? No. I don't remember which department. There are lots of cute girls here. And the most handsome guy, of course. Who? Me. Humanity had officially lost all hope. Just then, someone entered my field of vision. He was incredibly tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a black t-shirt and blue soccer shorts while carrying a tray of food with a large group of friends. His narrow eyes, sharp nose, perfectly shaped lips, and hairstyle suited his oval face perfectly. Wait, calling Kong the most handsome guy in the department was officially incorrect. The moment this guy walked past, everyone looked at him. Who's that? I asked, not expecting Kong to know. Instead, he surprised me. You don't know him? Is he from engineering? Yeah. Electrical engineering. His name is FIFA. Chapter 2. For as long as I could remember, my life had been full of surprises. The most unbelievable ones were when my sister returned from her work and travel trip dressed entirely in black, when I discovered the cat I'd been feeding wasn't a stray and that its owner was living happily in the house across the street, and when I caught my first girlfriend cheating on me with a senior at the same school. I thought those were hard to believe, but no. Right now, I discovered something even more unbelievable. It's understandable if you can't tell identical twins apart, but the strange part is that everyone in the department knows about them. Except me. How could I have missed something like this? FIFA, stay here. I'll go get my backup. There was no way I was the only clueless person. I ran around the mini-mart until I found Kong, then dragged him over to the tall guy. Kong, do you know who he is? I pointed at my target. It's FIFA. You asked me about him the other day. Hey, what's up? I saw you playing soccer with the sophomores. How was it? It was good. Join us if you have time. Why were they talking about something completely different now? I knew it was rude to interrupt, but I still had no idea what was going on. Wait. Okay, you know FIFA. But do you know he has a twin brother? Oh, Yotha? What kind of idiot wouldn't know that? Me. Even Conkiet knew. How had it never crossed my mind? Oh, you didn't know? He asked innocently. You never told me. I thought you already knew. Everyone talks about it. Ugh. You're curious about everything except the important stuff. It's not my fault I didn't know. Fine. Now you do. I'm going to get my energy coffee. See you later, FIFA. Kong loved his friends, but apparently not more than food. He hurried off to buy his coffee, leaving me standing in the snack aisle with the tall guy. I gestured for him to come outside. You have a twin brother named Yotha, I emphasized. Yeah. And I was too stupid to realize it. You're not the only one. Yotha and I are identical twins. Even a lot of our friends can't tell us apart. They usually rely on our personalities. Do you two have any physical differences? Honestly, when I met your brother, the only thing that felt different was how cold he was. Physical differences? The handsome guy looked around thoughtfully. I might have to strip. Hey, you pervert. Why would he take off his clothes? The thought alone disturbed me. I'm just going to take off my shirt. Oh, right. My brain had immediately jumped to his pants the moment he said he was going to strip. WY. Yotha has a tiny tattoo on the right side of his waist. Isn't he a little young for a tattoo? Ironically, I dreamed about getting one myself without telling my mother. What does the tattoo look like? See for yourself. No way. How am I supposed to look under his shirt? Give me something more obvious. FIFA sighed, but he was nice enough to list a few differences. I'd better memorize everything so I could tell them apart next time. I have a mole here. Yotha doesn't. He tilted his head and pointed at a tiny mole on his neck. Damn. Was I supposed to identify him from a mole the size of an eye booger from 100 meters away? Anything else? I'm better looking than Yotha. I have a better personality too. I'm way more sociable. I don't think so. I'd already blanked out after hearing the better looking part. They were identical. How was anyone supposed to decide who was more handsome? They both stood out. If you see him again, you'll notice I'm 2 centimeters shorter than Yotha. He's 187 centimeters tall. I'm 185. You'd have to be psychic to notice that. What about our scents? They're different. How? You stink while your brother smells musty. Fuck no. I mean our natural scents. I smell like a handsome man. He leaned closer. Go ahead. Smell me. No thanks. I might die. Anything else? I don't know. Once you see us together, you'll be able to tell us apart. The difference is obvious. You'll feel it. Oh, that sounded surprisingly profound. Still, how was I supposed to feel it when I'd been completely clueless before? Even so, I nodded obediently. I wasn't going to make the same mistake again. If that's all, I'm going to get my snacks. My friends have been texting me nonstop. The tall guy ended the conversation and stood up. Okay, see you. Just to make sure. He pointed at himself. Who am I? A douche. I'll punch you in the face. Seriously. FIFA. Correct, Beagle. Beagle my ass. Oh, don't you know? You look like a dog. Stop comparing me to an animal. Get the hell out of here. You're chasing me away now? Remember, he pointed at himself again. This is FIFA, not Yotha. He stressed it one last time before grinning and heading back into the mini-mart. I was left standing there, lost in thought. Even after all that, I still wasn't confident I could tell those hellish twins apart. Maybe I'd have to wait until I met Yotha again. It's finally time for the highlight of today's event, just like every year. I'm sure you all know what that means. Today you'll find out who your peer mentor is. Freshmen and sophomores, stay alert. First row, please come up. The activity hall buzzed with excitement like a festival. Besides the freshmen, the sophomores and juniors were here as well. I looked around the room as everyone prepared gifts for their peer mints. I was excited too. Since we were lined up by height, my dear friend Conkiet had been moved 2 spots ahead of me. We couldn't even chat. The peer mentor selection began as the first line of computer engineering students walked to the front. The MC enthusiastically announced the results. Pitch it, Paul. Your gear code is 0136. Yeah. The drums rolled. The first student received his peer mentor while still looking dazed. Everyone watched as a female sophomore ran toward him while the crowd cheered and clapped. The activity somehow felt both fast and slow at the same time. It all depended on how excited you were. For me, everything passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the first 10 chemical engineering students had already returned to their seats. I was next to last in the 3rd row. Next line from chemical engineering. Gasp. It was my turn. I stood up on trembling legs. I always got nervous whenever I had to stand in front of a crowd. Was I weird? I got along well with people, but situations like this made me so anxious that even my lips twitched. There were 10 people in my line, and all of us were guys. The first student reached into the blue box to draw a lot, followed by the second, the third, and everyone else. Kong's peer mentor was another guy wearing glasses. It had to be Destiny. What's your name? The MC suddenly held the microphone right in front of my mouth. I'm not sure if other departments did the same thing, but this year the engineering faculty had changed many of the freshman activities. The cheering event had been canceled, and freshmen no longer wore name tags. That was why we had to introduce ourselves before drawing our lots. I'm Kuan. Hi, Kuan. You look excited. Go ahead. She held out the box. I slipped my hand inside, my heart pounding, and picked a rolled-up slip of paper. She unrolled it and announced it into the microphone. Kuan's gear code is 0513. Woo-woo. I had no idea who it belonged to. Everyone else screamed while I stood there in complete confusion. Then a very cool-looking sophomore strode toward me, with an incredibly serious expression. He was tall and slightly tanned. I couldn't tell whether he'd grown his beard because it was fashionable or because he was too lazy to shave. In his hands was a garland for monks. Wait, hold on. Everyone else had received beautiful flower garlands and decorative sashes. Why was I getting something meant for a religious ceremony? Was he planning to worship me? Oh, it's Sam. Sam is the 2nd-year vice president. Cute, kind, friendly. The MC grinned. And a huge drinker. Everything sounded great. Until that last part. My peer mentor stopped in front of me. He pressed his palms together, raised the garland respectfully, and chanted something for about 5 seconds. I didn't think this was a welcoming ceremony. It felt more like he was trying to exorcise me. For you. He handed me the garland. Thanks, bro. I'd better accept it. He looked terrifying despite what the MC had said. I'm Sam from Industrial Engineering. Kuan. Chemical Engineering. Nice. See you after this. Sure. When you have time, let's go drinking. He grinned. We'll get wasted. Damn. He wasn't wasting any time. Okay. Well, I could only play along. Sam walked away, and I returned to my line while my friends laughed. Was my garland really that funny? I'd give it to the first person who asked for it. The freshmen who had already drawn lots had to wait in their places while everyone else finished. There wasn't much to do except watch the ceremony continue. Eventually, I got sleepy and absent-mindedly picked at my nails. Our phones had already been confiscated because people kept getting distracted. Now everyone was bored. Next line. Whoa. Our boredom disappeared instantly because someone in that line caught everyone's attention. That tall, striking guy was Fifa, I muttered. It's Yotha, dumbass. Kong corrected me immediately. How do you know? You can tell them apart. They're civil engineering students. How could that be Fifa? You're so damn dumb. Ouch. Kong cursed me, and Book chimed in from behind. The twins were identical. Anyone could make that mistake. Ever since learning about Yotha's existence, I couldn't take my eyes off him. At that moment, I carefully studied him, searching for anything that made him different from Fifa. All right, the fifth person in line. They really looked exactly alike. Same eyes, same nose, same mouth. The only difference I could sense was his personality. His expression was cold enough that no one would dare mess with him. He looked intimidating as hell. Yotha's gear code is 0775. The moment the MC announced it, applause and drum rolls erupted once more. This time, though, the sophomores started screaming even louder as someone stepped forward. Kaya! Amazing! The Angel gear code. What the hell? I had no idea what that meant. Somebody explain, please. What's the Angel gear code? I asked Book over my shoulder. How would I know? But Yotha's peer mentor is cute. I nodded. The sophomore was a tiny, fair-skinned guy with adorable features. He carried an enormous marigold garland and a sash as he walked forward. Standing face-to-face with Yotha made their height difference obvious. Wow. The sophomore barely reached Yotha's nose. I asked someone. Book continued. That's arm. Oh, there really was something special about this gear code. I didn't know why, but they had everyone's attention. The ceremony continued. Even the girls, despite being so few in number, kept talking about Yotha. Not long afterward, Fifa stepped forward, drawing another wave of excited squeals. Now I could finally tell the twins apart. Earlier, the older twin had looked like a ghost as he drew his lot. In contrast, the younger twin smiled brightly at everyone. Literally everyone. His peer mentor was a petite Chinese-looking girl with single eyelids and an incredibly kind face. Now that we're finished, you can leave row by row and spend some time getting to know your peer mentors. The MC smiled. Do you remember the next activity I told you about? Yes. What's happening Monday evening? The market. Come on. Not that. Everyone laughed. We have another activity next Monday. Be sure to wear a black t-shirt and comfortable sweatpants. Don't forget, okay? Okay. You may leave. The moment we were dismissed, the hall exploded into motion like a kicked anthill. Some students walked. Others ran toward their peer mentors. I took my time. Sam was easy enough to spot. That beard stuck out from a mile away. Sam, I'm here. The moment he saw me, he shoved a pile of gifts into my arms. I glanced through them. A folding table, a laundry basket, a broom, a mop, a trash bin, a basin, clothes hangers, everything except stationery. You'll need these for dorm life. Thank you so much. How did you get here? Want me to give you a ride back so you can put everything away before we eat? I drove. I'll load everything into Darling. You have a girlfriend? No. I shook my head. I call my car Darling. Holy shit. That's so lame. I'll change it then. Let me put everything in my BM. Whoa. You drive a BMW? No. I laughed. Can't I joke? You little prick. Sam's voice was low and rough, and he sounded blunt all the time. Still, I didn't think he meant any harm. Considering he was the second-year vice president, he was probably dependable. As we walked toward the parking lot, I couldn't help asking, how did you become vice president? Did you always want to be a leader? Or are you the kind of person who likes serving everyone? No. He shrugged. Nobody wanted the job, so everyone pointed at me. Poor guy? My admiration for him shattered instantly. After loading everything into my car, I climbed onto the back of Sam's battered motorcycle. He drove us to a restaurant near the university. The place had a nice atmosphere, air conditioning, and a wide variety of food. The only downside, it was crowded. Almost every customer was an engineering student. It looked like everyone had brought their peer mints here. "Oh, Sam," someone called out while we were looking through the menu. We turned toward the voice. Both of us widened our eyes. It was Yotha's second-year peer mentor. I looked past him. Sure enough, the entire Angel Gear Code was here. They were all ridiculously attractive. No wonder people called them angels. What about me? The phrase pet mode suddenly popped into my head. Arm. Sam laughed. Out of all the restaurants, you picked the same one as me? Yipun chose it. He glanced at me. Is this your peer mentee? Yeah. Sam grinned. I brought a dog. Doesn't he look like a beagle? You son of a bitch. Was that really how you introduced me? He does. And Arm agreed. I clenched my teeth in silent fury. After they finished chatting and Arm left, I finally complained. Why did you call me a dog? I'm offended. Don't be. He shrugged. You're a beagle. That's an expensive breed. How is that supposed to make me feel better? Stop glaring at me. He flipped open the menu. Order. Anything. One savory dish. Why do the other gear codes get to order so much? There are more of them. We each order one dish. He looked at me. Don't be picky. Ugh. I'm saving money right now. He smirked. I'd rather spend it buying you booze. Ugh. Want me to slap you? Hurry up and order. He paused. You can have dessert too. Can I get shaved ice instead of ice cream? Yeah. He nodded. I like mango shaved ice. Was it for me? Or for you? In the end, I ordered mango shaved ice because I liked it too. We could share it after the main course. I have a question. What? What are my other peer mentors like? Are they nice? No. He answered without hesitation. Our gear code isn't complete. The fourth-year mentor repeated a year. He continued. And the third-year mentor never takes care of me. He's always with his girlfriend. That sucks. So it's just the two of us. He smiled. I want to take good care of you. Then he added, when you have time, let's go drinking. Again with the drinking. As we ate, we got to know each other better. Sam was the second-year vice president from industrial engineering. His hobbies were soccer and drinking. Although, could drinking really count as a hobby? Academically, he was surprisingly good. He claimed his GPA was over 3. Whether that was true or not, I decided to believe him. I introduced myself too. Since I was easygoing and friendly, we got along almost immediately. After we finished eating, I brought up the Angel Gear Code again, even though it had nothing to do with me. Sam. Those people earlier, the Angel Gear Code. What are they like? Can they fly or something? Their feet can. He looked at me calmly. Straight into your mouth. Ouch. He pointed toward the table in the farthest corner of the restaurant. That guy over there is Jet, a graduate. He was the campus prince when he was a freshman. And the girl sitting across from him is his girlfriend, Yipun. She's an engineering princess and a third-year student. Well, they're both really attractive. The tall, handsome guy wearing the Manchester United shirt next to Jet is Ark, a fourth-year student known as the Superior Prince. I was stunned by how handsome he was. He was so ridiculously good-looking that I wished I had his face, even though I was already pretty handsome myself. Cough, cough. Why is he called the Superior Prince? He didn't want to compete for Engineering Prince, so he said he'd only compete if the title was Superior Prince. People started calling him that after hearing it. Sam shrugged. Anyway, look at the guy across from him. That's my friend Arm, a second-year student. Uh-huh. You two were talking earlier. Right? He's dating Ark. Holy shit. The Angel Gear Code is basically dating each other. Sam leaned back in his chair and picked at his teeth with a resigned expression. Their new peer mentee fits right in. What's his name again? Yotha. I remembered it well after making a fool of myself so many times. That guy's trouble. How do you know? I can tell from his eyes. Sam clicked his tongue. Damn. I want to get to know him so we can drink together. Ugh. So annoying. Everything always came back to alcohol with Sam. I couldn't be bothered arguing anymore, so I let him continue rambling. Honestly, I had no idea how dangerous Yotha really was. From what I'd seen, he just looked cold, detached, and impossible to approach. Whatever kind of person he was, it had nothing to do with me. Kong's peer mentors were ridiculously energetic. After lunch, they dragged him off to karaoke until late at night. I wasn't lonely, either. I wandered in and out of everyone's rooms, snacking on whatever food I could find. All the engineering students on this floor were my people. Kuin was the greatest. Around midnight, I flopped onto my bed and waited for Kong to come back. Classes would start in just a few days, but we still had freshman activities scheduled until the middle of next month. Kuhn's message. I'm going to bed first. After sending Kong the message, I buried my face in the pillow and drifted off. When I woke up again, sunlight had already filled the room. Feeling refreshed, I stretched lazily. A moment later, I noticed someone lying on the opposite bed. Fuck. Hi. 2 ears. Kong answered like a zombie. His face was pale. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes. His lips were dry and cracked. He was even wearing the same clothes as yesterday. Did he survive a war or something? Are you okay? I immediately climbed off my bed and pressed a hand against his forehead. Thank goodness. His temperature was normal. I went to karaoke last night. When did you get back? 1 in the morning. And I was really sleepy, so I went to bed. His eyes watered. But I couldn't sleep. Why? The light was too bright. His voice almost cracked. I wanted to turn it off, but I was worried you'd have a nightmare. That was unbelievably depressing. I'm sorry I put you through that. I felt awful. Seriously, have you actually been able to sleep with the lights on before? Have you slept properly since moving in? I usually pull the blanket over my head. He sighed. But I don't know why I couldn't fall asleep last night, even though I was exhausted. Try sleeping now. I can't. He whimpered. The sunlight hurts my eyes. Boo-hoo. I'll close the curtains. I stood up immediately. Hang on. It's torture. So much torture. What if we talk to the dorm supervisor about changing rooms? Honestly, I didn't think anyone could actually live with me. Everyone always insisted they were fine at first. But living like this for an entire year? That wasn't easy. It's okay. Kong shook his head. I'm fine. Don't say that. I frowned. I don't want you dying from sleep deprivation. Don't say creepy things like that. He pulled the blanket over his head. I said I'm fine. Without another word, he hid underneath it. I couldn't just leave things like this. He was my best friend. Ignoring the problem wasn't an option. So, the mission to learn how to sleep with the lights on officially began the very next day. We talked things through and agreed to give living together another chance. For now, Kong would wear an eye mask while sleeping. If that still didn't work, either we'd ask the dorm supervisor to move one of us, or I'd pay double rent to make up for all the trouble I'd caused him. Unfortunately, it didn't help. The light wasn't bothering his eyes anymore. It was bothering his mind. He simply couldn't fall asleep. Eventually, I submitted a room transfer request. The entire dormitory went into an uproar. Some people wanted to become my roommate. Others wanted an excuse to get rid of theirs. Fortunately, the dorm supervisor approved my request. Apparently, unlike everyone else's, my situation counted as an emergency. This is your new roommate. She slid an A4 sheet of paper across the desk. I accepted it without looking. Is he really okay with living with me? He agreed. She smiled. There won't be any problems. Everyone says that at first. I scratched my head awkwardly. I'm worried he won't be able to handle it. Even Kong, my best friend, had silently endured a week without proper sleep because he didn't want to upset me. I think it'll be different this time. She reassured me. His original roommate is moving into your old room. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble. My pleasure. She smiled warmly. You can start moving today if you'd like. Okay. I thanked her before leaving her office. Only then did I finally read the paper in my hands. Room 423. New roommate. Mr. Yotha Thanawan Yotha. Fuck. Tell me this wasn't real. Kong had dug up some information about Yotha for me. There honestly wasn't much. His name was Yotha. His surname was Thanawan Yotha. He studied civil engineering. The crazy part? His father was also a civil engineer. The guy had literally been born to become Yotha. If I were FIFA, I'd definitely be jealous. Oh right. Their mother had graduated from electrical engineering. What a family. Kuhn, one of my friends called out. Are you carrying all those boxes upstairs by yourself? Yeah. I nodded. I can manage. I don't want to trouble everyone. My thoughts disappeared as I focused on moving. My chemical engineering friends helped carry my belongings from the 3rd floor up to the 4th. Meanwhile, the electrical engineering students awkwardly carried Fifua's things down from the 4th floor to the 3rd. The whole thing felt surreal. For the next year, my roommate would be Yotha, the older twin, and Fifa would become Kong's new roommate. After everyone left, my belongings were scattered all over the room. Only Yotha and I remained. I'm sorry you had to be separated from your brother. It's fine. Yotha answered casually. I'm sick of him. Standing this close made our height difference obvious. Even though I was 176 centimeters tall, I looked tiny beside him. To thank you for putting up with me, I smiled. I'll clean our room for the first week. No need. I barely stay here anyway. Oh, I blinked. Where do you usually stay? None of your business. I'm just curious. He suddenly looked at me. Are you dating anyone? What? The question completely caught me off guard. I'm asking. He repeated flatly. Do you have a boyfriend or girlfriend? No. Damn. He clicked his tongue. Go date someone. Why? People in relationships spend all their time with their partners. He looked away. They don't waste time poking into other people's business. What kind of logic was that? Yotha was seriously strange. Sometimes, just looking at his face made him seem disconnected from the rest of the world. He also looked dangerous, cunning, like someone you shouldn't mess with. Still, it wasn't any of my business. I quickly shoved those thoughts aside and started unpacking my things. I ignored him. He ignored me. That evening we ate dinner separately without exchanging another word. By the time I returned, he was already gone. 1 o'clock in the morning. Still no sign of him. Feeling lonely, I knocked on Kong's door. The three of us, Kong, Fifa and I, played cards together. After only one round, Kong started dozing off. So Fifa invited me outside to the emergency staircase for some fresh air. Yotha still isn't back, huh? I nodded. Yeah. Where'd he go? His den. What? I frowned. Does he sleep inside a bamboo rat's burrow? If my legs weren't sore, I'd kick you down these stairs. As always, he was unbelievably mean to me. I'm kidding. Fifa never laughed at my jokes. I finally became serious. Why are you two so different? Our parents divorced. His expression softened. My oldest brother, Newton, and Yotha stayed with Dad. I lived with Mom. We were around 9th grade when they moved back in with us after Mom remarried. Wow, that's crazy. You just have to understand him. Fifa leaned against the railing. He grew up in an all-male household. That's why he's tough and not very sensitive. But he isn't a bad person. Not at all. I forced a laugh through gritted teeth. You'll like him once you get to know him. Highly questionable. Still, living with him almost felt like living with an alien. Maybe it was some kind of life lesson. Fifa yawned after only 10 minutes. We headed back to our own rooms. To my complete shock, when I opened my door, I found the giant Yotha sitting on the edge of his bed. He was quietly drinking unsweetened milk. And he was wearing adorable egg-yellow pajamas covered in tiny baby chicks. Were my eyes broken? Or was I dreaming? When did you get back? I stammered. Someone with that face. Liked cute pajamas? Just now. He answered while sipping through a straw. Whoa, that was unexpectedly adorable. No way this was the same Yotha. The dorm gate closes at 1 in the morning. I frowned. It's already 2. How did you get in? I wrote down my name and the reason. He looked at me. What's difficult about that? What reason did you write? I went out for kanji. Ugh. I stared at him. You? There was no way someone like him went out for kanji at 2 in the morning. Definitely not. He'd probably been doing something shady. Then came back carrying a carton of milk while wearing baby chick pajamas to look innocent. Your pajamas are cute. I couldn't resist teasing him. My peer mentor bought them. I laughed. He chose well. Hee. Go laugh from your own bed. Can't I laugh here? Yotha sighed deeply. Fine. I'd leave him alone. I climbed into bed and pulled the blanket over myself, leaving only my eyes exposed. Even with my eyes closed, I could hear him moving around the room. Then, I asked quietly, Hey, can you really sleep with the lights on? It was our first night sharing a room. I couldn't help worrying. Yeah. I wasn't sure whether he genuinely meant it or was simply being considerate. Then I remembered something. Oh, I have a bunch of brand new eye masks. Want one? No. He answered immediately. I can sleep anywhere. Hey. What? Why didn't you tell me you weren't Fifa the first time we met? I couldn't be bothered. That simple? Most people hated being mistaken for someone else. Then again, Yotha wasn't like most people. I can tell you two apart now. You're taller than Fifa. You're quieter than Fifa. And, I smiled. You smell different. How? You smell like marigolds soaked in formalin. I didn't even mention that you smell like dog saliva. Wow, that really pissed me off. Sleep could wait. I sat upright, ready to continue arguing. But the fight ended instantly. I'm tired. He lay down. Let's fight tomorrow. And just like that, the conversation was over. Somehow, Those words didn't sound hostile. Instead, they almost sounded like the beginning of a friendship. Our second night as roommates. Yotha came back at 2 in the morning. Again, his excuse was exactly the same. Kanji. Oddly enough, I wasn't sleepy at all tonight. Maybe it was because all the activities had been canceled until Monday when classes officially began. Since we'd been free all day, I still had plenty of energy. Aren't you sleeping? Yotha stepped out of the bathroom wearing light blue pajamas covered in little seals. They suited his face. Not at all. Meanwhile, I was perfectly happy with an oversized t-shirt and loose boxer shorts. No. I looked at him. Did your peer Minter buy those too? Yeah. How many sets did he buy? None of your business. Hee. Whenever he snapped at me, I couldn't resist teasing him back. I'm not sleepy. I smiled. Tell me a story. I climbed onto my bed, leaned against my pillow, and watched him settle onto his own bed. You're fucking stupid. That was harsh. You're heartless. I pouted. Let's play a game. No. I promise I'll go to sleep afterward. And I'll stop talking. Fine. He finally gave in and picked up a manga. I recognized the title. Gantz. I'd never actually read it. Great. I grinned. First question. What do you think of when you look at me? A dog. He answered instantly. No hesitation whatsoever. Do I really look that much like a dog? Several people had already said that. Sam. FIFA. Now Yotha. You do. He kept reading. You look like. He paused. An ogle. A beagle. You son of a bitch. Yeah. He didn't even look up. That manga had to be amazing. Unable to tolerate the silence, I kept going. Next question. What does love remind you of? Pass. It reminds me of nothing. You're seriously heartless. I used to love this game in high school because it helped people understand each other better. Apparently, it didn't work on Yotha. For me, I smiled. Love reminds me of my mom. What a child, says the brat. I ignored him. What does Japan remind you of? Manga. It reminds me of Mount Fuji. I sighed dreamily. I can picture it so clearly. Like shaved ice. At the thought of shaved ice, my stomach growled. Too bad. I'd already brushed my teeth. I wasn't eating again. You're not taking this seriously, Yotha. Seriously? He snorted. This game is boring as fuck. It's not. Then an idea hit me. I know. What does engineering remind you of? You can answer with lots of things. What about you? He asked. I smiled proudly. Engineering reminds me of workshop shirts. Gear necklaces. My interviewers. The golden shower trees in the middle of the faculty. Girls screaming. The garlic pork from the chemical engineering cafeteria. And, isn't that enough? He interrupted before I could continue. Well, I shrugged. That's what engineering reminds me of. What a stupid game. He closed his manga. Go to sleep. Fine. I smiled. But answer me first. What does engineering remind you of? You. The most annoying person in the world. You're so mean. I answered sadly, though we both knew I was pretending. I settled comfortably beneath my blanket. Living with this alien was exhausting. But, Kanyukal would survive. Good night. I didn't expect him to reply. Silence filled the room. Just as I stopped paying attention, his low voice quietly reached my ears. Yeah. Good night. Coming from someone like him. Those 2 words warmed my heart. Maybe, just maybe, it really would be a good night. Chapter 3. The semester had begun. University life was a little different from high school. You didn't have to carry heavy textbooks everywhere, and your schedule wasn't nearly as packed. Even though freshmen had more classes than the upper years, I wasn't worried. Everyone said the subjects simply built on what we'd already learned in high school. Sam reassured me too. He'd given me all of his first-year notes and study materials. Unfortunately, his handwriting alone was enough to give me a headache. SHHHHH. The sound of running water filled the room. Yotha had gotten up at 6, earlier than me, so he was already showering. Meanwhile, the first thing I did after waking up was post a cool status online like an excited kid experiencing university life for the first time. Scrolling through my feed, I discovered everyone else in the department was doing exactly the same thing. Oh, the bathroom door opened. I turned instinctively. Yotha stepped out wearing nothing but a pair of boxers. I'd already gotten used to seeing him like this, yet I still couldn't stop staring. What are you looking at? Damn. Was he psychic? Nothing. I looked away. Nice tattoo. I grinned. Yotha really is a bad boy. Go take your shower. He sounded completely fed up. It's the first day of the semester. I smiled brightly. Cheer up and enjoy life. Doesn't it get tiring making that grumpy face all day? His response came immediately. Doesn't it get tiring making that dog face all day? Ugh. I glared at him. My face is not a dog's. Just like always. We started arguing after only a few words. I stomped across the room, grabbed my towel, and glared at the tall, expressionless guy. We were roommates. But our relationship was terrible. Normally, whenever I tried getting close to someone, they responded just as warmly. Not Yotha. Every time I reached out, he pushed me away. Even after living together for several days, I barely knew anything about him. I had no idea why he always came back so late. Sometimes he didn't return until nearly dawn. I didn't know what he liked. I didn't know what he disliked. The thing that bothered me most was the tattoo on the right side of his waist. When I asked about it, he refused to answer, then cursed at me. The tattoo consisted of 4 groups of zeros and ones. Each group contained 8 digits. The moment I saw it, I realized it was binary code. Unfortunately, it was so tiny I couldn't read it clearly enough to decode. Forget it. Thinking about it only gave me a headache. Today was the beginning of the semester. I should enjoy it. Shit. The water was freezing. The instant I turned the faucet, icy water splashed across my body. Why hadn't Yotha warned me? There wasn't even a water heater. Someone was definitely going to die during winter. That someone would be me. My shower lasted only a few minutes. It was less bathing, more surviving. When I came back out, Yotha had already left. Whatever. I dried my hair, got dressed, and hurried off to meet the dozen friends gathering for breakfast. Our first morning classes were easy. Every professor simply handed out course syllabi, explained the subjects, told us where to buy the lecture notes, then dismissed us early. As a result, we ended up eating lunch much earlier than expected. Oh, that one's so cute. My heart's fluttering. I think I'm falling in love. Drama queen. Earlier, around a dozen of us had breakfast together. Now only 5 of us sat in the physics building cafeteria. The others had gone elsewhere. It was time for us handsome guys to gossip. Look over there. Kong nodded toward someone. 11 o'clock. I looked. A tan-skinned senior with light brown hair. She was pretty attractive. So, she looked at me. And she likes me. Good grief. Kong, you say that every single time. I sighed. And none of them actually likes you. How could someone be so ridiculously confident? Everyone else nearly choked on their food. For someone as shameless as Kong, his confidence was truly unmatched. I think she likes me even more. I joined in. Oh, I'm blushing. Silence. Why is everyone giving me the cold shoulder? I thought Kong was overconfident. One of my friends sighed. But you're even worse, Cohen. Girls like funny guys. They don't like lame guys. My friends simply didn't understand. They were so mean. Everyone says I'm the sunshine of chemical engineering. They lied. I'm hurt. Your sunshine isn't bright enough compared to that guy. Everyone looked in the same direction. There. The darkness of civil engineering. A group had just entered the cafeteria. Among them, one person stood out immediately. Yotha. He wore his student uniform with the sleeves rolled up. Unlike his friends, he wasn't wearing a tie. How rebellious. By now, most people could finally tell Fifa and Yotha apart. The twins looked identical, yet their atmospheres couldn't have been more different. Fifa was cheerful and approachable. Yotha was the complete opposite. He looks haunted, Kong commented while chewing. So gloomy. He's adorable in the dorm. I couldn't help smiling. He drinks milk while wearing baby chick pajamas. He even has seal pajamas. Very few people probably knew about that side of him. Lucky me. That's just camouflage. Another guy suddenly joined the conversation. Yotha's dangerous. What do you mean? I heard he comes back to the dorm really late every night. He lowered his voice. He must be doing something shady. He told me he was out eating congee. Every single night. He laughed. But damn. He's cool. His tone changed instantly. That mysterious, dark vibe. My idol. The others immediately agreed. I wish I could look calm and cool like him. Kaya. Somehow, the gossip session had turned into a Yotha appreciation club. Wait, weren't they criticizing him a minute ago? I let them keep talking while quietly eating my lunch. At the same time, I stole a glance toward my roommate sitting several tables away. Questions filled my mind. Everyone kept saying he was dangerous. But how? The very first day of the semester also marked our first freshman activity. Life was hard. Instead of relaxing in my dorm after class, I changed into a t-shirt and sweatpants before dragging myself to the activity hall. The seniors told us how lucky we were. The old cheering activity had been abolished. Apparently, freshmen used to spend 7 straight days getting screamed at by sophomores until everyone lost their voices. This year, everything had changed. Activities would only be held on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The seniors refused to explain anything else. We'd just have to experience it ourselves. Everyone's here, right? The senior smiled. Now you'll split into random groups according to the colored papers you received. I looked at the wrinkled paper in my hand. Green. Kong's was orange. Our destined friendship. Destroyed by random assignment. Please stand up and gather with everyone who has the same color. Chaos erupted. Everyone rushed around the hall. It took nearly 10 minutes before all the groups finally settled down. Several people in my group were complete strangers. I didn't even know some of their names. Fortunately, as an extremely outgoing person, I didn't mind. Now that everyone's settled, the senior continued. Each group will create a performance based on the theme. Engineering. You'll rehearse together and perform next Monday. Understand? Yes. Some people answered so weakly they sounded like they wanted to die. You may start brainstorming now. You can leave at 7 and arrange rehearsal times yourselves. Yeah. Everyone immediately began discussing ideas. Our group eventually decided. We'd perform a musical inspired by La La Land. The basic concept came together quickly. 2 girls volunteered to write the script while leaving room for improvisation. Everything went smoothly. Now, we just had to assign roles. Since everyone needed one, the discussion dragged on. Cohen. Yes. Aode, our group leader, looked at everyone else. What role should Cohen play? A dog. Fuck. I agree. The dog suits him perfectly. Out of all the characters, the only animal was a dog. And somehow, that role belonged to me. Is there anything else I could play? I laughed awkwardly. I don't think I fit that role. I'm afraid I won't do it justice. No one listened. You'll do great. Just bark and howl on cue. Someone else can do it. Cohen. Aode placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. Then, in the gentle voice of a soap opera hero, he said, No one looks more like a dog than you. Ugh, you've hurt my feelings. We picked you because we adore you. He smiled. Those big eyes. Pouty lips. Little nose. You look exactly like a puppy. Is that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? A compliment. He grinned. So it's settled. Cohen is the dog. Amazing. Everyone applauded happily. One of the girls even wrote my role down in giant letters. Cohen plays the famous dog of the engineering department. My responsibilities included barking on cue, howling, running on all fours, and rubbing my face against people. Why did this feel so familiar? Oh, I played a dog in a musical back in high school too. Life was unfair. This was supposed to be my time to shine. Instead, my friend stole the spotlight and handed me a leash. I sat there in despair for half an hour until everyone else's roles had finally been assigned. We discussed the story a little more before agreeing to rehearse after class tomorrow evening. Cohen. Yeah. Our meeting was interrupted when Sam walked over energetically. I brought you snacks. Really? I immediately lit up. I'm ridiculously happy. Excusing myself, I hurried over. He handed me a paper bag. For you. Thank you. I peeked inside. It was packed with snacks. I almost cried. Tell me what you want to eat. He grinned. But I can't promise I'll buy it. Then why ask me? So it looks like I care. I'm sick of you. So, he suddenly changed the subject. Did your group come up with a performance? Yeah. We're doing a parody of La La Land. What's your role? He smirked. The male lead. Wrong. I only guessed because no one would ever cast you as the male lead. He laughed. You'd be more believable as a dog. I froze. For 3 whole seconds. How? How did he know? Not wanting to revisit my emotional trauma, I quickly changed the subject. We chatted about snacks, our first day at university, and attractive people from other departments. After a while, Sam stood up to leave. Oh, he suddenly remembered something. You're staying in the dorm this Saturday night, right? Keep your schedule free. Why? I frowned. Where are you taking me? Let's go drinking. The semester just started. I don't want to get yelled at. Who's going to yell at you? He puffed out his chest proudly. I'm the second-year vice president. How powerful. Shouldn't that make him even more responsible? Can I refuse? No. He laughed. If you come with me, I guarantee it'll be A lot of fun. Yeah, right. Be ready. I'll pick you up at the dorm at 9. Okay, bro. See you. Wait. Gush. He got me again. I wanted to refuse. But he'd already disappeared before I had the chance. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. Back at the dorm, I started wondering what I should wear to make a proper entrance at the bar. Fortunately, I wasn't alone. Kong knocked on my door carrying an enormous bag of cotton candy roti. We unfolded the little table in the middle of the room, sat down together, and happily rolled up pieces of roti while gossiping. Naturally, the topic turned to our roommates. FIFA is seriously hot. Kong stuffed another bite into his mouth. A bunch of seniors brought him snacks last night. He must have been flirting with them. I'm not surprised. I shrugged. He's friendly. And everyone likes him. Chapter 3. The hottest first-year engineering students were undoubtedly the hellish twins, FIFA and Yotha. People were completely smitten with them. Even though the older twin always looked like he was possessed, his calm, intimidating demeanor only made him more attractive. FIFA, on the other hand, had captured everyone's heart with his friendliness, humor, playfulness, and generosity. So, how's your roommate? Kong asked. I've already told you. I sighed. Yotha comes back late every night, and we barely talk when we're in the room together. Does he have any weird habits? His pajamas are the weirdest part. I couldn't help laughing. Seriously, his whole wardrobe looks like a safari collection. Ha ha ha. Kong burst out laughing. That's hilarious, just imagining it. I wasn't going to tell anyone. I straightened my back dramatically. But I have to. I took a deep breath before exposing Yotha's greatest secret. He owns every pattern imaginable. Yellow baby chicks, blue seals, white penguins. And last night, I pointed dramatically toward the ceiling. He slept in pink bunny pajamas. Huh, I'm serious. That guy looks like a hardened criminal. But deep down, he has a Hello Kitty heart. Why didn't you take a picture? Kong complained. I wanted to see it. I couldn't. What if he stomped me to death while I was sleeping? You're actually scared of him? What a troublemaker. Still, there was no point picking a fight I couldn't win. Even if that sounded cowardly. I had to protect my own life. Scared, I dragged out the word dramatically. Why would I ever be scared of him? Unfortunately, at that exact moment, the person we were talking about opened the door. Yotha walked inside without saying a word. He headed straight for his bed. Silence. The room suddenly felt like a haunted forest where monks were meditating. I froze. I didn't even dare chew my food. My phone showed it was only 8 o'clock. Why was he back so early? Had he just returned to grab something before heading back out? Hey. Kong forced out an awkward greeting. What's up, bro? Bro? Seriously? Hey. That was all Yotha said. Painfully brief. Well, Kong stood up immediately. Since Yotha's here, I'll leave you two alone. See you tomorrow morning. Before I could stop him, he escaped. Just like that. Now, it was only me. And Mr. Darkness. What should I do? Maybe even my brightness wasn't enough for this situation. Well, I'd just do what I always did. Start talking. Going anywhere tonight? No. What's your group's performance? A play. Oh, I smiled. Mine's a musical. I'm playing a really famous character from La La Land. I conveniently left out exactly which character. Not that he cared. Yotha had already turned away. He climbed onto his bed and opened a manga. Hey. I looked up at him. Aren't you going to talk to me? About what? He didn't even look away from the pages. Food. I pointed toward the table. Want some cotton candy roti? No. I set up the table for both of us. I smiled. You can put your snacks here too. We can share. Silence. The number you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Fine. Since he was completely absorbed in his manga, I quietly left him alone. After finishing my roti, I washed the dishes in the bathroom. When I came back, I stopped in my tracks. The little table was overflowing with snacks. That's a lot. I blinked. The Angel Gear code really spoiled you. I knew not everything came from his peer mentors. Some of it had to be from other seniors. For you. Yotha didn't even look up from his manga. What? For you. Why? I don't like snacks. Can I share them with my friends? Your friends already have snacks. These are for you. I stared at him. Had I completely misunderstood him? Maybe. Yotha wasn't a bad person at all. Maybe. He was actually kind. Thanks. I smiled. My peer mentor bought me salted egg potato chips. Salted egg bread. Salted egg burgers. Everything's salted egg. You can have some. I hate salted eggs. Seriously? I laughed. What do you actually like? It depends on my mood. It's different every day. Oh, well, that was very Yotha. I still didn't know much about him. But someday, I would. After class, many students went straight to the activity hall to rehearse for Monday's performance. Others headed home since it was Friday. The dormitory became unusually quiet. Ironically, nobody inside the activity hall was actually rehearsing. Everyone was playing PUBG together instead. After several matches, we all had dinner. Then I returned to the dorm, showered, got dressed, and prepared to go out. Sam would arrive in an hour. Can I still back out? I asked for what felt like the 100th time. Sam had already arrived on his beat-up motorcycle. No, you need to get out and experience the world. I'm not getting drunk. I'll just sit there and enjoy the atmosphere. You won't get drunk. He was relentless. For days he'd complained that we hadn't gone drinking during peer mentor day because everyone else had gone to karaoke or the movies instead. Tonight, he intended to make up for it. Our excitement lasted exactly until we reached the most famous bar near the university. The bouncer stopped us immediately. IDs. Come on. Sam flashed his most pitiful smile. Just look at my face. The guard ignored him. You can go in. He looked at Sam first, then pointed at me. But you're a freshman, aren't you? Neither of us answered, which probably looked even more suspicious. Freshmen aren't allowed. You're under the legal drinking age. Go drink milk somewhere. Those words pierced straight through my heart. It felt like he'd just told me to go home and breastfeed. I stood there miserably while Sam continued negotiating. As expected, he failed. For a while, neither of us spoke. They let freshmen in last year. Sam complained. Why not now? Your connections suck. I'll kick your ass. He sighed. Come on. Let's leave. Boo-hoo. When you have time. He sighed again. We'll just drink at my place. We returned to his motorcycle completely defeated. I'd suggested trying another bar, but Sam insisted it had to be this legendary one. He even refused to go to Bang on Pachana across the street. Apparently, everyone had their favorite places. I ended up returning to the dorm ridiculously early. I considered going downstairs to bother Kong and FIFA if I got bored. Instead, the moment I opened the door, I found another interesting scene. Not going out tonight. Yotha was lying on his bed. It was covered with mountains of gifts. No. What happened in here? It's a mess. My second and third year peer mentors brought these. All of this. I walked over. There were snacks, stationery, clothes, and Dayawamam. I pointed towards several different brands of condoms lying beside him. Did your peer mentors buy these too? Ark did. Why would he buy you condoms? What kind of gear code is this? I'm scared. Mind your own business. He glanced at me. Weren't you supposed to be with your peer mentor? No. I pouted. The bar wouldn't let me in. I'm underage. Then I immediately cheered myself up. I've got such a baby face. No. He answered calmly. It's a dog face. Most bars don't allow pets. You want to fight, Mr. Yotha? Fight what? He looked completely unimpressed. Idiot. I hated how he never played along. No matter how many years I'd spent teasing people, Yotha always defeated me without even trying. Fine. I surrendered. Let's eat. I'm hungry again. To end our little war, I sat down at the table and opened more snacks. There were already plenty lying there. I picked one of my salted egg snacks, then grabbed another from Yotha's pile. Can I ask you something? I spoke while chewing. We've been roommates for a while now. Don't you want us to know each other better? Yotha raised an eyebrow. Without saying anything, he stuffed everything except the food into a paper bag. I watched the remaining snacks carefully. The moment he let his guard down, they were mine. No, he answered flatly. Sigh, we're going to live together for a whole year. So, I was speechless. If roommates know each other's likes and dislikes, it makes living together easier. I know Kong really well. So if we argue, I know how to make up with him. As if I'd ever have a problem with you. You always look ready to punch someone. If you suddenly hit me one night, I definitely couldn't beat you. He was 10 centimeters taller than me. Much bigger too. I'd lose instantly. You're talking too much. What do you want? Milk? He changed the subject again. What was I supposed to do with Mr. Darkness? Nothing I tried worked. Yeah. I smiled. The strawberry cocoa one. How did you know I had that? Did you peek? I caught a glimpse. A milk carton flew through the air. I caught it perfectly. What else? Cream puffs. There are more. I grinned. They're too sweet. But I want them. A bag of cream puffs smacked me right on the forehead. Cookies. Yes. I held out both hands. This time, he didn't throw them. Instead, he ordered, "Come get them. I don't want to crack your skull. Are you worried about me?" The moment he turned toward me, I shut my mouth. Obediently, I walked over and gathered the little boxes of cookies into my arms. What about chocolate bars? They're probably melted. I'll take them. Condoms. Oh. I laughed. So you really do use them. Even Yotha could joke sometimes. Thanks for the snacks. They're from my peer mentors. Then lucky me. They're all mine now. Delighted by all my free food, I hurried back to my spot and ate until my stomach felt ready to burst. Meanwhile, Yotha quietly played on his phone. As always, I couldn't tolerate silence for very long. Yotha, you gave me so many snacks. You can ask me for anything. Do you already have lecture notes for the compulsory classes? We're taking the same first-year courses. Fortunately, Sam had already given me all of his. Yeah, Arm gave them to me. What about the engineering classes? Math, physics. You have those. I'm good. What about calculus books? No thanks. Still cold. So you've got everything. I paused, then casually asked, "Are you dating anyone?" Perfect. I'd walked him right into my trap. Besides wanting revenge, my curiosity was taking over. Why? For once, Yotha actually looked up from his phone. "I want to know more about you." I smiled. "I've always wondered why you come back so late. Are you secretly spending every night with your girlfriend?" "No, I'm not dating anyone." "Really?" I blinked. "That's great. At least now I know one more thing about you. Better than nothing." Honestly, I wasn't sure why love had been the first thing I'd asked about. Maybe because, at our age, love felt like the biggest topic in the world. "Yotha," I grinned. "Do you want to know anything about me?" "I'll tell you." "No," he answered immediately. "Can you stay quiet for 1 hour? I'm about to play a game, but we should get to know each other." "No need." Sigh. "Fine. I'd stay quiet." It wasn't like I'd never been quiet before. Usually, I was asleep. Sunday afternoon was painfully lonely. My dorm mates were addicted to that game. Kong had gone out with his peer mentors. That left me eating dry chicken rice alone in the dorm cafeteria. I'd finished about half of it, when someone quietly placed a sheet of paper in front of me. I looked up. "FIFA." "Just kidding." I laughed. "Of course I know you're Yotha." He remained silent. "What's this?" "A form." He sat across from me and handed me a pen. "What form? Who gave it to you?" "A senior." "Oh." I assumed it was another questionnaire to help the seniors look after the freshmen. I set down my spoon and skimmed through it. It asked about our satisfaction with the dormitory, favorite foods, allergies, places we visited often, and dozens of other questions. By the time I finished, my hand was sore. Back in high school, the student council used similar forms before camping trips. That way they'd know about illnesses and food allergies in case of emergencies. But one thing puzzled me. Why were they handing this out several days after the activities had already started? "I'm done." I handed it back. "Are you hungry? Why don't we eat together?" I decided to try asking. Maybe. He wouldn't reject me this time. "You're lonely." He looked straight at me. "Stop making excuses." "Yeah." I admitted it. My friends abandoned the sunshine of chemical engineering to play PUBG. "I order you to keep me company." So demanding. Although Yotha sounded indifferent. He slipped the form into his backpack before walking over to order food. A few minutes later, he returned carrying a bowl of noodles. Only then did I continue eating. "You like noodles?" "No. They're just quick to make." "You're really simple." I smiled. Just like before. Back when I'd mistaken him for FIFA. We'd ordered exactly the same thing. There had only been one reason. Neither of us wanted to wait in long lines. There were too many people. He nodded. I didn't want to wait. "See, I was right. This time," he added quietly. "I didn't want you waiting too long." "Ooh." I smiled. "I can't believe you'd say something so nice." "I'm touched." "You fake idiot." He saw right through me. "Want something to drink?" I stood halfway up. "I'll get it." He shook his head. "No." Then quietly continued eating. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. "I don't like drinking while I eat." My eyes lit up. "What do you usually drink afterward?" "Soft drinks. Roselle juice. Chrysanthemum tea." "I don't like sweet drinks. I usually drink water." Was he actually opening up to me? There were still countless things I wanted to know. Maybe this was finally my chance. "Any allergies?" I won't accidentally bring them into our room. The questionnaire came back to mind. No. Any illnesses? No. Do you exercise? I hated it when I was little. I play badminton sometimes now. And why civil engineering? I wanted to be like my dad. That made sense. FIFA had probably chosen electrical engineering because of their mother. Their parents' divorce had shaped them into complete opposites. Who's your best friend? I don't have one. I just have a group of friends. I can be your best friend. I don't want to be friends with a dog. Yotha. He never missed an opportunity. One moment, everything was peaceful. The next, I'd been stabbed. I'm sad. I pouted. Can't you see me as a human just once? I don't want to be a dog. His face remained expressionless. You're an eagle. It's beagle, dumbass. Yeah. He nodded. It's not bad looking like a dog. It's cute. Boom. Something exploded inside my head. His words completely short-circuited my brain. Instead of getting annoyed, I felt strangely happy. For the first time in my life. Hearing someone say I looked like a dog didn't feel bad at all. I didn't even know whether beagles were actually cute. All I knew was I'd just discovered another unbelievably adorable side of Yotha. I walked back to the dorm in an excellent mood. Yotha had left first, saying he was going to submit the form. I whistled happily all the way back. Most of my dorm mates were still gathered in the common room. Instead of eating dinner, they were stuffing themselves with potato chips. I'd definitely make fun of them later if they ended up with gastritis. Cohen. Book greeted me while furiously tapping his phone. Want to play around? No. I shook my head. I suck. I'll just lose. I'd tried before. The instant my character landed, someone shot me. If I couldn't be good at games, I'd stick to teasing people instead. Already eaten? Another guy looked up. Yeah. You guys should go eat after this. Otherwise the cafeteria will close. Yes, Dad. Did you fill out the form? What form? The personal information form the seniors sent around. It's probably important for the activities. No one gave us anything. What? I frowned. Who handed yours out? Yotha. The room froze. Everyone stared at me. Nobody even looked at their phones anymore. What the hell? I asked. Several seconds passed before someone finally spoke. Did you seriously say Yotha gave it to you? Yeah. But the mechanical engineering class representative frowned. Who'd be crazy enough to ask Yotha to hand out forms? Everyone's scared he'll beat them up. We already have class representatives. Why wouldn't the seniors use them? I don't know. I looked around the room. So none of you got one? No. I slowly scanned everyone. There were students from several different departments. It didn't make sense. Why had only I received one? Still scratching my head. I left the common room. Right outside, FIFA stood drinking an energy drink. Did you get the form? I asked immediately. What form? He looked confused. The seniors' questionnaire. No. Didn't Yotha give it to you? Wait. He blinked. Yotha gave you one. I nodded. A smile slowly spread across his face. Then he burst into laughter, spraying energy drink everywhere. What was wrong with these twins? They were constantly forcing me to rethink everything. So, I frowned. Why are you laughing? Then it wasn't from the seniors. He wiped his mouth. It was from him. What? Say that again. Yotha's always been like this. He doesn't talk much. And he's never straightforward. I still don't understand. Trust me. He smiled knowingly. He's not giving that form to the seniors. He's keeping it. Huh. Yeah. He chuckled. Congratulations. He wants to get to know you. Chapter 4. Yotha is the strangest person I've ever met. If you broke him down into parts, he'd be an endless puzzle. But after sharing a room with him for a while, I started noticing a few things. First, he doesn't seem to have any close friends. Whenever he hangs out with people from the faculty, they're always in groups of 3 or 4, but none of them seem close enough to know his secrets. Second, he gives off a constant, I couldn't care less vibe. The jokes that make the entire faculty burst into laughter never get even the slightest reaction from Yotha. Third, the whole going out at night to eat porridge story is a complete lie. Maybe Yotha has a dark side that he doesn't want anyone to know about. After disappearing almost every night, there's no way he's sneaking off to do good deeds. And finally, the twist that completely knocked my universe out of orbit was the most surprising part of all. Even though he just wanted to blend in, he still made the effort to sit down and help solve the problem. I wondered what the truth really was. Do you enjoy making life difficult for yourself? Is it really that hard to just open your mouth and ask for help? But since I'd already come this far, I had to pretend I didn't know anything. So I quietly filled in the information sheet and handed it back to the senior. Honestly, this shy, Sundara roommate of mine was terrifying in his own way. It's time for the first groups to get ready for the stage. Is everyone ready? Ready. Then let's give a big round of applause for the red group. I'd been so caught up thinking about the mystery of the Dark Night that I'd completely forgotten about the faculty activities. The senior MCs were still doing an excellent job. The first group walked to the front, lined up, introduced themselves, answered a few questions, and prepared for their performance. Even the introduction took almost 10 minutes. On Monday afternoon, the performances finally began in an atmosphere filled with excitement. Group after group took the stage. The pace was so relentless that even the upperclassmen leaned against the trees to catch their breath, nearly exhausted from laughing and cheering. I didn't hold back either. I played the role of an adorable little puppy, more like a tiny lapdog than a real one, barking so much that my friends laughed until they begged me to stop. But today, one of the most anticipated performances belonged to Yotha's group. As they lined up to go on stage, cheers and whistles erupted from every direction. His friends stood there grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Yotha wore the expression of someone ready to commit murder. And somehow, despite looking completely unapproachable, everyone still paid attention to him. We'd like to invite the girls from the pink group to introduce themselves. The beautiful senior handed the microphone to the person at the front of the line. Each person introduced themselves and answered a question before passing the microphone along. Eventually, it reached the last person, the tallest one in the line. Could you introduce yourself to everyone? Yotha took the microphone and spoke in his deep voice. I'm not Fifa. Ha! Laughter echoed throughout the room. That idiot. Is that really an introduction? Anyone with eyes could already tell. You two may be twins, but you're completely different. If Fifa were the star of a heartwarming comedy, Yotha would be the terrifying villain in a psychological thriller. Seriously, he was scarier than a ghost. So if you're not Fifa, then you're known Yotha. What role are you playing today? Just standing here. Ijai. Oh no. The girls, who had been quiet until now, screamed loudly, while the boys nearby could only cough in disbelief. They were already tired of how cold he was. Even Fifa, who had the exact same face, wasn't nearly this irritating. That's quite an attention-grabbing role. So, is everyone ready to watch the pink group's performance? Ready. In that case, let's give it up for the pink group. Only a few seconds later, the short play titled, The Evil Engineering Senior and the Boy with an F, began. Everyone performed their assigned roles, taking turns delivering the lines they had practiced. Everyone, except one person. Yotha simply stood motionless in the corner, as though his friends had cast him as part of the scenery. Poor guy. Poor? What? That's Yotha. His friends won't even let him act. What a shame. I pretended to cry dramatically. You don't need to feel sorry for him. Look, he's over there. I turned back toward the stage. In the brief moment I'd looked away, the tall figure standing in the corner had already disappeared. Where did he go? There. Behind the scenes. I looked toward backstage. A figure was quietly moving props. How did you know that was him? Only a tiny bit of his hair was visible. You could still tell it was Yotha? It has to be him. Oh, it must be boring. And he's actually cuter than I expected. At first, I thought he was some kind of pervert. The others whispered among themselves. After spending time with Yotha, I honestly didn't think he was as bad as I'd first imagined. If it had been anyone else, they probably would have complained and quit already. But Yotha stayed. His friends never asked him to do anything. Yet he volunteered to do everything. After moving the stage props, he went to fetch water for the actors waiting for the next scene. Wow, how can someone serving water look like he's posing for a magazine cover? That was calm. He loved complimenting handsome guys. And this time, he wasn't holding back. Yotha's posture really was ridiculously attractive. Yet somehow, nobody hated him for it. Maybe because he always looked like that. Hi, look, he's carrying the props. And now he's holding the script for everyone too. He volunteered for so much work. With that much energy, are you secretly Fifa in disguise? But when I glanced toward the audience, I spotted Fifa sitting quietly in the back corner. So that theory immediately fell apart. Eventually, the play reached its final scene. The actors all exited backstage. Then, the very last person stepped forward. Yotha stood alone in the center of the stage. With his usual serious expression, he spoke in that deep voice of his. The end. Ha ha ha. You came out. Just to say that? Were you trying to make everyone laugh or fall in love with you? Apparently, both. Everyone's impression of Yotha completely changed. The guy nobody had ever really noticed before suddenly became the center of attention. Applause echoed throughout the room. People screamed, "Yotha is so cool." Even the awkward engineering freshmen couldn't stop cheering. Later, after all the activities ended, we headed to the dormitory cafeteria for dinner. When I saw him, I greeted him. "Hey, Yotha. You were really great today. You did a good job." Since everyone else had split up to buy food, only the two of us were sitting at the table. "I didn't do anything. You're so humble. You helped your friends so much. You were better than me pretending to be a dog. It's good that you were a dog. You made your friends happy." Haha. There you go again. Looking cool. You really are cool. I couldn't stop praising him. "What's wrong with you? I'm tired of pretending to be nice. You're talking nonsense." "No. Even when you swear, you still look cool. Get lost." But, politely, "Can I buy that phrase from you and throw it away? It's expensive." "Fine. How much will it cost to make you shut up?" Cough. "My dad taught me that one. So I'll give you the friendship discount. A bowl of crispy fried noodles with tender pork, and one extra meatball skewer." "Oh, wait. Hey, are you serious?" I was only joking. Before I could stop him, Yotha stood up and walked straight toward the noodle stall. There was nothing I could do except wait at the table. Not long afterward, one of the guys from his group noticed me. "Eating together?" "No. I'm waiting for Yotha. I saw him lining up for crispy fried noodles. He should be back soon. Come sit with us." I wanted to, but I still had to eat with Kong and the others. "Gun. Did you see the discussion on the cute boy page?" "Kong. My name is Gun. Gun or Tai, same thing." Kong pulled out his phone and opened Facebook with an unusually serious expression. I'd never seen him this focused on anything academic. "Look, someone said they saw Yotha with a girl. Now both the guys and girls are investigating whether it's true." "Really?" "Yeah. I asked FIFA before, but he refused to answer. So I investigated on my own. Remember how Yotha disappears every night around midnight? Well, I found out he's the type who destroys relationships. He spends one night with someone, then steals other people's girlfriends. And the most shocking part, he's completely addicted to sex." Kong lowered his voice until it was barely a whisper, but my brain still took several seconds to process what he'd said. Every night, he disappears after midnight. Every time, with a different girl. One-night stands. And worst of all, he's addicted to sex. What the hell? I'm sharing a room with someone like that? Wait, where did you hear all that? And how do you know it's true? I couldn't believe it. I investigated. With one of the senior mentors. Which senior? That's internal information. Just think of him as the Buffalo. Anyway, you just need to know that Yotha is a dark and dangerous guy. When you're in the room, see if he's always on his phone talking to girls. He might even be making deals with them. Honestly, when I'm in the room, I never see him talking to anyone. He's usually just reading Japanese manga. Or playing games. Adult manga? Yeah, I've seen some. That actually made sense. He was always buying new manga volumes. Some of the series I'd never even heard of. Maybe they really were full of explicit scenes. If he really spent every night sleeping with someone, then maybe he was completely immersed in that world. Damn, Yotha's life was nothing like mine. And somehow, that only made me more curious. I knew he'd never caused me any trouble. Living together had been surprisingly peaceful. We'd never argued once. He even shared snacks and food with me without hesitation. But I couldn't stop wondering. Maybe, because we were becoming friends, I wanted to understand him better. No matter how terrible everyone claimed Yotha was, I felt like there had to be a reason. Because of that, the rumors stayed in my head all day. I couldn't concentrate on studying, or even on the faculty activities. Smile. Come on, smile. Put on a happy face. How can anyone actually be happy right now? The freshman orientation activities were just as lively as ever. Last Monday, I'd only played my assigned role. This Monday, however, I was assigned to the general cleanup team, helping organize the support room. Nobody was forced to join, but since it was volunteer work for everyone's benefit, I dragged myself there anyway. My body felt completely exhausted. Everyone grabbed a cleaning tool. Kong picked up a mop. Book carried a potted plant. Frong grabbed a broom to sweep away cobwebs. As for me, I got a scrub brush and a bottle of detergent to clean the fish tank. I could have cried. So much for looking like cool engineering students. The uniforms were gone. The jackets were gone. Now we were just wearing old t-shirts, gym pants, and carrying cleaning supplies. Chapter 4. I told you so, didn't I? Are we students? Or did the university hire us as janitors? Conkiat grumbled while scrubbing the edge of the fish tank with a sour expression. Each department had its own assigned area. Civil engineering cleaned the college gate and bulletin boards. Electrical engineering took care of the central courtyard connecting the 4 buildings. Mechanical engineering handled the workshop yard and parking lot. Chemical engineering was responsible for the fish tank and the moss-covered brick walkway stretching all the way to the 5th floor. The remaining departments each had their own areas to clean. Yeah, I know. This sucks. Let's sneak out and go look at some girls. I'm bored. Demon Kong, I'm coming with you. What? Has FIFA been coming back to the room late? Has he been acting suspicious? I admitted I still couldn't stop thinking about Yotha. But I didn't know where to start looking for the truth, so maybe his twin brother was the best place to begin. No, he's normal. I see him hanging out in the common room all the time. Sometimes he goes drinking with his friends and comes back late. Exactly. Pfeiffer is in the room. So where does Yotha go? He probably goes to meet girls. What else would it be? I'm just curious. What if the rumors aren't true? Then ask him. Ask him? He'd never answer. Kong simply shook his head. I could talk to Kong for hours, yet every conversation somehow circled back to the same topic. I really was dying of curiosity, but we still didn't have any answers. Hey, do you have his Facebook, Instagram, or Line? Gun, you're his roommate. Even roommates have secrets. Come on, anything? No, but leave it to me. The girls probably know something. I've been hearing a lot of gossip lately. Okay. We dropped the subject and returned to scrubbing the aquarium. My arms, back, and legs all ached. Scrub the glass. Drain the water. Put the fish back. Feed the fish. Seriously, isn't finding the truth supposed to be the real mission of engineering freshmen? There are so many better things we could be doing. Why are we cleaning the faculty's fish tank instead? It was almost 7 o'clock before the seniors finally dismissed everyone. Between classes and cleaning all day, everyone was exhausted. After dinner, nobody felt like playing games or watching movies. Everyone simply went back to their rooms. Ding. Kong, my former roommate who lived on the 3rd floor, finally sent me the contact information I'd asked for. Yotha's Facebook. Apparently, he didn't use Instagram or any other social media. No one even had his personal Line ID. I'd asked FIFA for it, but he refused. He claimed it was military-level classified information and said that if I wanted it, I should ask Yotha myself. Yeah, as if anyone would dare. I'd probably get slapped into another dimension. After showering and getting ready for bed, I glanced at the clock. 9:45. I climbed onto my bed, leaned against the pillow, opened my laptop, and searched the Facebook name Kong had sent me. The profile appeared immediately, and that was where my investigation into the mysterious Yotha officially began. Yotha Thanawan Yotha. How many the S does one name need? His profile picture was ridiculously handsome. Even though it was blurry, as if someone had taken a picture of a computer screen, his good looks still managed to shine through. I really was complimenting him too much. I quickly shook those thoughts away and started browsing his profile instead. Unfortunately, since I wasn't his friend, and since nearly everything on his account was private, there wasn't much I could see. But someone as determined as Gunyukul never gave up that easily. Pfeiffer's Facebook. Of course, we weren't close enough to have each other added, but I knew enough through mutual friends. That's right. The older twin locked everything down. The younger twin posted practically his entire life online. Perfect. I immediately started scrolling through Pfeiffer's public posts and photo albums. As expected, there were plenty of pictures of Yotha. Check-ins. Tagged friends. Photos together. If my mom ever found out I was spending this much effort digging through other people's lives instead of studying, she'd definitely smack my legs. Sigh. Suddenly, the lights went out. Darkness swallowed the room. Fortunately, my laptop screen still provided enough light to see. When I'd started investigating, it had only been around 9 o'clock. Now, it was 12:25 in the morning. If the power hadn't gone out, I probably would have kept stalking him until sunrise. Maybe the blackout was trying to tell me something. It hadn't started raining yet, but it felt like it might soon. I reached for my phone to check the time again. Still no electricity. It was almost 1 o'clock. I checked the men's dorm Facebook page and found an announcement posted that morning. Scheduled power outage. Maintenance work. Great. I never paid attention to announcements like that. I doubted Kong had noticed either. Otherwise, he would have warned me. The maintenance had started at midnight. It wasn't supposed to finish until 5 in the morning. Wonderful. I couldn't sleep without lights. My phone battery was almost dead. My laptop wasn't far behind. Everything was working against me. I couldn't even close my eyes. I was going to lose my mind. I'd gone from investigating someone else's life to trying to figure out how to survive my own night. Maybe the hospital still had electricity. Should I stay there until morning? No, that would be weird. The 24-hour cafe sounded much better. I could charge my devices, get something to eat, maybe even nap at a table. Decision made. I packed my laptop into my backpack, grabbed my phone, and messaged Kong. Normally, he replied within seconds. Nothing. He was definitely asleep. It felt too cruel to wake him up. So I headed out alone. Security. Yes. What brings you out at this hour? Using my phone's flashlight, I made my way downstairs through the darkness. It wasn't even 1 o'clock yet, so leaving wasn't against the rules. Still, being polite, I informed the guard before going. I'm heading out. Going where? The dorm closes in about an hour. I'm hungry. I'm going out for some porridge. The excuse came naturally. It was the same excuse Yotha always used. Oh, the guard simply nodded. That easy. He didn't ask another question. Perfect. Time to escape into the darkness. When I was little, I was never afraid of the dark. I'd play outside until sunset without a care. The only thing I feared was my mother's voice yelling for me to come home. Then one day, a childish prank went wrong. I accidentally locked myself somewhere and couldn't get out. After that, darkness stopped feeling comforting. The doctor said it wasn't exactly a fear of the dark. It was trauma. Even after years of treatment, nothing changed. Without light, I simply couldn't sleep. 1:15. I arrived at a 24-hour cafe near campus. Thankfully, the power outage hadn't affected this area. Even though it was late, the cafe was packed. Most of the customers were students. Maybe being surrounded by people with coffee, cake, and electricity would help me survive the night. Best of all, there were charging outlets. I settled into a seat and plugged everything in. Now, where had my investigation left off? Besides Pfeiffer's Facebook, there was still one person who probably knew the hellish twins better than anyone else. Honestly, I just wanted to understand my mysterious roommate. Even after sharing a room, he'd never done anything that annoyed me. What are you doing? Huh. I looked up. The voice, the face, the intimidating expression. Yotha, Pfeiffer, you brat. You're joking. Nothing about this is funny. Wow. Already grumpy again. What are you doing here? I thought you'd be asleep. Asked the dog. Is there ever a day you two don't call me names? Pfeiffer appeared without warning. Apparently, he'd come straight from outside. So what are you doing here? The dorm lost power. I came here to wait. I know the power's out. But does waiting usually involve stalking someone's Facebook? He saw. My soul nearly left my body. I slammed the laptop shut as fast as I could. Not fast enough. Well, there was no point denying it. I heard Yotha sleeps with different girls every night. They say he's addicted to sex. I wanted to know if it was true. Even though we're roommates, he never talks about anything. If you're that curious, you'll never find the answer on Facebook. Yotha isn't the type to post his entire life online. Pfeiffer pulled out the chair across from me and sat down. It looked like he intended to stay a while. I've asked him so many times. He never answers. Then, want me to answer instead? My eyes lit up instantly. Wait, I want chocolate mousse cake. Fine. And a hot espresso. With ice-cold lemon soda. Over there. And brownies. Hey, you like everything I like. Really? What a coincidence. That's terrifying. I sighed dramatically. So, anything else? Everything's on you. Fine. I hurried downstairs to order everything before returning to my seat. As soon as I sat down, I got straight to the point. So, what's wrong with my roommate? You're really desperate to know. But before I tell you, you can't tell anyone else. I swear. No more wasting time. Straight to the first question. Is Yotha really obsessed with sex? Like BDSM? Chains? Handcuffs? That kind of thing? Smack. Pfeiffer hit me hard on the head. No, he's not obsessed with sex. What about the one-night stands? No, he's not like that. But if it were you, that might be different. Then why does he disappear every night? Has he ever mentioned Fainu? I nodded. The name sounded familiar. He only cares about the girls he sleeps with. Anything else? If Yotha doesn't sleep around, then where does he go every night? He goes to work. Work? In a cave. Smack. Do you want another one? I'm serious. Where? That cocktail bar everyone keeps talking about on the cute boy page. I nodded. So, he works overtime? Singing? What? The bar belongs to our older brother and his partner. It's their hangout. Yotha helps clean the place. He even has his own room upstairs. But he doesn't go there to flirt. So why? He likes separating. The victims. What? Killing people. Smack. No. Then what? I already told you. My mom adopted me. Our dad raised Yotha and knew. So we grew up differently. My mom taught me that love is beautiful. But Yotha believes every love story ends, and none of them have happy endings. That's why he only likes relationships that come and go. He never wants anything serious. But he enjoys watching people reach the end of their relationships. What? There are always people at the bar asking for phone numbers, trying to flirt, looking for someone. And do you know what happens? Fifa smiled faintly. If someone already has a partner, Yotha tells them to break up first. And after they actually do, he rejects them. Seriously? So someone actually broke up because of him? Yes. And no. Why? He believes if someone truly loves their partner, they'll never even think about someone else. So if they're tempted, maybe the relationship should end. I couldn't argue with that. Cheating wasn't right. But neither was deliberately pushing people toward a breakup. Your drinks. The waitress interrupted us. She placed the cake, brownies, coffee, and lemon soda on the table. Fifa immediately took a sip. His face twisted. You'll die drinking that. Espresso's bitter. Lemon soda's sour. He scooped up a spoonful of cake. This is sweet. Try the brownies. No thanks. You really like this stuff? I used to eat it. I just don't order it anymore. Then why order it now? I wanted to see how good your favorite dessert really is. How do you know it's my favorite? The notebook. I froze. You're wondering why I agreed to tell you all this, even though he never tells anyone. It's because Yotha opened his heart to you. Everything you like. Food, drinks, colors, sports, music, books, movies. He writes it all down in his notebook. And most importantly, you're one of the very few people he's allowed us to talk to. Fifa left around 2 in the morning. The drinks and cake were still sitting on the table, since he'd abandoned them. I ended up eating everything myself. By then, my stomach was full. My eyelids were heavy. 3:40. Only a little longer before I could return to my room. I should have gone to sleep. Just then, a cup of coffee was placed in front of me. I looked up. A familiar handsome face stood there. For some reason, my heart skipped a beat. Every trace of sleep disappeared. How did you know I was here? Fifa called. Oh, so you just got back? Yotha pulled out a chair and sat opposite me, silently tapping his fingers on the table. I couldn't say anything. Looking at him up close was surprisingly intimidating. The dorm won't have power until 5. My phone was dying. So I came here. You didn't have to wait for me. I'm comfortable here. He blinked. What kind of look was that? You're stubborn. I try. I'm still young. Wow. Dad, you're so charming. My sarcasm earned no reaction whatsoever. He simply sipped his coffee. Silence settled between us again. My eyelids slowly grew heavier. If you're sleepy, sleep. His deep voice echoed softly. Then, he tossed his jacket onto me. What are you doing? Whatever you want. He kept tapping the table as if daring someone to pick a fight. I finally gave up arguing. I leaned back against the sofa and wrapped myself in his oversized black jacket, leaving only my eyes exposed. The cafe had grown quiet. Most customers had already left. The air conditioner made the place feel like the North Pole. Yet, strangely, knowing someone was sitting beside me made everything feel warm. After a long silence, I spoke. Fifa told me everything. I know where you disappear every night. There wasn't even a hint of anger in his voice. You always complain that I talk too much. It's not a secret. So, was it Fifa or another girl who told you? Not just girls. Huh. So guys fall for you too? Damn, you attract everyone. But you still give people hope. They break up. and then you reject them. They chose to betray someone first. But if they're breaking up, shouldn't that be between the two of them? A relationship never ends because of just one person. I don't force anyone. They come to me themselves. Maybe FIFA had been right. Yotha's view of love really was twisted. The twins had grown up completely differently. One believed love was beautiful. The other didn't believe in happy endings at all. So, have you ever slept with someone after rejecting them? I don't sleep with anyone. Have you ever loved someone? You know, the kind of love where you want to stay together forever. You've watched too many movies. Just as heartless as I expected. When someone asks for your number, what do you say? Go to sleep. I'm sleepy, but I can't. Too many excuses. I lay there beneath his jacket, breathing in its faint scent. Even though I should have been sleeping, my curiosity refused to let me rest. I sat up again. We're friends now. I think it's okay if we know more about each other. I'll tell you everything about me too. He didn't object. So, let's pretend. We're at your cocktail bar. I walk up to you. Hi, what's your name? Can I have your number? No. Why? Do you have a boyfriend? What if I do? Break up with him first. Then we'll talk. Okay. I don't actually have a boyfriend. So, can I have your number now? You're lying. Look into my eyes. I'm telling the truth. I leaned closer and stared straight into his eyes without blinking. See? The eyes of an honest man. The eyes of a busybody. Hey, your mouth is so mean. If you give me your number, I'll be your best friend. Who wants to be friends? Huh? I can't hear you. Must be bad reception. I deliberately played dumb just to tease my stone-faced roommate. Mocking people was one of my greatest talents. Do you do this with everyone? No. Only you. That much was true. I'd never teased anyone else this relentlessly. Fine. No more jokes. I was worried. Whatever you do, I just want you to think carefully. What do you think? Do you have money today? He frowned again. Really? What an evil person. Give me your phone. Unlock it. Still confused, I handed it over. What are you doing? Yotha lowered his head and tapped on the screen for a moment before giving it back. There's my number. You asked for it. I was only pretending. Then delete it. What am I supposed to delete? So you're ignoring me again? No. Then hurry up and say something. I never ignore someone who willingly saves my number. If it's important, call me. And if it isn't important, you can still call. Now go back to the dorm. We'll talk there. Like I'd always thought. Yotha was stranger than anyone I'd ever met. He had good sides, bad sides, but I believed anyone could become a better person if someone was willing to stay beside them. The more he opened up to me, the more I wanted to become a good friend to him. Chapter 5. Gun. Yeah. It's okay. You can wake up now. A low voice reached my ears. I groaned in protest and rolled over. But it didn't help. Someone kept calling my name. A moment later, they started shaking my arm. People are trying to sleep. It's 6 o'clock. If you don't get up now, I'm leaving you here. The moment I heard that, I sat upright automatically, even though my eyes were still closed. It took a while before my sleepy brain caught up with reality. As my vision slowly cleared, the first thing I saw was Yotha's expressionless face. His hand. He was still sitting exactly where he'd been the night before. Normally, when people wake up together, they'd say something like, "Good morning," or, "Did you sleep well?" But with Yotha, there was nothing. He just sat there blinking. Those kinds of greetings simply didn't exist in his world. "Don't move, okay?" That ended up being the very first thing I said. "Move where? Do you need to use the bathroom? Want to go downstairs and buy some bread?" "Hey, have you really been sitting there all night? Hurry up. Pack your things." Maybe he was just annoyed because I'd used his jacket as a blanket all night. Maybe he was worried I'd drooled all over it. I know. I'll wash it and give it back later. Whenever. Now hurry up. After that, let's go eat. Am I still dreaming? Lord Yotha is inviting me out for breakfast? What a miracle. The only response I got was a quiet sigh. Yotha really had no sense of humor. No matter what happened, his tone never changed. Not wanting to irritate him any further, I packed my things into my backpack and followed him downstairs. Morning commuters were already everywhere. Only 2 cars remained parked outside the cafe. Mine, a cute little white car that suited its owner perfectly. Yotha's, a black Japanese sedan. Brand new, although somehow it already looked well used. Are we eating back at the dorm? I reached for my car door. There's a kanji shop nearby. We'll eat there. Is it the same kanji shop you're always talking about? Yotha simply shrugged and continued walking. I had no choice but to trail after him like an obedient puppy. Once we'd found a table, he looked at me. What do you want? Pork kanji with egg. Ginger, if they have it. Special or regular? I only eat the exceptional version. Okay. He walked over to place the order. Meanwhile, I helped myself to drinks from the self-service station. Ever since moving into the dorm, I'd never actually come here. The restaurant itself wasn't anything fancy. Small. Simple. Not crowded. But if Yotha kept recommending it, then it had to be good. I was genuinely looking forward to trying it. He returned with the order slip, took a sip of the drink I'd poured, and quietly sat down. If this had been Kong, he would have been talking nonstop. But with Yotha, once again, I had to carry the burden of making conversation. I saw you in information science yesterday. What a surprise. The registration list is posted. Nothing surprising. Seriously, would it kill you to cooperate for once? You looked through the list? You never showed up. What's the point of dividing students into sections? You only stayed for part of the last class. I'm hungry. Let's eat. What kind of excuse is that? Your dad sent you here to study. Hunger. Fine. I won't argue. Thankfully, the kanji arrived before I could continue. Steam rose from the bowl. The aroma alone made me smile. I'd already grown tired of the dorm cafeteria. Trying somewhere new felt wonderful. I scooped up a spoonful, blew on it gently, and took my first bite. Delicious. I looked at Yotha. It really is. Then I happily continued eating. Is there anything you don't like? I'm easy. As long as it doesn't taste bad, I'll eat it. Be's easy. Be's easy. Before long, my phone rang. I looked at the screen. Mom. Right. I'd forgotten to call her last night. No wonder she'd called first thing this morning. Hello. I answered cheerfully. So it didn't take long for you to forget your mother. Huh. Sorry. I stayed up late last night. I didn't bother explaining why. There was no point making her worry over something so small. As long as you're okay, I'm not worried. What are you doing? Why does it sound like you're chewing something? Mom really noticed everything. I suddenly remembered. Yotha was sitting right across from me. I instinctively lowered my voice. Hopefully, he wouldn't notice how childish I sounded around my mom. I wanted him to keep thinking I was mature. I'm eating kanji. Is it good? Very. Speak properly. Very good. I replied so quietly, it was almost inaudible. Who are you eating with? Kong. No. I'm with another friend. Why are you calling yourself Gon? Are you hiding something from me? Oh. This was bad. Mom always caught even the tiniest change. Ever since I was little, I'd always referred to myself as your baby whenever I talked to my family. No. Nothing. Then my voice softened completely. Your baby is eating. I still need to shower and get ready for class. Okay. Then I won't keep you. Study hard. Yes. And what do you say before hanging up? Mom loved making me do this. So embarrassing. Come on. Hurry. Mom has to go to work. Your baby will study hard. I'll be a good boy. That's better. Eat well. Bye. The call ended. I quietly lowered my phone and focused on my breakfast. I desperately hoped Yotha wouldn't say anything. Unfortunately, he did. So, you still call yourself your mom's baby? Damn it. But so what? Nothing. I was just asking. He said it completely seriously. Not even a hint of teasing. When you're talking to your mom, you have to act cute. That's how you get more allowance. What if I don't want any? Then stop pretending. Fair enough. You've never begged your dad for anything, have you? You asked like someone who never has. I usually don't ask my dad for anything. He answered as though it were nothing. His voice sounded strangely firm. You're missing out. I happily shoveled more kanji into my mouth. Whenever I wanted something, I had to beg until my mouth got tired. I'd prepare my arguments. Point 1. Point 2. Point 3. Point 4. Thinking about it made me laugh. Eventually, Mom always gave in. Probably because she got tired of hearing me talk all day. Of course, she didn't buy everything. Only the things she thought were reasonable. The shameless one is you. Maybe. But tell me, you've never asked your dad for anything. Have you ever begged a lover for something? I already told you. I don't love anyone. What a truly dark soul. Unlike you, I'm a wonderful person. Everyone loves being around me. Yotha fell silent. He sighed quietly. I assumed I'd talked too much again, so I simply finished my breakfast. After a while, he suddenly spoke. Maybe. That's true. Hmm. What is? That everyone wants to be around you. It took my brain several seconds to process what he'd just said. Amazing. I immediately touched my own cheek dramatically. I know. I'm irresistible. No need to be shy. Everyone in engineering loves puppies. So naturally they love you. Those ungrateful people. What exactly is your heart made of? You also said puppies are cute. So, I'm taking that as a compliment. When did I insult you? Everything I say is a compliment. The chair didn't collapse. The ground didn't crack. Yet somehow, my heart had taken critical damage. Yotha had an incredible talent. Even the shortest sentence from him could hit unbelievably hard. Physics class buzzed with conversation while everyone waited for the professor. Several days had passed, but discussions about chemistry's group activities and the rumors surrounding Yotha were still going strong. I heard Yotha was spotted with another girl. Kong delivered the latest gossip. Book and Frong immediately leaned closer. I think, if he weren't so good at charming girls, he'd make an amazing TV host. Maybe it isn't like that. Only I knew the truth. But I'd promised FIFA. Without Yotha's permission, I couldn't tell anyone. So all I could do was casually defend him. I don't know. The rumors keep changing. Gossip always gets twisted. You think so? Everyone looked at me. Actually, I don't think Yotha's the cheating type. You know something? Did your roommate tell you? No. No matter how much I ask, he never answers. But he's a good person. Believe me. Oh, what's with that serious face? I laughed awkwardly. Fortunately, the conversation ended almost immediately. A new topic had appeared. The seniors were holding the annual faculty beauty contest. Naturally, everyone started arguing about who would represent each department. I think chemistry should send Mint. Kong announced confidently. I agree. So do I. I'll bet 10 baht. Idiot. I'll bet 11. That's even worse. I've been broke lately. Anyone besides Mint. Bua's cute too. Wah. What? Nothing. Chemistry's girls really were beautiful. Our faculty didn't have many female students, but every single one was pretty, kind, and full of personality. Even though some of us acted rough, we always looked out for them. So, who do you think the girls will vote for? Gun. Interested. I nearly jumped out of my seat. The table actually shook. Not me. I don't care about contests. I'd rather investigate other people's lives. Oh, then who? Me. Kong proudly raised his hand. Our faculty is doomed. Everyone burst into laughter. Kong simply flipped everyone off. No matter who chemistry nominates, they won't beat these two. FIFA. Or Yotha. I vote FIFA. Someone answered first. I'm voting for Yotha. This year needs someone with a darker image. I agree. He'd scare even Voldemort. I think Yotha fits. Every year has a different style. This year, something unique. I'm choosing Yotha too. Yeah, Yotha would be great. One after another. Everyone chose sides. Only I remained quiet. What about you, Gun? Who do you choose? FIFA. I answered immediately. That's cold. Why not support your roommate? After everything I'd learned. His personality. His secrets. The way he thought. I finally understood something. Even if I supported him, it wouldn't matter. I don't think Yotha wants to do something like that. Sometimes, the kindest thing you can do for someone is simply let them choose their own path. The next morning, the Dark Lord woke up early as usual, which meant a lazy person like me had to wait for the bathroom. After showering, I wrapped a towel around myself and stepped outside. Then, I witnessed something completely unbelievable. Yotha was standing in front of the mirror, trying to tie his necktie. Very badly. What are you doing? You can see what I'm doing. His eyes never left the iPad sitting nearby. A YouTube tutorial titled, How to Tie a Tie, Easy Method, was playing. Even with step-by-step instructions, his fingers still hopelessly tangled the tie into knots. Never tied one before. Let me get dressed first, then I'll help you. That's not necessary. He tried to tie it again. It was strangely fascinating. I'd seen Yotha around campus plenty of times, but I'd never once seen him dress formally. At the very least, I'd never seen him wear a tie. So watching him struggle with something he'd obviously never done before was almost unbelievable. After pulling my student uniform from the locker and getting dressed, I decided to help. Solving problems was kind of my thing. It was only a small favor. Come here. I'll show you how to tie it. Stand up. Maybe he was too irritated to argue anymore. because this time Yotha didn't refuse. He simply stood in front of me as instructed. It's difficult. I know. I couldn't tie one at first either. My dad had to teach me. But why didn't you ever learn? The old man got arrested. I felt sorry for him. Here, let me see. I reached out and took the tie from his hands before draping it around his neck. Yotha was much taller than I was, so every time I helped him, I practically had to crane my neck upward. Look, start with the tip. A tie isn't the same width all the way through. See, one side is wider. Once you know which side it is, turn it like this. As I explained each step, I demonstrated it so he could follow more easily. Yotha nodded, seeming to understand, so I continued. Now wrap it around the back, then feed this in through the loop. After that, bring it around to the front, then tuck it through this loop. See this knot here? I pointed to the knot forming near his collar. Pull the end down, tighten it, straighten it. There, done. I stepped back and admired my work proudly. But the tall man still wore the blank expression of someone who had only half woken from a dream. Didn't you understand? None of it. Damn it. Then why didn't you say so? I was watching. I'll show you again. No. You do it for me. You can't rely on that. You have to practice. Tomorrow, or the day after, you'll need to tie it yourself. You tie it. What if you can't tomorrow? I'll ask you. And the day after that, you'll do it again. And if I'm not around, then I won't wear one. He really did everything however he pleased. I used to think I was spoiled because my dad had pampered me growing up, but Yotha was on another level. Without another word, he turned off the YouTube tutorial, lightly smacked me on the head, grabbed his backpack, and walked out. What was that supposed to mean? Even so, I had to admit, fully dressed from head to toe, Yotha looked unbelievably handsome. The freshman welcome activities continued for several more days. How did I know? Because Champ, my second-year mentor, happened to be the vice president of the student council, so I always got a little insider information. Today's activity, for example, was choosing star partners, someone who would exchange gifts with you and look after you throughout the year. It honestly sounded fun. Everyone, since we're from industrial engineering, let's begin today's activity. The MC was now a third-year senior, the former student council president. No wonder he looked so charismatic. Today's activity is choosing stars to find your partner. The girls in the front rows screamed excitedly while the boys in the back whistled and cheered. Well, just hearing the words, find your partner, was enough to make everyone excited. So loud. The president said into the microphone with a teasing smile. We're organizing this activity because everyone should have a friend to look after. The cheering only grew louder. Calm down. Settle down a little. Honestly, after all these orientation activities, this was the first one I was genuinely excited about. Having someone to care for you while you cared for someone else sounded nice. You didn't even have to spend much money. Even a little encouragement would probably make your partner happy. Once this activity ends, you'll be free to talk with your partner. You'll spend the next year looking after each other, giving gifts, and cheering each other on. Please let mine be a girl. The boys in the back clasped their hands together in desperate prayer. Engineering didn't exactly have many female students. Personally, though, I didn't mind who I got, as long as they occasionally bought me food. Did everyone understand? Yes. Ready. Ready. Second years, bring out the star tree. At the president's signal, the second-year students marched in while beating long drums. For students carried a large decorative tree in a beautiful pot. Colorful folded paper stars hung from every branch. It was the star tree. Everyone stared without blinking until it was placed in the center of the activity hall. I'll call each row one at a time. Each person may pick one star before returning to your place. Please cooperate. The process went quickly. Walk up, choose a star, return to your seat. Most people immediately unfolded theirs. Apparently, they contained numbers instead of names. The second chemistry row. My turn. The tree had stars in every color, but I chose a yellow one because it stood out. After returning to my place, Kong leaned over. What number? I slowly unfolded the paper. 248. Then I folded it back up. Now came the hard part. Finding the person with the matching number. About 10 minutes later, the student council president resumed speaking. Everyone should have your number now. The second activity is finding your partner. You have 20 minutes. Figure out a strategy yourselves. He counted down. 1, 2, 3. Begin. Instant chaos. Everyone scattered through the hall like ants whose nest had just been destroyed. shouting numbers everywhere. Fortunately, one clever senior quickly organized everyone. Split into groups. First digit goes here. 2's over there. 3's in that corner. Things became much easier. Since my first digit was 2, I joined everyone with numbers beginning with 2. Then we split again according to the second digit. Mine was 4. Eventually, 248. That's me. Yes, I'm Gun from chemistry. I'm Card from materials engineering. Nice to meet you. Since we were both on Team K, we shook hands enthusiastically. Card was slim, only a little shorter than I was, with fair skin, slightly curly hair, and a few acne marks on his face. He seemed easy to get along with. We chatted for a while before separating. The seniors still hadn't gathered everyone back together, so the hall remained noisy. A little later, Card returned. Gun, would you mind switching partners? Huh. I frowned. Did I do something wrong? No. He scratched his head. Someone asked to switch with me. He said he wanted to look after you. Who? Fifa. Or was it the serious-looking one? Yotha. Oh, right. One of the twins. He asked whether you'd be willing. What about you? I had to ask first. Changing partners wasn't something you should force on someone. But judging by Card's expression, he looked thrilled. I want to be his partner. Oh, that explained everything. So what do you think? I'm already close to Yotha, so I don't mind. Great. Wait here. I'll go get him. Before I could protest, Card disappeared into the crowd. A few moments later, a tall, handsome man with a cold expression walked toward me. 248. That's me. Even though we already knew each other, I still introduced myself politely. Gun. Chemistry. Yotha. Why did you say your own name twice? It's my name. Anyway, I asked, why switch partners? Wasn't your original partner good? He's better than me. So you switched because you wanted to take care of me instead? He doesn't need me. And I do. You need someone to tie your tie every morning. Thump, thump. The pounding drums echoed loudly. Before I could respond, the drums suddenly stopped. The student council president cleared his throat into the microphone. Yotha, and I didn't say another word. But somehow, his comment kept replaying in my head. You need someone to tie your tie every morning. Today's activities aren't over yet, the president announced. We have one more surprise. The doors opened. Not only the second years, third and fourth year seniors also entered. Today we'll also choose representatives from each department for the university's male beauty contest. The hall exploded with cheers. The seniors handed out slips of paper for everyone to vote. I glanced toward Fifa and Yotha. As expected, both of them had already attracted plenty of attention. A moment later, I noticed Yotha quietly walking over to speak with a senior before slipping out of the room. Knowing how much he hated being forced into things, I guessed he was escaping. Honestly, I wasn't interested in the contest either. So I sweet-talked one of the seniors into letting me use the restroom. Instead, I went looking for my roommate. Just as I'd expected, I found him. Running away? The handsome man looked over. The seniors won't let you leave. I don't care. Hiding in the restroom won't help. I'm not hiding. I'm going back to the dorm. Then I'll come with you. Suit yourself. That was Yotha's way of saying he didn't care. So we quietly slipped away from the department and drove back to the dorm together. Once we reached my room, I texted Kong and the others. Honestly, I was hiding too. I was afraid my classmates might nominate me as chemistry's representative. I'd rather protect the department's reputation. So, I flopped onto the bed. Staying in the room is boring. What should we do? The freshmen's dormitory felt completely deserted. Everyone else was still at the activities. I'll read comics. Seriously? I grabbed my laptop and started watching Netflix instead. Even after 8 o'clock, no one had returned. I texted Kong. 10 minutes later, he replied. The beauty pageant selection was still going. They're not done yet, I told Yotha. He barely reacted. After reading for a while, he stood, changed out of his uniform into casual clothes, and got ready to leave. Going out. The room suddenly felt even quieter. Drive safely. Idiot. I'm leaving. I know. Do you want to come? I simply nodded. Anywhere was better than sitting alone. Scared? No. A short while later, we were standing in front of a cocktail bar. Another side of Yotha's life I'd never known existed. You're shaking. I'm just not used to places like this. The bar wasn't large, but it was beautifully decorated in black and white. It looked elegant. There aren't any age restrictions? No. He grabbed my wrist. Come upstairs. I instinctively resisted. See, can we really go in? You're not going to die. Without waiting, he pulled me inside. He nodded to the staff before leading me into the elevator. We went up to the 4th floor. The building only had 5 floors. When the elevator doors opened, it wasn't scary at all. It looked more like an expensive apartment hallway than a bar. This place belongs to my older brother and his partner. Seriously? His family was rich. This floor only has 2 rooms. My brother's. And mine. What about Fifa? He doesn't like staying here. He rents an apartment. As we walked down the hallway, I suddenly heard a woman moaning. Bang. Without hesitation, Yotha kicked on a nearby door. Turn it down. Almost immediately, the sound stopped. No need to be scared. That's my brother. I suddenly felt like crying. It was only 8 o'clock. Was bringing girls home this early really normal? Do you really not know? Or are you pretending? Sorry. I know. Swallowing nervously, I followed him to the room at the end of the hallway. He unlocked the door. His room was much larger than I'd imagined. There was a bedroom, a small living room, a kitchen. Everything was neatly arranged. Want something to eat? I can heat something up. What do you have? If someone offers free food, you don't ask questions. Basil fried rice. Chicken curry. Brown rice. You had those, but do you have them now? No. Damn. So why ask? He opened the refrigerator. Empty. Then he searched the cupboards. Finally he sighed. Only instant noodles. Beef flavor. Tom yum shrimp. No eggs. No meat. Nothing else. What a tragedy. Then give me the beef flavor. Okay. Wait. I changed my mind. I want the tom yum. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of giant guys like you. By the way, he looked over. Sleeping with the lights off tonight? Wait. Let's discuss things properly. I hurried over to help prepare the noodles before he could change his mind. Cooking instant noodles was easy. Boiling water. Seasoning. Wait a few minutes. Done. Why are you eating so fast? I'd barely been sitting for 10 seconds before shoveling noodles into my mouth. They taste better when they're still a little crunchy. Your stomach's going to hurt. He sounded just like my father. If my stomach hurts, I'll take medicine. So who's buying the medicine? You. Me? Yes. Yotha simply shook his head. We quietly finished our noodles. Then, knock, knock. Both of us looked toward the door. Yotha stood and opened it. The visitor didn't come inside. Still, I could clearly see him. This had to be Newton. He was tall and lean, looking remarkably similar to the twins, except slightly older and darker. He was shirtless, only wearing shorts. His hair was messy, as though he'd only just gotten out of bed after sleeping with someone. I was downstairs earlier. You never told me you were bringing a boy home. I nearly choked. Even though he wasn't speaking loudly, I heard every word. You don't usually bring people home. Yotha answered calmly. He's my classmate. I don't believe you. So what if you don't? Move. Let me see his face. Without waiting for permission, the older man stepped inside like an excited child. Then, he looked directly at me. Oh, so that's why you brought him here. It's not like that. Yotha denied it immediately, but his brother only grinned. Hey, no need to be shy. You're adorable. I nearly dropped my noodles. Speechless, I looked toward Yotha. His brother noticed the atmosphere immediately. He raised a hand apologetically, then quickly disappeared. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. Neither of us moved. We simply swallowed in awkward silence. Chapter 6. After that bombshell was dropped, the room fell into a heavy silence. The noodles in my bowl had already started to swell, so I hurriedly stuffed them into my mouth, hoping to break the awkward atmosphere. Yotha returned to the table and sat down. Neither of us dared to look at the other. Almost 10 minutes passed before I finally decided to say something. Unfortunately, at the exact same moment, Yotha spoke too. Don't mind him. His voice was as calm and indifferent as ever. How was I supposed to respond to that? Oh, that was all I managed to say. My brain had completely stopped working. Silence settled over us once more. With my restless personality, if I stayed quiet much longer, I'd probably die from the awkwardness. So, you're pretty funny, huh? Always making jokes. Ha 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 ha. Was I laughing? Or trying to start a motorcycle? I seriously hated myself. What joke? The handsome man looked up. Our eyes met again. The one where you said I'm your type. Seriously, that's ridiculous. No. His answer completely caught me off guard. You are my type. What? I like people with your kind of face. But that doesn't mean everyone I like will like me, or that I have to like everyone with that face. Only then did he calmly explain. I finally breathed again. Otherwise, I probably would have spent the rest of the night saying, "What?" Yotha stood, picked up both noodle bowls, and carried them to the sink. While washing them, he muttered quietly. Even so, I could hear him clearly. "I already told you. I don't like anyone. So, what exactly were you talking about?" I wasn't joking. "Hey, when have I ever teased you?" "Often. You're seriously weird, you know that?" He chuckled softly while washing the dishes. I wanted to help, but all my courage had disappeared. My energy vanished in an instant. Instead, I quietly sat there, thinking. I'd never really wondered whether Yotha liked boys or girls. After all, calling someone cute wasn't limited to one gender. Lots of girls called each other cute all the time. Maybe his preferences were simply broad. Maybe he just appreciated beautiful people. Thinking that way made me stop worrying. Instead, I picked up my phone and texted my friends. "Our group's already back at the dorm. When are you coming?" "Not yet. I still have to help close the bar." "Need any help?" "No. Just wait upstairs. I'll come get you after we close." I nodded in understanding as Yotha walked over to the sofa. He picked up the remote and looked at me. "Want to watch a movie?" "Sure." "Netflix?" "Sure. What do you want to watch?" "Anything." "What kind of movies do you like?" "I really like Japanese movies." "Did you know I'm a huge fan of Komatsu Nana?" Every time she smiles, my heart practically melts. Just talking about her makes me embarrassed. Seriously, whenever I imagine the person I liked, my face burned so badly it felt like it was bleeding. I couldn't help getting excited whenever I talked about her. She's cute, right? #1 in the world. You can't even remember her name. Tonkatsu. It's Komatsu, not Tonkatsu. Now I want a Japanese food. So, you've been reading manga without realizing it. Do I have to? In short, what movie do you want? If it's on Netflix, I'll put it on. Nana was recently in Kids on the Slope, but that's not on Netflix. So you choose. It doesn't have to be romantic. Maybe something with a female lead. I want to see what your ridiculous taste looks like. Okay. Yotha connected Netflix to the television and slowly browsed through the endless list. Eventually, he picked one. Hotel for Dogs. Damn, was he calling me a dog? I couldn't bring myself to complain. Instead, I watched the movie with a frown, secretly wondering which dog reminded him of me. An hour and 40 minutes later, we were still sitting side by side on the sofa. Yotha hadn't said a single word throughout the movie. His eyes remained fixed on the screen. Unlike me, I kept alternating between watching the movie and secretly watching his handsome profile. "What are you looking at?" His voice startled me so badly I nearly jumped off the couch. "Let's go downstairs." Okay. Although it felt strange to stop watching halfway through, I followed him without arguing. It was already after 10 at night. When we reached the bar downstairs, there were no customers left. "They leave this early?" I asked while looking around. "Once it's midnight, the bar closes. No one stays. What if they haven't finished their drinks? They take them home." The employees were busy cleaning tables and chairs. I thought we'd help. Instead, we sat at the long counter. Behind it stood the brown-haired man Yotha had greeted earlier. "This is Gun, my friend. And this is Nop. He owns the bar with my brother." "Hello." I greeted him with a respectful "Why?" He smiled. Still, there was something intimidating about him. First time visiting November 15th? I blinked. Then I remembered. That was the name of the bar. Yes. It's named after the day we opened. I figured I'd tell you before you started wondering. It's also closing time, Yotha interrupted. "You little brat. If you keep talking back, I'll tell your mother." Did these two actually get along? So, Nop turned toward me. "What would you like to drink? Beer? Liquor? Cocktails? We've got everything." His gaze carried unmistakable pressure. As someone who'd only tasted alcohol once during my second year of high school, I already felt dizzy just thinking about it. "Something light." "Cider." Yotha answered for me. "Isn't that too mild? I don't want to babysit a drunk." "Fine. What flavor?" I looked helplessly at Yotha. He chose strawberry. Then he quietly sat beside me. Nop suddenly smiled. "So, how long have you two been dating?" Uffed. First I'd spit noodles. Now I sprayed cider across the counter. Brother. We're not dating. He's my roommate. My friend. We're in the same department." I was so flustered I didn't even notice the drink dripping onto my feet. "Oh, So you're not together? Then why didn't you come downstairs saying you'd slept together? Was it just a one-night stand? Please, can't I live a normal life? I wanted to explain. Nothing came out. Fortunately, Yotha answered instead. You made that up. Oh, my mistake. I thought you were together. I was about to congratulate you. But now I know you already like someone else. Think you can make it happen? Maybe. If you can, go for it. I couldn't help smiling. By the time my cider bottle was half empty, Yotha had already taken it away. No more. Around 2 in the morning, we headed back to the dorm. The dormitory gates were already closed. The security guard glared at us as though he wanted to eat us alive. Meanwhile, Yotha looked completely unconcerned. Were you two out eating porridge? We'd been caught. Yes. Without hesitation, Yotha nodded and filled out the late entry form. Name, student ID, reason for returning late. Porridge? Seriously? I thought that was just an excuse people joked about. Now it was my turn. What was I supposed to write? I couldn't exactly admit we'd come from a bar. The library wasn't open 24 hours. As soon as Yotha handed me the pen, I reluctantly wrote the same thing. Returning from eating porridge. Namo Amitba. Only then did I realize. I could have written that I'd been studying at a cafe. Fortunately, the security guard didn't ask another question. Maybe he'd already figured it out. After all, whenever Yotha returned late, this probably wasn't the first time. Back in our room, we each went about our own routines. I generously let Yotha shower first while I sat in the middle of the room eating cake. The instant noodles from earlier had already been digested. Gun. His deep voice came from the bathroom doorway. What? We're out of body wash. Can I use yours? Sure. Help yourself. He nodded before closing the door again. After living together for a while, we mostly kept our belongings separate. Only the snacks and food on the table were shared. I wasn't the kind of person who minded others borrowing my things. If someone needed something, they could use it. About 15 minutes later, Yotha came out wrapped in his towel. For some reason, I always enjoyed watching him, whether it was drying his hair or choosing clothes. Tonight, he picked a light pink pajama set covered with cheerful little birds. It completely betrayed the cold, serious image he tried so hard to maintain. Cute. I couldn't resist teasing him. Parm said the same thing. Yotha sat beside me. He smelled like my favorite body wash. What kind of senior buys pajamas that don't match your personality? And what kind of person likes body wash that smells that weird? Hey, it smells like peonies. Maybe your nose is broken. My life was pure suffering. I was just quietly eating cake. Why did I have to get insulted too? Who knows? He sounded determined to drive me crazy. It smells amazing. What's weird about it? It smells like a moldy rag. It was the greatest humiliation of my life. First, he'd compared it to dog drool. Now, a moldy rag. Had my life ever been good? My mom would cry if she heard you. Everything I owned had been carefully chosen and packed by my mother before the semester started. Besides, none of my friends had ever complained about the scent before. I'd always been proud of it. Why would your mother cry? You're the one who should cry. You jerk. I'm eating all your cake. That's my revenge. It sounded childish, but I couldn't think of anything better. So I grabbed Yotha's cake and started stuffing it into my mouth. Slow down. He reached over and gently patted my head. I froze. Why are you patting my head? Just because. You don't have to. I tried to dodge. His hand stubbornly continued. Your hair's soft. Like dog fur. Woof. His hand stopped. I grinned. Like before, this time, he didn't answer. He simply got up, climbed into bed, pulled the blanket over himself, and fell silent. Huh. We'd been joking just a second ago. I didn't think much of it. I finished my cake, took a shower, and finally crawled into bed around 3 in the morning. I was so exhausted I didn't even notice whether Yotha was already asleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room. I could hear the shower running, just like every other day. Normally I'd get up and wait my turn. But after staying up so late, I remained curled beneath the blanket, half asleep. Beagle. For the first time, he pronounced the dog's breed correctly. That alone made me sit up. Should I feel proud? What? You can shower later. We'll talk first. Then go. I'll get up once I'm less sleepy. I rolled over and closed my eyes again. But I couldn't hear him leaving. No footsteps. Nothing. That meant he was still standing beside my bed. Curious, I opened my eyes. Sure enough, Yotha was still standing there. Aren't you leaving? What are you waiting for? Without a word, he held out a tie. Only then did I realize. He hadn't been joking yesterday. Go wash your face. Okay. After I finished washing up and came back out, he was still standing exactly where I'd left him, waiting patiently beside the bed. He looked surprisingly obedient. I walked over. As soon as I stopped in front of him, he straightened up as though he already knew what came next. Don't you want to know something about me? He simply grunted while holding the tie. It's your partner's duty. That's called responsibility. There. I finished tying his tie. Chapter 6. The person standing in front of me looked impeccable in his student uniform. His tie was perfectly straight and neatly tied. There wasn't a single thing out of place. There. You look good now. Go to class. Thanks. That single word left me speechless. It was the first time I'd ever seen him smile like that. You're welcome. It's my duty as your partner. Yotha nodded, slung his backpack over one shoulder, and left the room as usual. I remained standing there, watching him leave. Now I finally understood how mothers must feel when they watch their children walk through the school gate for the first time. I felt ridiculously proud. Today was a special day. Besides receiving gifts from our senior partners, everyone also had a partner from our own year who would look after us. Some people enjoyed keeping their identity a mystery. They secretly left snacks outside dorm rooms, hung gifts on motorcycle handlebars, or asked friends to deliver presents anonymously. Then the recipient would spend the whole day happily trying to figure out who it was from. My partner's adorable. Kong held up a Japanese crepe. He bought it for me. Too bad we met so late that it was already squashed flat. As he spoke, he kept glancing toward the education department, obviously searching for girls. By the way, who's your partner? I hadn't stayed until the end of yesterday's activity, so I never got to ask. Ping. The computer engineering beauty contest representative. Aya. Everyone around the table immediately started cheering. So lucky. Kong puffed out his chest proudly. A cute girl had already given him cake and snacks. So jealous. I applauded him a few times. What about you, Tai? Who's your partner? Yotha. What? Everyone stared at me in complete shock. It looked as though I'd just announced the end of the world. It's fate. There was no way I was admitting we'd switched partners. If the seniors ever found out, who knew what punishment we'd get? So, what did he give you? Kong asked expectantly. Nothing. If he really gives you nothing, I'd die of heartbreak. What are you giving him? I don't know. I wasn't planning to give him anything. Honestly, tying his tie every morning already felt like enough. I quickly changed the subject. So, who won the male beauty contest for our department? Note. And Mint won the girls' division. No surprise. Even before they answered, I already knew. Anyone have a favorite? FIFA. Seriously? I'd expected people to choose him. I just hadn't expected it to be unanimous. If he behaves himself instead of constantly teasing people, he'll definitely win. The seniors are arranging a promotional photo shoot next week. Half the score comes from likes and shares. Where are they posting the photos? The Engineering Student Affairs page. If you want to vote, share them. One of my votes is definitely for Ping. You're shameless. So, Kong leaned closer. Where did you and Yotha disappear to yesterday? The seniors were looking everywhere for you. Oh, if I admitted I'd gone to Yotha's brother's bar, the rumors would only get worse. So, I lied. We just went to a restaurant near the university. Yotha didn't want to stay, so I went with him. Sounds like a married couple. Shut up. At least civil engineering found a representative in the end. Hey, Book. Our conversation was interrupted by another freshman from our department. He wasn't a stranger. We just hadn't spoken much before. What is it? My partner's gift. Book handed over a bag of snacks. They exchanged gifts, thanked each other, and everything returned to normal. Having a partner really was nice. You always had someone looking after you. Of course, if your partner wasn't cooperative, things could become pretty awkward. What do you think I should buy for Yotha? Originally, I wasn't going to buy anything, but I kept imagining him watching everyone else receive presents while he had nothing. Even if he probably wouldn't care, I still couldn't help worrying. Tai, you're his roommate. If you don't know what he likes, how would we know? Calm. When we're together, we barely talk. If he likes snacks, buy snacks. Or milk. Or cake. You could even make him a cute card. Maybe. Although, if it was Yotha, I could already picture him tossing it into a drawer. Forget it. If you can't think of anything, don't force it. Everyone nodded before moving on to another topic. Naturally, The conversation soon drifted back toward the girls walking past. After lunch, everyone scattered. There were no afternoon orientation activities. Some went to play football. Others visited the arcade. Some stayed in the dorm common room. As for me, I decided to visit the supermarket. I wandered around aimlessly for quite a while. The food section was packed. Besides, I wasn't even sure what Yotha liked. Eventually, I reached the toiletries aisle. Then I remembered. He'd run out of shampoo. More importantly, he wouldn't have to keep complaining that my body wash smelled like moldy rags anymore. So, I bought him 2 large bottles of his favorite shampoo. I still remembered exactly which brand he used. Honestly, I couldn't understand how anyone thought it smelled better than my peony body wash. There was no point arguing. Every time we silently disagreed, I always lost. Sigh. After paying, I returned to the dorm and left the shampoo on the table. Yotha still wasn't back. Since I had time to spare, I went downstairs. My friends were gathered around a laptop, preparing for Note's beauty contest photo shoot. Perfect timing. Come help us choose. The seniors would be taking official pictures next week. We were just helping Note practice in advance. A DSLR camera was connected to the laptop. The screen displayed dozens of different poses. I slowly flipped through them. I like this one. Your right side looks better. Got it. When they take the real picture, turn slightly to the right. Okay. And don't smile too much. Just a little. Try again. Just as Note was about to pose, the dormitory door slid open. Everyone instinctively turned, then froze. No one expected to see Yotha here. He ignored everyone's stares and walked straight through the middle of the room. Without saying anything, everyone automatically stepped aside. He calmly filled his water bottle at the cooler. Apparently, that was all he'd come for. You're back early today. I was the first to speak. The bar's closed today. Oh, so, you want to help Note practice? No. His answer was as brief as ever. He filled his bottle, turned around, and headed for the door. Just before leaving, he stopped. I can't help. But do your best. The glass door slid shut behind him. He was already gone. Yet somehow, the room felt even colder than before. Damn, Kong was the first to shout. Everyone else exploded immediately afterward. Did Yotha just encourage someone? I saw it. Note's definitely winning now. Whatever Yotha says, I'll treat it like a blessing. So cool. If Note wins, I'm sacrificing 2 pig heads. Make it 3. Forget winning. Getting Yotha's approval is enough. Yo! Everyone burst into laughter. Even when they were serious, they still joked around like children. But today's events had changed something. My friends no longer saw Yotha as the cold-hearted guy they once imagined. Maybe he wasn't as heartless as everyone thought. When I finally returned to my room, Yotha was lying on the bed with his laptop balanced on his knees. Beagle. What? Somehow, I'd already started getting used to that nickname. I saw the shampoo. Oh, that's your gift. I figured you'd rather smell like that than keep complaining about my body wash. Thanks. But I didn't get you anything. I wasn't expecting anything. Have you eaten? Not yet. Me neither. And, want to eat together? The next thing I knew, we were standing in the dorm cafeteria. Earlier, he'd said he was eating with friends. Instead, he'd offered to buy me lunch. Since it was technically my partner's treat, I happily accepted. The line was long. Normally I'd complain. Today, I didn't mind waiting. After ordering, we found a table. I finally asked the question I'd been holding back. So, if we eat together, hang out together, and you let me into your world, does that mean we're friends now? That ridiculously long sentence nearly made me run out of breath. I wanted to ask for a long time. Today finally felt like the right moment. And you? His answer made me smile immediately. So we're friends. Not yet. That's harsh. What exactly qualifies someone as your friend? I don't know. You don't even understand your own feelings? Probably. You're impossible. If I like someone, I say I like them. If I'm close to someone, I say we're close. Look, it's not difficult. And how do you feel about me? The question hit me so suddenly that my mind went completely blank. See, even someone like you, someone who always says exactly what's on his mind, still doesn't understand his own heart. Who says I don't? I protested immediately. I wasn't silent because I didn't know. I was just surprised. Some people might not understand their own feelings. But that wasn't true for me. I understand. I want to be your friend. Yotha looked at me quietly. I'm not asking whether you love me. I'm asking whether you want to. That's the same thing. It's not. Those are completely different. I want to be your friend too. Tomorrow was the final day of freshman orientation. Everyone was excited. Once orientation ended, we'd finally receive our engineering jackets, and our class rings soon afterward. Before that, there was one final activity, the gift exchange. The seniors had specifically told everyone not to buy expensive presents. Something simple. A bottle of water, a slice of cake, a thoughtful little gift. Kong, what did you buy, Ping? Fifa still hadn't returned, so I was hanging out with Kong in his room. A tote bag, with her favorite idol's name on it. Hi, so you're in love? Nah, her favorite is Chanyeol. She'll probably carry it to his concert. Ouch. Kong's interests were painfully obvious. Buying gifts for someone like him was easy. Yotha, not so much. So, have you figured out what to buy your gloomy roommate? No, I still have no idea. Ask Fifa. He's Yotha's brother. He should know. That's actually a great idea. So I waited, and waited, and waited. Fifa still didn't come back. Finally, Kong sighed. Just call him. A few rings later, he answered. Hello. It's me. Your favorite Gunyukol. What do you want? His mouth really deserved to be cursed. Why are you so grumpy? Because you called. What is it, puppy? Even Fifa called me a dog now. Had everyone forgotten my name was Gun? I want to buy Yotha a gift. I wanted to ask if there's anything he likes. Silence. A long silence. Was he searching the entire continent of Africa for the answer? I was getting nervous. Finally, ask him yourself. Come on. Help me. Then I heard him shout. Yotha, your roommate has something to ask. Wait, were they together? It's okay, Fifa. Before I could stop him, a calm, familiar voice came through the phone. What is it, Beagle? I wanted to ask if there's anything you'd like me to buy. A luxury apartment. Damn it. Say something I can actually afford. No gift. Just keep tying my tie every morning. That's all. Yes. You seriously don't want anything? No. Fine. I hung up before he could say anything else. As I stared at my phone, one particular word stayed in my mind. Tie. The next morning, I knew exactly what I wanted to buy. 5:45 in the evening. The freshmen gathered once again. The second years held elections for class representatives before finally beginning the long-awaited gift exchange. The student council president gave a short speech. Then chaos erupted. Everyone scattered to find their senior partners and their freshman partners. Gun. Champ ran over smiling. This one's for you. He handed me a paper bag. Go on. Open it. Who could resist after hearing that? I eagerly looked inside. Oh, a free craft beer voucher. We'll go drinking together sometime. Was that gift really for me? Or for him? There are movie tickets, a gas station raffle coupon, a 20% cosmetics discount, and, he grinned proudly, a Nana photo frame. Whoa, how did you know I like Nana? I'm talented. The coupons were nice. But the moment I saw Nana's picture, my knees nearly gave out. From now on, I'd be taking her to class with me every single day. Thank you, champ. I've got something for you too. It's a bottle opener. He accepted it enthusiastically, then suddenly hugged me. Gun. I already own about 10 bottle openers. Really? I keep losing them. But yours is nice. I'll think of you every time I open a beer. After chatting for a while, Champ returned to his duties. I stayed behind, waiting for my partner. Before leaving this morning, I told Yotha I'd have something for him. 20 minutes later, I finally spotted his tall figure approaching through the crowd. Been waiting long. I was with my senior partner. And you? I'm the vice president. I've been busy. Even so, he'd somehow still managed to look after me all week. I reached into my backpack. I bought you another school tie. I noticed you only had one. If you wash it, you'll have nothing to wear. And I had your birthday embroidered on the inside. So this one is unique. The numbers 0804 were stitched discreetly beneath the fold. No one would ever see them. Except us. Beagle. You've got a big heart. Of course. And this. He handed me a folded sheet of paper. I didn't buy anything. I've never bought gifts for anyone. What is this? I unfolded it. It looked like a schedule. 2 sections. Both blank. This is our lifetime schedule. We'll keep doing these things together. I looked at the first section. Meals. How many meals? I asked. As many as you want. Unlimited. What? That's worth way more than a tie. Then I'll pay for snacks and drinks. He ignored my comment. I read the second section. Movies. If I want to watch 5 movies a month, will you come with me? If I have time. So, what if we like different movies? We'll choose one we both like. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Beagle really is an idiot. Hey, I pretended to smack him. He stepped back before my hand even moved. Partner, I've got a question. What? There's nothing in this for you. You've spent so much time on me. Why? It's fine. What does that mean? Yotha looked at me quietly. I'm stepping into your world. I don't see any downside to that. Chapter 7. My first year of university was full of exciting things I had never experienced back in high school. Back then, every morning before school, my mom prepared my breakfast. Since I lived in another province, I had to rely on public transportation to get to school. As the years went by, I had less and less free time because, after classes ended, I still had to keep studying. If anyone asked whether I'd ever thought about skipping school, my answer was always the same. Never. The answer came without hesitation. But university felt like another step toward adulthood. For one thing, I no longer needed someone to wake me up every morning or prepare food before I left. I could drive myself wherever I needed to go. Second, I no longer had to suffer through endless extra classes. And third, one unexpected but wonderful thing was freshman orientation. I was lucky enough to avoid the harsh hazing that some of the older students had gone through. Some of them even complained about having to clean the fish ponds. But looking on the bright side, the campus became cleaner, everyone got a little exercise, and everybody benefited. A win-win situation. Hey, Ty. Heading out. It was my fate to have Conkiat shouting after me. I looked over and saw him sitting in the common room, lazily chewing on a pocky stick. His hair was a mess, his clothes were wrinkled, and he still looked like he'd just rolled out of bed. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and he was still wearing yesterday's clothes. It was Saturday. Most of the students had already gone home, but since I came from a small town, I wasn't going anywhere. Instead, I planned to spend the afternoon exploring the city a little. Today would also be the first time I used Yotha's unlimited meal voucher. Originally, I thought about inviting Kong along to celebrate, but the moment he heard whose treat it was, he immediately refused. I've already been summoned somewhere. If I say no, I'll lose my job and get kicked out. Then he looked me up and down. Why are you dressed like that? We're just eating barbecue. Is all this really necessary? Don't ask me. Even I didn't know why I was dressed like this. A clean shirt, jeans, and the most expensive sneakers I'd ever bought. All just to go eat barbecue. You've got to dress up a little. Are you afraid you can't compete with Yotha? How am I supposed to compete with that face? Be confident. My confidence disappears the moment I stand next to him. I seriously didn't know whose side my best friend was on anymore. So, what do you want me to bring back? I asked. I'll buy it on the way home. Buy Ping's heart for me. Oh, enough with your daydreaming. I waved him off. See you tonight. Okay. Kong pouted dramatically while waving goodbye. I left the common room and headed toward the parking lot. Not only had my so-called sugar daddy offered to pay for dinner, he'd also volunteered to drive. There he was. Handsome. Reliable. Our first official friendship outing. Been waiting long. The moment I got into the car, I frowned and stretched exaggeratedly. Sorry, okay? I was the one who'd spent forever getting ready. Meanwhile, Yotha was wearing nothing more than a black t-shirt, shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. Yotha, why did you let me dress like I was performing on the biggest stage in Thailand while you looked ready to buy snacks at the convenience store? Dorm. Yeah. Did he accidentally eat the Death Note or something? Why was he always so blunt? Without another word, I climbed into the car. Yotha's car was simple and spacious. Everything inside was black. The only splash of color was a small red Japanese Lucky Charm hanging from the rearview mirror. The wheels started turning. His strong hands gripped the steering wheel with practiced ease. Silence settled between us. At first, I expected him to play music so I could get a glimpse into his personality. But nothing. Apparently, darkness alone was enough. Don't you usually listen to music while driving? The question made him glance at me briefly before looking back at the road. No. Why? It breaks my concentration. So, if I'm talking to you right now, are you concentrating? No. So stop talking. But I can't stay quiet for more than 5 minutes. Then have an internal monologue. What a jerk. Thinking to myself wasn't the same as telling stories to the person sitting beside me. Fine. If talking distracted him, I'd stay quiet. 1, 2, 3. This was torture. Holding myself back from talking felt almost the same as holding my breath. But strangely, after sitting quietly for a while, I became much more aware of everything around me. The hum of the air conditioner, the steady rhythm of the engine, the smooth way he handled the steering wheel. Everything about his movements felt calm, natural, almost attractive. My eyes wandered from the blue veins on the back of his hands, up his strong forearms, to his smooth neck, and finally, his handsome face. "What are you looking at, Beagle?" Without taking his eyes off the road, he somehow knew. "You told me not to talk, so I looked at your face instead." The moment I finished speaking, his large hand reached over and gently patted my head. "Then go back to talking. If I talk, you'll lose your concentration." I quickly brushed his hand away. "Keep both hands on the steering wheel." Yotha obediently returned his hand to the wheel and focused on driving. Fortunately, we turned into the parking lot of the barbecue restaurant soon after. The awkward moment ended. Yotha really was the son of a wealthy family. After we sat down, he handed me the menu. "Order whatever you want. You pay for the food. I'll pay for the drinks and dessert." "No need." "There is." "Then order first. This looks delicious, and this too. I worship pork, so bring me every kind of pork you've got." Then I quickly corrected myself. "No, wait. Just get the cheapest pork." "That's embarrassing." He looked at me. "I ordered the buffet. You can eat whatever you want." "Really? Does my face look like I'm joking? Maybe I'm just naturally sarcastic." "Then bring out every pig in the restaurant. That's called eating the place out of business." He sighed before asking again. "What else?" "Guava juice." "And what are you drinking?" "Water." "No. I'm paying for your drink. Water's enough." "Absolutely not. Pick something more expensive." "Then, 2 bottles of water." "Karma. That's even more expensive." "Fine. For now, let's start with this. We can order more later." "Okay." The staff took our order and lit the grill. When the first plates of pork arrived, the feast officially began. Our personalities really couldn't have been more different. Yotha sat quietly, while I bounced around in my seat, excited over every piece of meat. "You don't have to cook for me. You should eat too." From the very beginning, I noticed he barely ate. Instead, he kept grilling pork and placing it onto my plate. "Eat. So why do you eat so little? It's more enjoyable watching you eat." Is that a compliment or an insult? He didn't answer. I happily kept eating. Then, an uninvited guest appeared. On a date. "Fifa, when did you get here?" I nearly dropped my chopsticks. Unlike me, Yotha lazily looked up. "FAI. No need to pretend you're happy to see me. I heard Kong said you two were eating here. So I got hungry and came along." Without waiting for permission, Fifa squeezed into the seat beside me. "Come on. Scoot over." "Who invited you?" "I invited myself." "Got a problem?" The twins immediately started bickering. Needless to say, Fifa's boldness rivaled my own. He even ordered more pork without asking. The brothers barely spoke to each other. Instead, Fifa kept talking to me. "Are you two fighting?" "No." They answered at exactly the same time. "It was fun watching you two the other day. If you're really angry, make up tomorrow." He placed another slice of pork onto my plate. A moment later, Yotha added another. Back and forth, until my plate was overflowing. "That's enough. Hey, are you free the day after tomorrow?" Fifa finally put down his chopsticks. "What is it?" "We're taking promotional photos for the engineering moon competition. Can you come help?" "Sure. I'll be cheering for Note anyway." "Great. Come with me." "Okay." Fifa turned toward his brother. "Want to come cheer for me too?" "No." "Then let me borrow gun for the day." "What does that have to do with me?" But that answer sounded awfully possessive. "I know you too well. I just didn't expect you to get jealous that easily." "Yotha. Seriously, you're being overprotective." The air instantly froze. I had no idea what those two had argued about before, but sitting between them felt like sitting on a lit bomb. All I could do was stuff pork into my mouth and desperately change the subject. Still, one thought kept echoing in my head. Yotha really does take good care of me. Other faculties had already begun posting promotional photos for their male beauty contestants. Engineering wasn't about to fall behind. Each department selected representatives. Naturally, Champ somehow managed to get himself included. Everyone in the boys' dorm was cheering for Note and the other contestants. As for Fifa, he hardly needed any support. Girls from every dormitory and even neighboring universities were already lining up to cheer for him. Come on, handsome. It's okay to wear a little makeup. Huh. I wasn't even competing. One third-year senior laughed. I thought you were. I'll take that as a compliment. If you've got a senior who hasn't had makeup yet, send him my way. Behind every beautiful photograph was a mountain of work. Hair, makeup, lighting, posing, uniform adjustments. Watching the team work made me sweat just standing there. Puppy. I turned immediately. Hi. FIFA looks amazing today. I always do. It's okay to be humble once in a while. Every part of him looked perfect. Once those pictures were uploaded, there was no doubt he'd receive countless likes. FAI. Come over here. Parm. How handsome does he have to be? Handsome enough to beat Park. Everyone burst into laughter. Around the room, members of the Code family wandered with cameras. One of them was Parm, Yotha's senior with the same code. No wonder he was so close to FIFA. Click, click, click. Suddenly, the camera turned toward me. Ngun, look over here for a second. You know me too? I almost cried from happiness. If you're Champs Jr., of course I know you. Smile. If I smile, you'll pinch my cheeks. Then I'll pinch my own ears as an apology. What a menace. If the photos turn out well, can I post one on the engineering page? Sure. I wasn't interested in becoming famous. But if some cute girl noticed me, I certainly wouldn't complain. While I was still taking pictures, the room suddenly exploded with screams. Everyone stared toward the entrance. Yotha had arrived. No one expected someone like him. Someone who'd rejected the engineering moon competition to actually show up. He even carried a huge paper bag. Hey, here to sign up for the competition? FIFA shouted. No, I came to see my senior. Parm scratched his head. How did you find me? I was nearby. So, what are you here for? I came to support you. You? I brought food. I'm taking pictures. You think I'll have time to eat? You don't want it? FIFA shook his head. Without another word, Yotha handed the food to me. Beagle. Catch. Naturally, the enormous bag ended up in my arms. Only Yotha could somehow buy food that completely ignored the situation. Thank you. Even if I wasn't the original target. A few minutes later, FIFA was called back in front of the camera. Parm pulled Yotha and me aside to take a few pictures together. Yotha politely asked him not to upload his photos to the engineering page. After chatting briefly with his senior, he pulled me aside. I'm not going back to the dorm tonight. Going to the cocktail bar? Yeah. So you're staying there? I'm sleeping there. So, you're not taking a girl home, are you? I didn't even know why I'd asked that. Maybe because, whenever girls got involved, things always became complicated. I'm not Newton. I'll see you tomorrow morning then. Yeah. If you get hungry, go find something to eat. He reached over and ruffled my hair before walking away. Almost immediately, several second-year seniors surrounded him. Yotha's here. Huh. Sorry. I need to go cheer for FIFA. Then, from in front of the camera, FIFA shouted loudly enough for everyone to hear. Brother, he didn't come to see me. He came to see his roommate instead. I said nothing. I simply looked down at the heavy bag of food in my hands. Inside, my favorite snacks. So, what exactly was wrong with me? Why did my face feel so hot? No matter how many times I asked myself, there was no answer. I could only laugh at myself. Damn, have I completely lost my mind? Ting, ting, ting. The line notifications rang one after another. Without even checking, I knew it had to be Conkiat. Every morning, the two of us met for coffee before class. But today, there was one thing bothering me. My roommate, who hadn't come back last night, still hadn't returned. Ting. Kong sent another message to hurry me up. I didn't have time to think about anything else. If I was late, I'd get nagged all day. With that thought, I quickly grabbed my backpack and rushed out of the room. My daily life wasn't any different from anyone else's. We had breakfast at the usual place, attended our classes, and spent time with friends from the same faculty. As for that new friend, forget it. He probably didn't even know I existed. You. What? I turned and whispered while the professor was focused on the lecture. Is the Lord of Shadows skipping class again today? I don't know. I scanned the classroom several times, but couldn't find the familiar figure everyone knew. After hearing my answer, Kong didn't ask anything else. Typical Kong. If it wasn't his problem, he couldn't be bothered. Although Yotha had never disappeared without coming back before, I remembered that he'd warned me about this from the beginning. Little by little, my worries began to fade. The day passed in the blink of an eye. My friends wanted to eat bingsu. So we spent the afternoon there before they dragged me off to karaoke. By the time I returned to the dorm, it was 11:30. The moment I opened the door, darkness greeted me. It took me a second to gather myself before realizing that Yotha still hadn't come back. Had he gone out again? I switched on the light. The room came into view, exactly the same as I'd left it that morning. Whenever something changes, even something small, I notice it immediately. But this time, nothing. That meant Yotha hadn't returned to the room since yesterday. I wasn't sure whether calling him would annoy him, but an uneasy feeling settled deep inside me. I just wanted to hear his voice so I could stop worrying. The phone rang for a long time. No answer. I tried calling FIFA. Nothing. I even went downstairs to find Kong. Long story short, no one knew where the twins had disappeared to. All I could do was wait. As midnight came and went, I finally gave up and closed my eyes, hoping that by morning, my grumpy roommate would be back where he belonged. 2:50 a.m. Still not morning. Click. The sound of the doorknob turning made my body react instantly. I shot upright and looked toward the door. Finally, the owner of the other bed had returned. Yotha. He wore a mask with the hood of his jacket pulled low, walking with his head down like an assassin. Everything about him seemed wrong. He didn't even respond to my greeting. Instead, he gestured toward the bathroom, clearly trying to avoid me. But I was faster. I hurried over and grabbed his wrist. What happened? I'm going to take a shower, he replied hoarsely. My eyes immediately caught sight of something on his face. What happened to you? Nothing. The taller man brushed it off so casually that I became even more suspicious. Knowing I wouldn't get an honest answer, I reached up and pulled back his hood. My eyes widened. Who did this? It's nothing important. I was sleepwalking and walked into a tree. You think that's funny? Even without an explanation, it was obvious. Yotha had been beaten. My heart skipped a beat. A cold shiver ran through my entire body. His forehead, eyebrows, and the corners of his eyes were covered in cuts and bruises. Fresh blood still trickled from several wounds. It had happened recently. Even his usually sharp eyes were bloodshot. I reached for his mask to see the rest of his injuries, but he slapped my hand away. After several failed attempts, I finally lost my temper. You're so stubborn. I was genuinely angry. He was injured, yet he was still too proud to let anyone help him. Were you sleeping? He asked. How could I sleep when you're hurt like this? I froze, not knowing what to do. I waited, hoping he'd give in and remove the mask himself. Then I noticed something else. His hands. The skin on his palms was scraped and bruised as well. Let's go to the hospital. I'm fine. It doesn't matter. Doesn't it hurt? No. Shut up and drop dead. Honestly, I was more worked up than the injured person. The uneasiness inside me only grew stronger. I searched the entire room for a first aid kit. Nothing. In the end, all I found was a single paracetamol tablet. No disinfectant. No bandages. Nothing. I felt like I was going crazy. I'll explain later. That's not the problem right now. Yotha, just wait here. I'm going to the pharmacy. You don't have to. Shut up. You're not going anywhere. What is all this commotion? Stop talking. Stay right here. If I come back and you're gone, I'll be furious. Without waiting for another objection, I grabbed my keys and my wallet and sprinted out of the room. My mind had gone completely blank. I couldn't think straight. I only knew one thing. I had to get medicine. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on my side. Every pharmacy was closed. I paced back and forth anxiously. Then I realized I'd left my phone behind, so I couldn't even call anyone for help. The first pharmacy was closed. The second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Was Yotha going to die? I raced back to campus and pounded on Kong's door. I couldn't drag Yotha to the hospital by myself. Bang, bang, bang. Kong, Monkey Kong, help me. After a while, the door finally opened. He still looked half asleep. I didn't give him a chance to wake up. Kong, Yotha's hurt. I think someone attacked him. I went looking for medicine, but every pharmacy is closed. What do I do? Help me take him to the hospital. He's losing blood. Have you ever seen someone bleed this much? People can die. Hurry. Calm down, kid. Breathe. No. Come with me first. Even after my frantic explanation, Kong's eyes were still barely open. What happened? Go get your glasses first. Oh, wait a minute. I grabbed my best friend's arm and practically dragged him toward our room. Yotha, I'm back. Kong came too. The door opened. The dark-haired man was sitting on the edge of his bed with a towel pressed against his wounds, as though he couldn't feel any pain. The pharmacies were all closed. It doesn't matter. How can it not matter? You're still bleeding. I checked every pharmacy, but they were all closed. I almost started knocking on random people's doors to ask for bandages, but if the dorm staff found out, you'd probably get fined. What am I supposed to do? I couldn't stay still. I paced around the room until my head hurt. Then, a warm hand rested gently on my head. Beagle, calm down. If you die, are you going to become a ghost? He continued patting my head. You tricked me, didn't you? Yeah. I wanted to. Tired. I ran to 5 different shops. You're so stubborn. You should have gone straight to the hospital. I'm not stubborn anymore. Sorry. Let's go to the hospital. Before that moment, I hadn't even realized what state I was in. But once the doctor took over, I finally began to calm down. Only then did I notice that both of my hands were still trembling. Cold sweat soaked my body. It felt like my heart had almost stopped. Yotha was taken into the emergency room while Kong and I waited outside. Neither of us spoke for a long time. Eventually, Kong broke the silence. Fife was on the way. Okay. So, what happened? I don't know. Yotha didn't come back yesterday. When he finally returned, he was already covered in injuries. It scared the life out of me. The one who looked like he'd lost his soul wasn't Yotha. It was you. I looked at him suspiciously. Kong continued. Do you know what you looked like when you banged on my door? What? You looked worse than Yotha. You were rambling nonstop like your roommate had lost a leg. I panicked because there was so much blood. Then why did you look like you were about to cry? When did I cry? You're seeing things. In a life or death situation, who even notices something like that? As far as I knew, I hadn't cried. That's exactly the point. Tai, I'm going to ask you something. Have you ever liked anyone? Huh. The conversation had taken such a strange turn that I struggled to keep up. Even so, I answered honestly. Yes. Have you ever liked a friend? No. Why? Nothing. Calm. You can't ask a question like that, and then refuse to explain. It's just something for you to think about. What? You and Yotha. Why? When you dragged me into the room, the expression on your face. It looked like someone who cared about more than just a friend. Come on. If Fifa walked in covered in blood like that, you'd react the same way. No, I don't think you would. You only react like that in a real emergency. Still denying it. Idiot. Maybe. But while everyone else was worried about Yotha, you were worried about him. Sorry for saying this. But when Yotha patted your head, it looked like something only a lover would do. After 3 a.m., Fifa and Kong went back to their room. Yotha and I sat quietly on the edge of the bed. After a long silence, I finally spoke. With injuries like these, shouldn't you file a police report? Forget it. It's already over. Already over? So this wasn't the first time? Does that mean you get beaten up regularly? Yeah. He answered as though it didn't matter. But just look at yourself. His face was swollen with bruises. Bandages covered every bleeding wound. His arms and legs looked just as bad. It was a miracle nothing had been broken. Why did they beat you? They probably hate me because their partners left them for me. So somehow, I'm the one who ends up being blamed. The person you're talking about. Is that another couple you're trying to break up? Yotha stayed silent. That silence was answer enough. I knew I was right. Can't you just walk away? If you won't think about yourself, at least think about me. I'm the one who has to carry you to the hospital. If there's a next time, I won't come back to the room. That's not what I mean. I just don't want you getting hurt again. I'm used to it. Thump. Maybe he was. But I wasn't. Back in high school, none of my friends ever got into fights. My life had been completely ordinary. The biggest disaster I'd ever experienced was my mother walking into my room while I was watching porn. Enough. We'll talk later. For now, lie down and get some rest. There was no point arguing while he was covered in bruises. I adjusted his pillow, supported his shoulders, and carefully helped him lie down. Then I pulled the blanket over him. You can sleep now. I returned to my own bed and forced myself to close my eyes. But tonight was different. A strange feeling gnawed at my chest. It refused to let me rest. I kept tossing and turning. In the end, I gave up. I couldn't sleep. I sat up and quietly walked over to Yotha's bed. He seemed to be sleeping peacefully. His breathing was steady. Seeing that eased my mind. I returned to my own bed. A few minutes later, I was back beside his bed again. Sigh. I hate myself. Still not asleep? His deep voice startled me. Why, you're awake. Am I bothering you? No. Do your wounds hurt? No. Good. I was just checking whether you were still alive. You'll end up sitting beside my bed again anyway. Huh. How did he know? I really wasn't going to sleep tonight. Hunting dog. Without warning, Yotha took my hand and pressed it against his forehead. I froze. All I could do was stare at his handsome face despite all the bruises. His forehead wasn't hot. He didn't have a fever. Everything was normal. But for some reason, my own face suddenly grew warm. What was happening to me? Should I pull my hand away? Question after question flooded my mind. In the end, all I could do was keep looking at him. Am I running a fever? Yotha asked. No, I'm not feverish. I'm not in pain. Are you satisfied now? Yes. I slowly withdrew my hand and returned to my own bed. For some reason, everything felt different now. I felt safe, less afraid that I'd wake up to find him in even worse condition. Because Yotha said he was fine. So now, I could finally close my eyes and sleep peacefully. You bastard, Conkiat. Stop looking at me like that. You're driving me crazy. I've got a case. If I'd really thought of Yotha as more than a friend, I would have realized it long ago. You wouldn't have needed to point it out. Exactly. A lot of people don't notice their feelings. I sighed. 3 days had passed, and Kong was still obsessed with the idea that something was going on between Yotha and me. It was ridiculous. I'd simply panicked because my friend had been beaten up. Yet somehow, my bespectacled best friend had turned it into a romance. We sat downstairs in a restaurant while everyone else went to buy food. Only Kong and I stayed behind. I never imagined this would turn into an interrogation room, with me as the only suspect. I'd act like that for any friend. I'd said those words countless times. Kong ignored every single one. No. If I were the one lying there instead of Yotha, what would you have done? I'd call the temple and reserve you a funeral. You little brat. You're slandering me. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you right here. Wait until after I've flirted with Ping. He raised a hand to smack my head. Luckily, I dodged it at the speed of light. Hey, don't touch my head. So why does Yotha get to touch it? There was no comeback. Or maybe, I simply wasn't prepared for that question. You two really act like lovers. Kong refused to let it go. As much as I hated admitting it, some of what he said actually made sense. How could you know we're lovers when I don't even know how I feel? If I liked Yotha, I would have realized it ages ago. For some people, it doesn't start with love. It starts with strong emotions. It starts with a feeling. I rolled my eyes. Why don't you take an emotion test? I tried it before. Seriously, that's childish. As adults, we should understand ourselves instead of taking random quizzes. Just try it. What do you have to lose? A moment later, my phone chimed with a line notification. Just then, everyone else returned, so I ignored the message and followed them to eat. I'd had a girlfriend once. Back in high school. It was the kind of innocent first love everyone experiences. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful. She had short hair and bangs. I fell for her simply because every morning she helped carry my friend's notebooks to the teacher's desk, even though she was 2 years older than me. As for Yotha, I never thought about him that way. To me, getting to know people and becoming friends was simply part of life. So why had I actually opened that ridiculous quiz Kong sent me? I hated myself, but I still read every instruction carefully. Seriously, I couldn't tell anyone I'd actually taken it. At first glance, the quiz wasn't complicated. It had no psychological basis whatsoever. Just 10 simple questions with 3 answers. Yes. Don't know. No. Fine. Let's do it. Question 1. Feeling comfortable together. Why did it start with this? The first time we met, I mistook Yotha for FIFA. If anything, I just felt stupid. No. Question 2. Missing them. That's funny. I don't really think about it. But, whenever I enter the room, I automatically look for him. Whenever he leaves, I wonder where he went. Don't know. Question 3. Looking at them whenever you get the chance. I look at anyone attractive. Men. Women. Even the dog outside the building. Ridiculous. Question 4. Feeling happy when they're nearby. Normally, being around him drives me crazy. But, sometimes, I'm starting to get confused. Should I answer don't know? Or no? Or, yes? I'm doomed. I'll skip this one. Question 5. Wanting to know everything about them. Definitely yes. I'm curious about everyone. That's just how I am. Question 6. Wanting their attention. Everyone wants attention. From Kong. From FIFA. From friends. From professors. So Yotha wasn't any different. Yes. Question 7. Wanting to take care of them and make them happy. When he got hurt, I wanted to take care of him. But when he teased me, I wanted to strangle him. This question was too broad. I'd think the same way about anyone. I'll come back to it. Question 8. Feeling unhappy when they spend time with someone else. No. I just hate seeing people get hurt. Question 9. Your heart races when they're nearby? That's true. But my heart also raced during my university interview. Was I in love with the professors too? Obviously not. That was just nervousness. So what am I supposed to answer? Question 10. Wanting to change yourself because of them. I don't want to change because of Yotha. I want to change for myself. I've lived with nightmares for 10 years. After hearing Nudan's words, I finally wondered, what if I really could recover? That's why I challenged Yotha. Because everyone carries fears deep inside. Even so, I still hadn't taken the first step. Done. 10 questions. I went back to answer the ones I'd skipped. Then I counted my score. The result was exactly what I'd expected. If I'd answered those questions while thinking about Kong instead, the result probably would have been exactly the same. Knock. Knock. I tossed my phone onto the bed and went to answer the door. I'd already promised to go for a run. Now it was time to complain. Knock. Knock. What are you doing? Aren't you changing? Your quiz is garbage. Instead of greeting Kong, I immediately complained about the stupid love quiz. Why? What happened? Look at this ridiculous result. The bespectacled idiot grinned. Or, did you get the answer you didn't want to accept? This thing is unbelievable. Don't overthink it. It's just a basic quiz. Whether it's right or wrong depends on how you actually feel. I'm going to change. So, are you running or not? Yeah. I tried to push the whole thing out of my mind as I grabbed my clothes. Less than a minute later, I still couldn't stop thinking about it. Kong. He answered while scrolling through his phone at the end of the bed. What if I really do like Yotha? What am I supposed to do? Click. The sound of the door opening froze both of us. We slowly turned toward the entrance. My entire body went numb. Standing in the doorway was my roommate. His brows were furrowed. It looked as though he wanted to say something, but couldn't. Kong and I held our breath. Silently, we prayed. Please, don't let him have heard that. Does Beagle like me? Yotha asked. My prayer went completely unanswered. Chapter 8. I may have accumulated terrible karma in my past life, because in this life, everything I do seems to end in a living hell. And this was one of those hellish moments that no one could have expected. Even Kong had gone completely speechless. The room fell silent. There wasn't a single sound from either of us. The only thing I could hear was the frantic pounding of my heart, threatening to burst out of my chest. What did I just say? And what did Yotha just ask? It's like this, Yotha. I hated myself. Whenever I got stressed, my brain completely shut down. It's like, Kong. What? The owner of that name rolled his eyes. The funny thing was that while Kong and I were panicking like worms on a hot pan, Yotha remained completely still. Aside from his earlier question, he didn't say another word. Kong, I told you to run. Come on. We have to go before it gets late. We'll talk about this later. Without waiting another second, I grabbed my best friend's hand and dragged him out of the room, running away as fast as I could. At that point, my mind had gone completely blank. There was no way I could come up with an explanation, so the only solution left was to run away and save myself first. By the time we reached Kong's motorcycle in the parking lot, sweat was pouring down my back. If I hadn't stopped running, I probably could have gone straight into a triathlon. Damn it, Kong. This is all your fault. Oh, really? How is it my fault? You're the one who took the stupid test. And now you've got the nerve to blame me. He pretended to smack me, but I caught his arm before he could. I'm trying to figure out how to fix this. Can we find somewhere cool to sit first? It's boiling out here. Aren't we racing anymore? Do you still want to race? Let's get out of here first. I'm afraid Yotha might chase after me, beat me up, and leave me bleeding. Without wasting another second, we jumped onto Konkiat's beloved motorcycle and sped away. In the end, we ended up resting at a small coffee shop instead of continuing the race. Honestly, even sitting in the air conditioning, my body was still burning from everything that had just happened. Do you think Yotha actually heard it? Kong still looked like he couldn't believe any of this had happened. If he didn't hear it, why would he ask me that? I think we'd better figure out how I'm supposed to answer him. Easy. Just admit it. Tell him you really like him. Have some courage. You idiot. I don't even know if I really like him. That's what's confusing. It was such a vague test. And my feelings weren't even that strong. When people genuinely like someone, it can't be just this. Or maybe it could. Maybe this was simply how friendship felt. If you still don't understand, then you'll have to figure it out yourself. I'll probably figure it out in my next life. Right now I need an excuse to answer Yotha. Just say it was a joke. Kong started throwing out ideas while I opened my phone and typed them down one by one. That sounds reasonable. Or say you like him as a friend. That's good too. If you want to be honest, just tell him the truth. Maybe the answer is yes, maybe it's no. That works too. Am I your friend or your life coach, you brat? Konkiat, since we're already in the same boat, you have to help row us back to shore. Good grief. I've been traumatized ever since Yotha opened that door. Don't remind me. I feel like I'm about to have another heart attack. Just thinking about it made me feel faint. I quickly grabbed my favorite lemon soda, hoping it would calm my nerves. Everything that had happened today was giving me a splitting headache. We stayed at the cafe for several hours before going out for dinner. I deliberately didn't hurry back to the dorm. I planned to wait until my roommate had gone to the cocktail bar like he usually did every night. If he wasn't there, I could pretend nothing had happened. Unfortunately, when I returned to the room at 9 that night, the first thing I saw was the very person I wanted to avoid. Yotha was sitting on his bed, calmly reading a manga. Why you're not going to the bar tonight? My voice trembled. I was so nervous I felt like I might wet myself. No. Why not? My face is bruised. Newton banned me from going. Oh, I see. Does Beagle like me? Damn it. Right to the point. So he really hadn't forgotten. I looked away, desperately trying to think. I didn't dare check Kong's suggestions on my phone because that would only make him suspicious. Instead, I smacked myself lightly on the forehead. Maybe making up an excuse would work. But as I thought about it, I realized people only lied when they were afraid to speak honestly. And for someone who claimed to hate love, and even enjoyed ruining other people's relationships, he probably wasn't going to overanalyze my answer anyway. After deciding what to say, I sat on the edge of my bed and spoke honestly. Kong misunderstood. He thought we'd slept together. Yotha immediately put down his manga. Before he could imagine something even worse, I hurried to explain. But I denied it. So you don't have to worry. And then, his tone sounded like he was deliberately looking for trouble. But just to be sure, he made me take a test. I tried it several times, and the results were all the same. But there are lots of different kinds of love, right? It doesn't have to be romantic. Kong was just talking nonsense. And yet you keep talking in circles. Now I was even more confused. I was afraid he wouldn't believe me. The test is complete nonsense. Its credibility is zero. What kind of test was it? Want to try it? I'll send you the link. He immediately shook his head. Still, I wasn't the type to leave things unresolved. I opened the old link in my line chat and looked through the questions again. I doubted Mr. Dark Lord would bother opening the link himself, so I decided to read it aloud instead. Question 1. I told you not to do this. I'm afraid you'll actually believe this stupid test. Fine. Listen carefully. There are 10 questions. You answer yes, not sure, or no. Got it? I don't. Just agree already. Please. Just this once. If you refuse, I'll never be able to clear this up. Question 1. Does being with this person make food taste better? Yes, not sure, or no. Yotha looked thoroughly unimpressed. But after seeing me stare at him expectantly, he finally gave in. Yes. Good. Question 2. Do you miss this person all the time? No. The answer came so fast it was like a rocket. Question 3. Do you look for opportunities to secretly watch them? Yes. What are you staring at? Dogs. I like looking at cute dogs. You're impossible. I dragged the conversation back on track. Question 4. Do you feel happy whenever you're with them? Yes. Question 5. Do you want to get closer to them and know everything about them? Yes. So, you actually care about people? I asked half-jokingly. Yotha kept the same cold expression. As friends, of course you want to know each other's stories. Very good. Question 6. Do you want their attention? Yes. The more answers he gave, the stranger I felt. He acted like he couldn't care less. But deep down, maybe the opposite was true. Just like my sister had once said, nobody wants to be hated. Everyone wants to be accepted, loved, and cared for. Thinking about that made me feel strangely relieved. If Kong had been answering these questions instead of Yotha, I probably wouldn't have felt nearly this happy. Hurry up. I want to get back to my manga. His voice snapped me back to reality. Right. Clearing my throat, I continued. Question 7. Do you want to take care of this person and make them happy? Yes. I couldn't help laughing. Question 8. Do you feel upset when you see them with someone else? Yes. Why? Because they're an underdog. Idiot. There wasn't any real jealousy behind that answer. Question 9. Does your heart race when you're close to them? No. Why not? Is your heart dead? Being around you makes it feel like I stopped breathing. Was that supposed to be a good thing or a bad thing? I could only wonder. In the end, I decided not to ask. If I pushed any further, he'd probably just make fun of me again. I quickly scrolled to the final question. Last one. Question 10. Do you want to change yourself and face your fears because of this person? No. He answered seriously. Now it was time to total the score. One thing was obvious. Yotha understood himself surprisingly well. Throughout the entire test, he hadn't answered, not sure, even once. Since each answer had a different point value, I carefully added everything together. The final result was, like. Even though I spoke very quietly, I knew he'd heard me. Yotha stared at me for a long moment before speaking again. And when you took the test? Why, you weren't thinking about me, were you? I was thinking about you. Damn that stupid test. See? That proves the test is garbage. It gave us the same result even though we don't like each other. Maybe. Yotha didn't seem shaken at all. He simply answered before picking up his manga and continuing to read. Meanwhile, I remained standing exactly where I was. How should I put this? When I heard him say, I was thinking about you, my heart didn't race. Instead, it felt as though I had almost stopped breathing. Is this really how Yotha feels whenever he's around me? Is this what being with someone feels like? Do friends usually have symptoms like this? Right? Friends. Cute engineering boy. Only one person could possibly have a smile this adorable. Gun, first-year chemical engineering. If you like him, press like. If you love him, press love. Admin has spoken. My photo appeared on the page much sooner than I expected. I hadn't even seen it at first. Kong came bursting into the room in excitement. So now we were both sitting side by side with our phones, reading through everything. The admin had posted it only about 10 minutes earlier. Although I wasn't as popular as Fifa or Yotha, the response was surprisingly good. Admin, please tell us his nickname. I've seen people call him Ty. That's adorable. The chemistry freshman gets along with everyone. This baby has the face of a puppy. So cute. At Pinky Chippy. A smile. Another smile. The sun was practically shining. When am I ever going to escape this puppy face curse? I was born this handsome and charming. So why does everyone keep comparing me to a dog? I don't get it. That's hilarious. Kong laughed so hard he nearly cried. Now take this. I rolled my eyes at him while he kept frantically scrolling through the comments. Admin, hurry up and give us his nickname. He's as cute as Champ. It's impossible not to fall for him. Does he have Facebook or Instagram? There are so many people asking. Should I reply with your nickname? Kong was already planning another scheme. One of the greatest joys of university life was apparently meddling in other people's love lives. I'll do it for you. You look way too serious. I am serious. Tie your head. Kong raised his hand to smack me. I dodged it and stuck my tongue out at him. Only a few minutes later, my Facebook and Instagram had already been exposed by my so-called best friend. Friend requests started pouring in. Your profile picture is cute. Relax. What a waste of time. Really, even while saying that, I accepted the requests almost immediately. I've got a question, Tay. I answered without even looking up, still busy accepting new friends. Since I barely knew anyone outside my own faculty, I was genuinely excited. What if the person who liked you was a guy? What would you do? That made me immediately look away from my phone. What kind of question is that? Surprised? If he's a good person, then we'd just be friends. Being liked is a lot better than being hated. I want a boyfriend like that. I don't know. It's never happened to me. So how would I know? I'm asking hypothetically. Let's leave it as homework. That was the best answer I could give. Kong didn't press the issue any further. He simply went back to reading comments while I drowned in a flood of new friend requests and Instagram followers. Hey, FIFA commented. Really? I immediately returned to the page. His comment had only been up for a few minutes, but it already had hundreds of likes. Being handsome really was unfair. Fifa Thanawan Yotha. Your mom. You look like a puppy. Want to have lunch together this afternoon? I'm only hanging out with sweet people. At Gunyu Cold Jiroch. Damn. He's trying to kill me. Anyone who didn't know us would think we were flirting. Why were they always so mean to each other in real life? Even though their online comments sounded so nice. Still, I had to reply with something equally cool. Gunyu Cold Jiroch. I'm free. Book me in advance. I felt ridiculously proud of myself. Looks like someone's letting his happiness show. Not long after I smiled, Kong suddenly spoke again. I froze. Among the hundreds of likes, one person had reacted with the angry emoji. Yotha Thanawan Yotha. What? Did he really share this public page with everyone? While I was still trying to process it, my phone rang. The caller. Yotha. I stared at the screen for several seconds before finally answering. Ever since we took that ridiculous test together, Yotha hadn't gone back to the cocktail bar. Not because he'd changed. His bruised face still hadn't healed. What's up, buddy? I forced myself to sound cheerful. Meanwhile, my heart pounded like it was about to explode. Have dinner with me this evening. He didn't ask. He ordered. I already have plans. FIFA invited me. No, you don't. What do you mean I don't? I already asked him. You're having dinner with me. What? Then I'll just go ask him after class. Don't go to his room. How do you even know where I'm going? 6 o'clock. Dinner together. Meet me in the room. Click. He hung up. What was that? I could only scratch my head in confusion. Kong looked just as stunned. When I told him Yotha had invited me instead, he immediately gave up on asking me to hang out. So, once again, I was having dinner alone with the Dark Lord. I'll just think of it as friends spending time together. Friends should know how to compromise. The dormitory cafeteria wasn't far away. We each bought our food before taking turns saving seats. While Yotha went to buy his meal. Gun. Holy. I turned toward the familiar voice. Running toward me with a bowl of noodles was one of my old classmates. His name was Gui. We'd gone to the same high school before ending up at the same university. I studied engineering. He studied medicine. It's been forever. How have you been? Single. And you? Normally, people answer, I'm good. But with my old friends, we always answered with our relationship status. I've got a boyfriend. You abandoned your friends just because you're dating? So our relationship's banned now. He laughed. Is this seat free? The cafeteria is packed. Sit here. I immediately moved over to make room. Let's eat together. Sure. The seat across from us is empty too. Your boyfriend can sit there. We chatted happily about everything we'd missed before eventually drifting onto the topic of the cute engineering freshman. Then, a tall guy walked over. He wore a basketball jersey and messy hair. Can I sit here? I was about to refuse. Sit down. Gui interrupted immediately. This guy's Thap. I call him Thappy. Huh. Another surprise. I never imagined Gui would end up dating a guy. Back in high school, he'd only ever had girlfriends. Then again, he'd never actually said he only liked girls. Don't look so shocked. He laughed. Thap, this is my old classmate, Gunyukol. Don't explain the meaning of my name. Thap burst out laughing. Before long, we were all chatting naturally. Watching them together was interesting. They teased each other constantly. They acted more like best friends than lovers. Which made me wonder, if lovers behave like friends, then what exactly were Yotha and I? Just then, Yotha returned carrying his tray. Every thought immediately disappeared. You came at the perfect time. This is my old classmate, Gui. And this is Gui's boyfriend, Thap. This is my roommate, Yotha. I quickly introduced everyone. Yotha simply nodded before sitting across from me. Gun, you've got famous friends. You know him? Of course. He's all over the engineering page. Lunch continued peacefully. Everyone chatted while eating. Yotha stayed unusually quiet. As usual. So, are you free to come to Bangin Pachana sometime? I'm underage. My connections can get you in. No one can beat you when it comes to drinking. I laughed. Yotha's brother also owns a bar called November 15th. You should check it out sometime. I figured he should at least advertise his brother's place. Everything there was good. Except the drinks, the music, the snacks, basically everything. Newton-S going to kill you. They should just close the place. Yotha answered shamelessly. Everyone else fell silent. It really took time to get used to him. That comment's definitely reaching no. I don't care. You should spend that free time helping New clean his room. Hey, I already clean every day. I even scrubbed the bathroom. If I made your bed too, you'd have to nominate me for Housewife of the Year. Okay. I was being sarcastic. I wanted to throw my socks at his face. I only cleaned because I used to be scared of sleeping in the dark every night. Now I'm trying not to embarrass myself anymore. So you owe me a thank you gift. What do you want? Huh? What do you want to eat? I don't know. I hesitated. Milk? Cake? Grilled skewers from Bangwon. So you really do want food? I'm kidding. But your eyes aren't. Damn it. He saw right through me. What about you? I'll buy you something too. Really? An imported European sports car. From the Red Sea. Yotha. Buffalo. It's impossible to talk to you. Sorry. Yotha. Bad boy. I'm not trying to be nice. I'm aiming for scary. I pulled my fiercest expression. The result? A quiet laugh. From Yotha. He smiled. Just once. That alone became the greatest achievement of Gunyukol's life. I think that's the first time I've ever seen you smile. Heh. He immediately returned to his usual expression. It's funny. We laughed. You guys argue all the time? You should see us back in the dorm. You two are going to end up together. You flirt by arguing like that. Yeah. When we first got together, we were exactly the same. Today was finally the day. The day every engineering freshman had been waiting for. Without the legendary navy blue engineering uniform, you couldn't truly call yourself an engineering student. Kong was the most excited of all. He barely slept. He even practiced receiving the uniform the night before. That evening, all the freshmen gathered in the activity hall. Each senior sharing the same student code personally presented the uniform to their junior. Tomorrow would be the official unveiling. Everyone wanted to look their best. The ceremony itself wasn't anything unusual. The professors gave speeches. The uniforms were distributed. Some code families even took their juniors out for dinner afterward. Champ took it a step further. I've got to go drinking. Do you really think alcohol will disappear if you miss one day? If I go back to the old bar, I'll just get into trouble. That's your karma. So let me earn some merit first. You can't even drink. Why are you treating me all of a sudden? You gave me movie vouchers before. Let's use them. Deal. I've still got plenty. What movie? I want to watch that action movie about blowing up mountains. The one where everything keeps burning? Exactly. The engineering brothers are watching too. The voice belonged to none other than Yotha's older brother. I immediately greeted him. Can't think for yourself? My code senior teased me. Too lazy. Just like you were too lazy to support Liverpool. You jerk. They're definitely winning this year. Whenever soccer came up, those seniors became inseparable. I'm taking Yotha to the movies too. Parm looked toward the brothers. You guys coming? Champ glanced at me. I didn't mind either way. Sure. I'll go get my motorcycle. Park brought his car. We've got plenty of seats. Your family's huge already. It's only the three of us. You'll fit. Really? Yeah. That's awesome. What about everyone else? We already celebrated at Bangin Pachana. Let's call it a day. Deal. None of us bothered changing clothes. We headed straight to the cinema. Everyone piled into Park's car. I really love this code family. They were closer than any family I'd ever seen. And even more surprising, some of them were dating each other. Love really wasn't complicated. Love was simply love, no matter who it was. Popcorn. What do you guys want to drink? The first thing Parm asked after arriving wasn't what movie we wanted. It was what snacks we wanted. Everyone shook their heads. Then he looked at me. Let's go. I felt embarrassed. Even though nobody wanted popcorn. He bought a huge bucket for Yotha and me to share. Plus a gigantic drink. We're sharing this. I immediately told Yotha. He rarely ate sweet things. Okay. You know movie theater popcorn isn't actually that good. So where should I put it? In your mouth. Listen, Beagle. I wasn't even joking. He gave me another disgusted look. We entered the theater just as the movie was starting. Park sat beside Parm. Yotha and I sat in the middle. Champ sat beside Yotha. Within minutes, Champ had fallen asleep. Seriously? People were shooting each other every 5 seconds. How could he sleep through that? I liked noisy movies. You could eat popcorn without bothering anyone. Unlike those silent films, where even chewing sounded deafening. Eat. After a while, I noticed Yotha hadn't touched any popcorn. I leaned over and whispered. He shook his head. Parm had bought it for us. Eating it alone would make me feel guilty. So, I simply fed him. If Champ hadn't been asleep, I probably would have fed him too. Yotha resisted at first. Eventually, he gave up, opening his mouth like a little kid being forced to eat vegetables. Taste good. Salty. Your hands are sweaty. I was buried alive. More. Oh my God. You're addicted to the salt on my hands. From then on, my job became feeding popcorn to my roommate while watching the movie. We shared popcorn. We shared the drink. We even shared the same straw. If one of us got sick, the other definitely would too. The movie itself was fun. Nothing too deep. Just a good action film. 2 hours passed in no time. By the end, Champ was drooling in his sleep. We had to wake him up. The night ended there. Park offered to drive Yotha and me back to the dorm. While everyone else went to the restroom, I found myself alone with Park, my idol. Normally, I could talk nonstop. Now, I couldn't think of a single word. He spoke first. Your gun. Yes. His deep voice sounded incredibly cool. Hands in his pockets. Just standing there. He looked amazing. I heard you're Yotha's roommate. And that you two are close. Not really. We mostly insult each other. Then keep scolding him. And remind him not to get into fights. He got beaten up this time. Next time might be worse. Just remembering that night made my skin crawl. I've already warned him. He never listens. I've tried to. Arm said he listens to you. No. He just annoys me. If nobody stops him, I'll have to tell his father. I'll do what I can. What are you two talking about? Parm walked back smiling. We're talking about your junior. After that, we returned to the dorm. The moment we entered, my eyes immediately found Yotha. He was on the phone with someone. Secretively. The more I watched him getting changed and packing his bag, the more anxious I became. After everything Park had told me, I didn't want him going out again. That movie was awesome. The scene where the hero sniped the villain while the music played. Save it for later. Where are you going? I had to stop him somehow. Out. Your brother told you to stay home. I'm going somewhere else. I immediately protested. What place? You're not going to meet another girl, are you? If you are, don't go. You've already been beaten half to death. Who bought your medicine? Who took you to the hospital? I told you. I won't come back and bother you anymore. He picked up his bag. I panicked. I grabbed his wrist. I didn't mean it like that. But lately you've been doing dangerous things. I won't cause trouble. So who called you earlier? If it's not a girl, then I swallowed the word. Worried. This is my life. What does it have to do with you? If anyone else had said those words, I'd probably have laughed. But hearing them from Yotha, I couldn't. Mom was right. I didn't even know what expression I was making anymore. Maybe. It showed everything. Someone who doesn't understand love probably doesn't know how to let someone care either. I really had crossed the line. I convinced myself that because so few people got close to Yotha, I somehow had the right to interfere. I was wrong. Speechless. I let go of his hand and returned to my bed. Right. Homework. I still had homework to finish. I searched through my bag for my books. Even then, like an idiot, I still hoped he'd say something. Bang. The door closed. He left. And something inside my heart broke too. Yotha's point of view. 3:45 in the morning. The campus was pitch black. Only my car's headlights cut through the darkness. If you're coming back this late again, don't forget to sign in. The security guard greeted me as usual. Power outage. Yeah. The high voltage line near the field snapped. The whole area's been blacked out for over 2 hours. How long? They're fixing it now? The electricity should be back soon. I signed the late entry log, then hurried toward the dorm. A blackout. That meant gun. He hated the dark. I started walking faster, then running. The distance wasn't far. Yet tonight, it felt endless. Using my phone as a flashlight, I unlocked the room. The first thing I saw was the opposite bed. It shouldn't have been occupied, but Gun was curled up tightly beneath the blanket. The closer I got, the clearer I heard it. He was crying. Gun. No response. Only sobbing. His forehead was drenched with sweat. Eyes tightly shut. Body trembling. A nightmare. Just like he'd told me before. Darkness always brought nightmares. The problem was, he couldn't escape them alone. I knelt beside the bed and gently shook his shoulder. Gun. Wake up. Nothing. He only cried harder. Soft, painful whimpers escaped his lips. I'd never seen him like this before. Gun. Wake up. It's just a dream. Maybe. Those words were really meant for me instead. Every sob felt like someone punching me over and over again. It hurt even more than taking a real hit. Gun. I placed my phone face down on the bedside table. Light didn't matter anymore. My hands gently cupped his sweat-soaked face. Gun. Wake up. Gun. He gasped. His eyes flew open. He struggled desperately to breathe. His whole body still trembled. Then, Tears slowly rolled down his cheeks. It's okay. It was only a dream. Without thinking, my hand moved from his cheek to his soft black hair. I gently stroked it, like comforting a frightened child. He simply stared at me. Feeling better? What a stupid question. Yotha. Yeah, I'm here. I had a nightmare. It's over now. I dreamed that you abandoned me. I continued stroking his hair, because maybe that nightmare wasn't so different from reality. I had left him alone. Gun was one of the few friends I truly wanted to know. He was bright, cheerful, talkative, always full of energy. Seeing him like this, I hated it. I wanted him to smile again. In the darkness, I silently promised myself I'd stay by his side until that smile returned. Gun's point of view. The sunlight streaming through the window woke me. Instead of feeling refreshed, my head throbbed. Even my eyelids felt swollen. I glanced around. No one. Only the sound of running water. Yotha was in the shower. Everything that happened last night was still vivid. After he left, I'd showered and gone straight to bed. Then the power went out. I'd wanted to face my fear, to prove I could handle the darkness. Or maybe I was simply too exhausted to care anymore. In the end, the nightmare came anyway. I didn't know what time Yotha returned, but he stayed beside my bed. He stroked my hair. He comforted me until the lights came back. Even though I couldn't fall asleep again, his warmth somehow calmed me. Don't think that makes me forgive him. He'd already told me I was strong enough to live on my own. Maybe he really didn't want anyone interfering in his life. Maybe keeping my distance was best for both of us. Click. The bathroom door opened. I immediately grabbed my towel and rushed inside. Surely, by the time I came back, he'd be gone. Today was the first day we'd officially wear our engineering uniforms. Just imagining myself in that navy blue uniform lifted my spirits. After my shower, I stepped back into the room. Yotha was still there. Our eyes met briefly. I looked away first. Fine. I'd just get dressed quickly and leave before he did. Dark jeans, black t-shirt, engineering jacket. Perfect. I looked amazing. Then, I noticed something. He was already wearing his uniform. I wanted to ask, but I forced myself not to. Don't talk. Don't talk. Don't talk. I sat on the edge of the bed, pulling on my socks. When I looked up again, he was standing directly in front of me. What now? Damn it. I still ended up talking. The seniors told us to wear the uniform today. Did you forget? He stayed silent. Instead, he pulled me to my feet, then placed something in my hand. A tie. The tie I'd bought for him. His name was embroidered on it. There couldn't possibly be another one like it. Why are you giving this to me? Still silent. Then, he gently took hold of my wrist. His eyes quietly pleaded with me. Before I realized it, my hands were already tying his tie. He really knew how to make people do whatever he wanted. Like a spoiled child. I remembered trying to teach him before. He'd never learned. He simply waited for me to tie it every morning. I don't want to tie your tie anymore. My mouth complained. My hands never stopped moving. Sorry. You bastard. My eyes burned. I wanted to stay angry. Instead, I was fighting back tears. I didn't want to get involved with him anymore. But my heart refused to listen. The seniors said to wear the uniform. Did you hear me? I'll wear it. I'll let you tie my tie. That was all it took. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I started crying. Chapter 9. I hate myself. Yes, I hate myself. I hate it whenever I feel intense emotions, whether happiness or sadness, because I just can't control my body. And now, look at me. Tears are pouring down like water from a broken faucet, while I miserably struggle to keep tying the tie of the person standing in front of me. The cold image I always tried to maintain is gone. There's nothing cool about me anymore. And it's all Yotha's fault. Sniff. I'm still crying. I wish I could bang my head against the wall until I passed out. Don't cry. His voice is low and gentle, but hearing those words doesn't help at all. I'm angry. Who's crying? You are, pup. That's the dog's problem, not yours. He once said that everyone lives their own life. So this time, I threw the same words back at him. Let's see if it hurts him the same way. It should. But no. Yotha doesn't react. He simply stands there, looking almost apologetic, leaving me with nothing to complain about. My vision is blurred. At this point, I can barely make out the figure standing in front of me. That only makes tying his tie even harder. When I think about wiping my tears with my sleeve, I remember that it's the first day I'm wearing this uniform. It would be a shame to stain it before the official opening ceremony. But Yotha seems to understand exactly what's going through my mind. What are you doing? Can you even see properly with your eyes full of tears? As he spoke, he reached out and gently wiped away my tears. I froze. I swallowed hard as his long fingers brushed across my cheeks and eyelids. Yet the more he wiped them away, the more tears came. I'm not crying because I'm sad. I'm crying because you made me mad. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't cry because I had a nightmare. I didn't cry because the power suddenly went out. But you still dreamed about me. It was just a dream, just a dream. Normally, my nightmares are about painful memories from childhood mixed with my overactive imagination. Sometimes I dream about ghosts in the warehouse. Once, I dreamed cows were crawling beneath my feet. Other times, I'm trapped inside a dark room. It's always the same. But last night was different because Yotha appeared in my subconscious. And not only that, he chose to leave me behind, alone inside that dark warehouse. Everything was so confusing that I couldn't tell where the dream ended and reality began. Because when I woke up, reality wasn't much different from the dream. I'm done tying it. Take your hand off my face now. The knot isn't as neat as usual, but it's good enough. Good enough for me to get away from this cold-hearted guy. Promise me you'll stop crying. What does that have to do with you? If you cry too much, you'll get a headache. None of your business. Promise. His large hand gently cupped my face, making me look directly into his eyes. No, you never promised not to make me cry. I promise. Just like that. Yes. Now it's your turn. Gunyukul, promise me. Very few people call me by my real name. Hearing it come from my roommate's lips caught me completely off guard. In that instant, my heart melted. I couldn't think of anything else to do except quietly nod. Yotha is strange. He's the only person who can make me cry, and then comfort me until I stop. The engineering faculty activity hall is, as always, filled with first-year students. Don't you think something's strange? Like what? I don't see anything. Tai, turn around and look. What is it, Kong? If it's nothing, I'm pulling your ears. Damn, I shouted so loudly that the seniors sitting at the front all turned to look at me. Not knowing what else to do, I hurriedly apologized before turning around again. Near the back of the freshmen's line, a very familiar figure came into view. Do you think he forgot to read the messages in the line group? Kong whispered. Among more than 600 freshmen gathered in the activity hall, one lone figure stood out, like a black sheep. Everyone else wore the navy blue engineering uniform. Only one person wore the plain white student uniform, sitting perfectly upright. It wasn't just Kong who was confused. Even the seniors scratched their heads, wondering what to do. To make matters worse, he looked flawless from head to toe. Anyone who looked at him would be at a loss for words. Only I knew why Yotha was the only one dressed differently. I'll wear this instead, senior. I'll let you tie my tie. Just that one sentence. And my resolve completely fell apart. I wanted to stay angry longer. But the moment I remembered those words, my heart softened again. You didn't say anything to him back at the room? Kong kept pressing the issue, piling new questions onto old ones. I reminded him. Then why is he still wearing the student uniform? He doesn't listen. Does he just want attention? But honestly, someone like Yotha doesn't seem like the type who wants to be the center of attention. Maybe he just wants to annoy the seniors. That's a terrible assumption. But Kong isn't the only one thinking it. People throughout the department are whispering nonstop. The problem is, how am I supposed to explain that he's wearing the student uniform because he stayed behind to comfort me? There's no way I could admit something so embarrassing. Anyway, how was yesterday? Going to the movies with the Santo Code family. My dear friend Konkiat hadn't even finished one topic before jumping to another. He must have learned that nosy personality from me. It was nice. Is Park handsome? His eyes sparkled. Not surprising. That's his senior idol every year. Very. And Parm? Is he cute? Very. And you? Have you gotten closer to Yotha? Have you asked him out yet? Oh, please. Not even close. I don't even want to look at his face. Since he'd already brought it up, maybe I should just tell him the truth. We've known each other long enough to share almost everything. So I turned toward Kong, who was crouching behind me, and quietly admitted, Yotha and I had a little argument. Really? About what? I got too involved in his personal life, and it caused problems. So, I think it's better if I give him some space. I still don't know exactly what I did wrong or how much it bothered him. I'm not angry anymore. But I think keeping my distance is the right thing to do. At least neither of us will feel suffocated. Have you made up yet? Living in the same room must be awkward. We've talked. If you need help with anything, just tell me. Oh, are you offering to help? Or just looking for more gossip? Both. Karma. I'd been so busy chatting with Kong that I'd completely missed whatever the seniors were explaining. Feeling embarrassed, I had to ask the person sitting beside me what was going on. Today marked the first day everyone officially wore the engineering faculty uniform. It also signaled the end of freshman orientation. But before anyone could celebrate, new activities were announced, leaving many freshmen both excited and close to tears. The first was the annual male beauty pageant. The second was the official opening ceremony for the Active World event. The seniors immediately divided the freshmen into different working groups. One team handled stage design, props, and everything related to the pageant. Another worked on booths, games, and educational displays for Active World. As for me, with all my extraordinary talents, the second-year seniors proudly assigned me an incredibly important duty. Gun, what assignment did you get? Kong asked after finally escaping from the seniors. His own glamorous job? Cleaning duty. Me? I'm not telling. Then stop talking. As if I could. Mine is a very important position. What? Taking care of the beauty kings. No. Making the activity boards? Ridiculous. Just tell me already, idiot. You're going to die from dragging it out. Logistics. Oh, I was expecting something much more impressive. Hey, don't underestimate the cleaning crew. But logistics is important too. Delivering food and water keeps everyone in the engineering faculty alive. Even after proudly puffing out my chest, within 5 minutes, no one was impressed anymore. Honestly, I don't have any remarkable talents anyway. The seniors already have experts handling performances. Art and decoration have their own talented people. Academic displays? The smartest students volunteered for those. The only thing people probably see in me is that I'm cheerful and easy to get along with. That's why they trusted me with logistics. The job itself isn't difficult. Prepare enough food. Serve water. Distribute rice. Hand out snacks. Basically, keep everyone fed from morning until evening. Cub. Just as I finished chatting with Kong, Fifa, the frightening twin, suddenly called me. What? Have you seen Yotha? No. What? You two are roommates, so I thought he'd be with you. Just because we share a room doesn't mean we're together all the time. Yeah. So where did he disappear to? Fifa scratched his head while looking around. With over 600 people moving everywhere, finding Yotha wasn't easy, even if he was wearing different clothes from everyone else. What happened? At first, the seniors assigned him to help gather people at the tents. And he refused, then ran off. Call him. I already did. He's not answering. So if you see him, tell him the seniors found a job that's perfect for him. What job? Logistics. The activities won't officially begin until next month. But this week, the second-year seniors have already started assigning everyone to their respective groups. Meanwhile, things between Yotha and me haven't really changed. We hardly talk anymore. Or maybe, I'm the one choosing to keep my distance. I can honestly say I don't hold a grudge anymore. Nor do I regret everything we said that night. It's just, things don't feel the same. Maybe this is what people mean when they say they're upset, but still end up tying someone's tie anyway. Beagle, tie my tie. There it is again. That sly voice every morning. No. I sat on the edge of the bed, stubbornly trying to tie my own tie without even glancing at him. That's how we've been lately. Whenever my heart softens, I tie it. But every time I remember how he left the room that night and came back late, I refuse. And he doesn't insist anymore. Until today. What do you want for breakfast? I don't want anything. There's a giant grilled pork skewer stand in front of the dorm. I'm not buying food for you. The new restaurant has boiled pork over rice, but it sells out early. You don't care? Damn. Yotha is way too clever. He knows exactly how to tempt me. Still, I won't give in. If I want to eat it, I'll line up and buy it myself. So stubborn. He simply reached over and ruffled my hair. Don't touch my head. I don't like it. Then let me do it one more time. I gasped. The next moment, his tall body crouched down in front of me like a sulking child. Damn it. My heart. How am I supposed to resist when he pulls something like this? And no more fooling around. How am I supposed to tie your tie? I mumbled shyly, avoiding his eyes as he slowly looked up at me. You have workshop class today. You remembered? It's okay if you change your mind. I'm going to breakfast. I hurriedly grabbed my backpack, opened the door, and walked out without looking back. If I'd stayed any longer, I might have completely lost my resolve. I've tried so hard. I've tried to keep some distance between myself and my stoic roommate, so neither of us feels like our private space is being invaded. But the harder I try, the more forced everything feels. Tai, what are you thinking about? Even while eating breakfast with Kong, my thoughts kept drifting back to Yotha. Nothing. Did you sneak off somewhere this morning? You left after answering a message and still arrived later than me. I just found out I'm going to run into Ping, the person you secretly like. What should I do? Fight him. People who solve everything with violence are the worst. Can you stop fooling around for 3 minutes? Just answer one question. Have you and Yotha made up? I'm not really angry with him. Apparently, Kong still didn't believe me. Really? Then why did Fifa say Yotha's acting weird too? So now you're talking about this with your roommate? A little. I wanted to slap my own mouth. Kong knows. The whole world probably knows. But, does the dark gentleman still sneak out at night? Yeah. He still goes out like before. Things are going to change eventually. That's another reason I don't want to keep making a fuss or worrying about it. Because I already know. Nothing I say changes anything. He never listens. So that's why you're sulking. I'm not sulking. I'm about to punch you. That's exactly what sulking looks like. You're insane. If I'm wrong, then maybe the three of us could have breakfast together. I frowned, confused, about to ask what he meant. Before I could speak, Kong suddenly shouted, Yotha, come eat with us. Kong, what are you doing? I saw him eating alone. I thought he might be lonely. Yotha, over here. The seat next to Tai is still empty. As he spoke, he pointed directly at the chair beside me. Deep inside, I prayed Yotha would refuse. But that tiny hope was crushed. He walked over without hesitation and placed his plate of rice on the table. I sat there stiffly. My heart skipped a beat as his tall frame settled into the chair beside me. Today he had finally changed into the navy blue engineering uniform. He looked completely different. People nearby couldn't help staring at our table. Eating alone today? You look good. Kong gave him a thumbs up. Apparently, he was the only happy person there. The others are still asleep. Oh, don't you have an 8 o'clock class? Kong continued playing reporter. My first class is at 10. 10. Then why did you wake up so early? Beagle woke up. So I woke up too. What does that have to do with me? I immediately interrupted. Yotha didn't answer. He simply looked at me for a moment before quietly taking another bite of rice. Not wanting to make eye contact any longer, I hurriedly focused on my own food. Let's go out tonight. That single sentence made me freeze. What are you talking about? You never ask anyone to go anywhere. That's true. And that was it. No explanation. Damn it. That morning's conversation stayed on my mind all day. Even after I returned to my room that night, I still couldn't stop thinking about it. Yotha had already left. His favorite backpack and shoes were gone. For some reason, that made me feel even worse. Life is supposed to be simple. Usually, the saddest thing that can happen to me is my favorite restaurant closing before I get there, leaving me hungry and annoyed. So why? Why does this strange person have so much control over my emotions? Knock, knock, knock. The sound at the door pulled me out of my thoughts. Lately, I haven't even bothered locking the room anymore. If someone wants to come in, they just knock first. I opened the door. Fifa, you look like an abandoned puppy. He smiled as he peeked into the room, dragging a large suitcase behind him. It looked very familiar. What are you doing? Kong's stuff. That only confused me more. Then why are you bringing Kong's things here? We're changing roommates. What? Kong can't sleep with the lights on, so I think you should move down here and stay with me. We'll let Kong stay with Yotha. I don't understand. Why do we have to do that? What happened? Did you two fight? It's you and him who are fighting. I've been watching you all week. If it's that difficult, then just change rooms. As he spoke, Fifa casually walked around the room, inspecting everything. My heart nearly stopped. Is Kong okay with this? He isn't even close to Yotha. It's fine. At that moment, Kong appeared carrying a large cardboard box. Judging by how prepared they were, had they already decided everything without even asking me? You used to be scared of Yotha, didn't you? That was a long time ago. Once you get used to him, he's not scary. But you too. I'm worried. If staying together has become this difficult, then it's better to separate. But the dorm manager, don't let him find out. Come on. Hurry. See if there's anything important you need to bring. But there's so much. You don't have to move everything. I'll help you pack. between Fifa and Kong insisting over and over. I had no choice but to quietly obey. Maybe I've been acting differently lately. Enough for my friends to notice. Especially Kong. He's been worrying about me this whole time. I never imagined he'd sacrifice himself by volunteering to share a room with the dark gentleman. How am I supposed to feel? Why am I so conflicted? Do you feel bad because Kong has to adjust all over again? Or because you secretly want to stay here? Stop overthinking. Pack your things and come downstairs. But what if Yotha comes back? Who's going to explain everything to him? I should call him. Before I could finish, Kong interrupted. No need, Tai. Leave it to me. I'll explain everything to him. I couldn't argue anymore. All I could do was shake my head. A few pieces of furniture were moved downstairs. Kong's old bed became mine. The bed across from me still belonged to Fifa, making the room look almost identical to the old one. Fifa, you can sleep with the lights on, right? With you, yes. Kong said the same thing at first. But after a while, he couldn't stand it anymore. I have a sleep mask. Sometimes that doesn't help. Puppy, you don't need to worry. Just take care of yourself. His voice was firm. I couldn't find anything to say. 12:25 a.m. Changing rooms felt strangely unsettling. After taking a shower, I climbed into bed like every other night. For the first 30 minutes, I tossed and turned. Eventually, after counting what felt like hundreds of sheep, I finally drifted off. Clack. The bedroom door opened. No knock. I slowly opened my eyes and sat up. Standing in the doorway was Yotha. Instead of walking toward me, he strode straight over to Pfeiffer's bed. His voice was cold, like an angry bull ready to charge. Who told you to move gun downstairs? No one. I decided it myself. The atmosphere instantly became 10 times heavier. Pfeiffer sat proudly on the bed without the slightest hint of fear. Even if they started fighting, he probably wouldn't back down. But I couldn't let that happen. I hurriedly jumped out of bed. Gee guys, if you need to talk, let's do it calmly. It's only, puppy, go back to sleep. Let me handle this. I had barely stepped off the bed before being sent right back. Did I hear him? Yes. Perfectly. Talk nicely. I climbed back onto the bed. Honestly, I was too afraid of getting scolded to interfere again. Watching quietly seemed much safer. I'll keep this short. I'm sleepy. Let's switch roommates. I'm not switching. People aren't objects. You can't just move them around. Hearing those words, I almost cried. Gun isn't comfortable living with you. Did you ask him? No. Did you ask him? If I had to ask, would he have moved into this room? You're never around. And when the power goes out, things get even worse. If you can't take care of him, someone else will. I can take care of myself, FAI. There's nothing wrong with me. When I finally thought I'd found an opening to speak, Yotha answered first, leaving me no choice but to stay silent and continue watching the verbal sparring between the brothers. So, you're asking me to let someone else take care of Gun? Why ask? What are you to him? Figure out your place first. Then we'll talk. Now go back to your room. The argument ended much sooner than I expected. Yotha simply fell silent. As if he had nothing more to say, he turned around. His expression looked terrible. Only when he stopped beside my bed did I finally snap out of my daze. Beagle, do you want to come back to our room? He asked slowly, quietly, yet every word carried weight. I stared down at the blanket. I always tell myself I'm not angry with him. I just wanted to step back, so I wouldn't keep causing problems for him. But even then, it's frustrating. Pretending not to worry. Pretending not to wonder. Pretending not to care. I can't do it. So all I can do is answer him honestly. Even if my voice is barely audible. I'll stay with Fifa. Beagle, tell me the truth. I'm not lying. I'm staying here. Okay. Yotha hates explanations. After saying that one word, he turned around and left. Fifa and I exchanged silent looks. My eyes slowly filled with tears. You really are a kid. Don't cry. It's just dust. It got into my eyes. Fine. Go to sleep. Don't think too much. I really don't care. I hope that's true. Good night. Night. I'll kick you. You've been bothering me. And now you're climbing out of bed while I'm trying to sleep. I'm definitely kicking you. Fifa rolled over and closed his eyes. A long while later, I lay back down, closed my eyes, and started counting sheep again. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 257 sheep, 258. Clack. The doorknob turned again. The sound wasn't loud, but I heard it immediately. I still wasn't asleep. Questions flooded my mind. Slowly, I opened my eyes. It took a few seconds before the blurry figure became clear. Before I could react, the blanket beside me lifted. Someone slipped underneath it. I froze. Only inches away was Yotha's face, his arms wrapped tightly around me. My body instantly became twice as warm. My brain completely stopped working. All I knew was that Yotha wasn't sleeping in his own room tonight. He was squeezed into the same narrow bed with me. Namo Amitba Buddha. Have I missed him so much that I'm dreaming about him now? Even in the dream, he's wearing his favorite white penguin pajamas. Can I sleep with you? He whispered so softly that I could feel his warm breath against my skin. I'm still mad. I promise I'll sleep quietly. I won't move. That voice, soft enough to melt fabric softener. Yotha has definitely been possessed. This has to be an imposter. But what about Fifa? FAI's asleep. Just don't tell him. The problem is, I'm sleepy. Then go back to your room. I'm sleepy. I'm sleeping now. He ignored me completely. You didn't even bring a pillow. You didn't bring a blanket. This isn't camping. I'll bring them tomorrow. You think you'll still have tomorrow? If you don't want me here, we can go back to our room together. I'm not going. Then do whatever you want. He stopped listening. Instead, he hugged me even tighter. My heart nearly exploded. Friends don't do this. Friends don't make each other's hearts pound this hard. I kept telling myself that, even as I lay perfectly still, allowing him to stay beside me. I hate myself. The bed was only 90 centimeters wide, so cramped it was hard to breathe. And yet, I'd never felt safer. Conquiet's point of view. Entertainment. These days, everything feels entertaining to someone like me. Especially the hottest drama around. A puppy-faced best friend. And the Dark Lord himself. Locked in an endless battle of jealousy and misunderstandings. Watching two idiots who clearly have feelings for each other but refuse to admit it is unbelievably entertaining. People like me can only sit back and wait for the moment they finally confess. But waiting for those two is like buying a lottery ticket only for the bank to swallow it whole. Complete disappointment. To make things worse, they keep fighting. I don't know exactly where it all started, but I suspect it's because the Dark Lord disappears every night. Whether he's meeting girls or doing something else, it doesn't matter. The important part is that Gun worries about him constantly. Are you done yet? You've been getting ready forever. I poked my head into the room. Ever since Time moved into Pfeiffer's room, I've practically been living there too. Or rather, I visit every day, thinking back to the day I agreed to switch rooms. Honestly, I was terrified. Everyone knows how scary Yotha is, which is exactly why separating those two seemed like the best solution. Unfortunately, that meant my own life became much more dangerous. I should probably buy a Buddha amulet, just for protection. Almost. Why are you in such a hurry? Tai asked. I'm excited. The seniors said 9. We've still got time. What? Are you rushing off to buy dried squid? You know me too well. I was being sarcastic. I simply sat on the edge of the bed, watching him get dressed. Soon the freshmen gathered with their assigned groups. Afterward, Gun invited me to go drinking with the logistics team to build relationships. Since I specialize in absolutely everything, naturally, I couldn't refuse. That night, Bangin Pachana was packed. Despite the name sounding like a restaurant, it was actually a relaxed pub. Everyone wore casual clothes. If wearing pajamas had been acceptable, I probably would have done it. Hey Tai, your Dark Lord never sleeps in his own room. He disappears every night. Is that normal? Tai froze while picking clothes from the closet. Excellent. Direct hit. He doesn't usually stay in the room. He was blushing. Interesting. So how is it sharing a room with Fifa? It's peaceful. Is the bed comfortable? Yeah. Every room's different. How can it be the same? My side of the bed is usually huge. But after you moved in, it probably got smaller. For several reasons. In that bed. What? Tai looked up sharply. His cheeks were bright red. He knew I'd figured something out. Even so, he pretended not to understand. Too bad. I may be terrible at English, but I'm brilliant at everything else. Fifa already told me everything. What? About Yotha refusing to sleep in his own room. You know, he wasn't disappearing anywhere. Every single night, he sneaks into your bed. Clunk. I nearly burst out laughing. Neat clothes, cute outfits, sweet furniture, constant arguments, no communication. Yet they sleep together every night. How exactly are they just friends? Only lovers do things like that. That's nonsense. Fifa must have dreamed it. Stop making things up. Tai immediately grabbed his clothes and hurriedly changed the subject. Every time I tried bringing it back up, he avoided it. Until we finally arrived at the legendary Bangin Pachana. It was Gun's first time there. I'd been several times already thanks to my senior. The place was packed. 3 tables had been pushed together. 1 belonged to the seniors. 2 belonged to us freshmen. Order whatever you want. Who's paying? We're splitting the bill. The senior from Gun's Code answered. This place isn't really my style. But my friends wanted to come. On the opposite side sat the senior from Yotha's Code. Without Yotha. As expected. Champ. I'm freezing. What now, Arm? If you're cold, go put on another shirt. That's not enough. Liverpool are way ahead at the top of the league. It's freezing up there. What should I do? Serves you right. Park will deal with you. Don't mention Park. We have a strict policy against interacting with people in 10th place. Oh, I'll have him throw you out. Sweetheart, if anyone's sleeping outside tonight, it definitely won't be me. The seniors banner had everyone laughing. Meanwhile, we freshmen ordered drinks and snacks. An hour later, the seniors rushed off to dance to more lamb music. Soon the freshmen followed. It looked like some kind of ghost festival. Only a handful of us remained at the table. Luckily, Tai and Pfeiffer existed. Life was never boring with those 2 around. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm coming too. Gun stood up. I followed. Each of us took a urinal. After washing our hands, Gun suddenly ran into someone he knew. You're Gun, right? The man was a tall, muscular senior with handsome Chinese features. Yes. Do you know me? I do. You're Yotha's friend, aren't you? Yeah. I'm his roommate. Oh, so you're here with your friends? I came with my classmates and seniors. Come join our table later. It's on the right side of the stage. Thanks. Oh, if you see Yotha, tell Pleo he's looking for him. He patted Gun's shoulder before disappearing into the bathroom. Gun and I stared at each other, completely confused. Not long afterward, we returned to our table, and then I saw someone walking toward us. Tai, what? Your father is coming. Yotha, he was actually here. I couldn't believe it. More importantly, this was the perfect opportunity for those 2 to finally talk. Come sit here. There are empty seats. Pfeiffer tapped the chair beside him. Yotha walked over and sat down. He wore only a black t-shirt and jeans. Simple clothes. Yet everyone in the pub still turned to look. Those infernal twins. Why were they born so handsome? It's unfair. Have you eaten? Tai and I stayed quiet while the twins talked. I already have. Beer or liquor? Beer. Which one? Anything. But his eyes never left Tai. If these 2 really liked each other, they should have been dating ages ago. Instead, they were making romance harder than a university entrance exam. The table got quiet again. We need something to talk about. Pfeiffer glanced at me. That was my cue. Let's talk about love. Great. I'm excited. There were 6 of us. Everyone agreed. Except for the 2 most clueless people at the table. No prizes for guessing who. Everyone's fallen in love before. So, as the love expert, before I could continue, Pfeiffer interrupted. Please spare my brother. Yotha doesn't even know what love is. What does that have to do with me? Yotha calmly took another sip of beer. Tai was even more dramatic. He downed an entire glass of cola mixed with wine. To keep the conversation going, I started asking questions. The alcohol disappeared almost as quickly as the conversation flowed. Soon, it was Tai's turn. Ask. I'll answer. His face was bright red from drinking. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Yes. Why did you break up? He graduated first. What? You dated a senior? I remember you used to like Nana. Is she still your ideal type? I still like her. He mumbled while staring at the table. So, if someone doesn't match your ideal type, would you date them? I'd have to see what they're like first. What about someone like Pfeiffer? No. Everyone burst out laughing. Yotha's face instantly darkened. Poor guy? Indirect rejection. What about someone like Parm? He's cute. But his boyfriend would crush me. Yeah. Not suitable. Just then, Yotha suddenly stood up. Without warning, he moved to the seat beside Tai. He gently turned Tai's head toward him, then quietly handed him a glass of water. I nearly screamed. They looked like they were about to get married. You're hiccuping. Drink some water. Tai obediently accepted the glass. But the hiccups continued. Hold your breath. Try. Take a deep breath. I'll count to 10. Then breathe out slowly. Tai nodded. 1, 2. As Yotha counted, they stared into each other's eyes, like a scene from a romance movie. The luck thung music faded into the background. 8, 9, 10. It's gone. Hick. Almost. You can't drink anymore. What right do you have to order me around? If you get drunk, your friends will have to carry you. I'm going home by myself. That's not true. Are you my dad? So stubborn. You grumpy owl. See? The hiccups are gone. The entire table fell silent. Just like that, the argument ended. As expected of Yotha, he somehow solved the problem. Unfortunately, Tai kept drinking anyway. Nothing like my ideal type. He muttered to himself. Everyone looked over. If you're drunk, let's go home. We'll take you. No, not as pretty as Nana. Not as adorable as Parm. But why do you like me? I don't understand. My brain completely shut down. Did he just say? Someone likes him? I needed confirmation. Hey, freshman. A second-year senior suddenly appeared. Picture time. Everyone smile. Seriously? Right at the climax? The flash went off. And at that exact moment, gun vomited. Everywhere. The entire table scattered in panic. Only one person stayed. Yotha. Without a single complaint. He held gun up, supporting him despite the mess. If you love someone, never let them get that drunk. Beagle. Can you walk? My stomach hurts. Everyone scrambled to hand over tissues and towels. It barely helped. The smell spread everywhere. I need to throw up. I need the bathroom. Gun was completely wasted. Yotha carried him toward the restroom while hundreds of people watched. I was about to follow, when Fifa grabbed my arm. Watching those two disappear together, everything suddenly became clear. They love each other. The world spun around me. I thought I'd managed to stay conscious. Apparently not. My entire body felt weak. My head pounded. My stomach churned. The only thing I could remember was someone carrying me on his back. Then, everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying in my own bed. I'd already changed into clean clothes. Sitting beside me, slowly stroking my hair, was Yotha. I can't. I'm never drinking again. Everything hurts so much that I wanted to cry. Do you still feel like throwing up? His familiar deep voice echoed beside me. No. I slowly shook my head. Yotha, Hugh, I'm sorry. I always end up causing trouble for everyone. It's okay. Do you feel better? A little. What do you need? Just tell me. His hand continued gently stroking my hair. Despite the awful hangover, having him beside me made me feel strangely comforted. I want you to stay with me. Okay. But let me change my clothes first. He tried to stand. I grabbed his hand, as though I were afraid he'd disappear. With my mind still muddled, dreams and reality blending together. Words I'd never been brave enough to say finally escaped. Yotha, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I'm sorry for speaking harshly. I'm sorry for eating so much. I was the one who offered to buy it. I'm sorry for being a burden. You're not a burden. Yotha wasn't the cold person I'd always believed he was. Or maybe this version of him had always been real. Maybe this was the person I'd secretly wished he could be. I'm sorry for not tying your tie. Then tie it next time. I'm sorry for changing rooms without telling you. We sleep together every night anyway. Yotha, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for loving you. The words slipped out before I could stop them. There was no taking them back. Silence. Only the ceiling fan continued spinning. I thought, I must still be drunk. So drunk that I'd confessed by accident. But after several long minutes, Yotha finally answered. I'm sorry too. I'm sorry. I've never loved anyone before. But in the end, I still love you. Chapter 10. Both feet hit the floor. One hand grabbed a towel. The other scratched my butt. Still half asleep, I shuffled toward the bathroom. Mornings don't require much from Gunyukol. A cold shower. And the scent of my favorite peony soap. That's paradise. Swoosh. In my imagination, water poured down like 10 fire hoses. In reality, nothing came out. Not even a trickle. The faucet wheezed harder than I did when I went to the bathroom. Fifa, there's no water. What is wrong with this dorm? The electricity goes out all the time. Now the water's gone too. This is unacceptable. I'd already taken off all my clothes. Not wanting to stand around completely naked, I wrapped the towel around my waist and walked back into the room. Huh. Yotha. Yeah. When did you get here? This wasn't what I'd expected. I thought Fifa would be here. Instead, someone else was sitting on the bed. Last night. You don't remember? I frowned and tried to think. A few hours ago, I'd been drinking wine mixed with cola at Bangin Pachana with my friends and the logistics team. I had no idea how many glasses I'd drunk. I only remembered getting completely dizzy. Then, my eyes widened. The rest of my memories were scattered fragments. Enough to make me want to disappear. I threw up. Yotha carried me to the bathroom. After that, I couldn't remember how I got back. But there was one thing. One thing I remembered perfectly, so clearly that my face burned like boiling water. I confessed my love to Yotha. What the hell? The words, "I'm sorry for loving you," echoed endlessly inside my head. The person I'd confessed to was sitting calmly on the bed. And me? What was I supposed to do? Pretend nothing happened? Judging by the expression on my face, I'd already answered that question. You remember now? A little. Do you want me to remind you? And no need. Last night, you threw up all over me. I almost threw my shirt straight into the trash. So much for the romantic scene I'd imagined. I'd already told him not to remind me, yet he kept listing every embarrassing detail. I always thought I had a puppy face. But right now, I just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Sorry. Last night, you kicked me out of bed. I couldn't have kicked that hard. Last night, I cleaned you up. I changed your clothes. Thank you. I mumbled without daring to look at him. My fingers kept twisting the towel around my waist. Last night, Fifa came back to the room. But you chased him away. Huh. I didn't remember that at all. Apparently my brain had shut itself off during that part. In my memory, Fifa and Kong were still at the pub. Everything after that was missing. Really, why would I chase Fifa away? He's supposed to be staying here. You should ask yourself, are you done? Can I? Not yet. One sentence was enough to stop me. I couldn't escape anyway. There still wasn't any water. So all I could do was stand there, one hand awkwardly covering myself with the towel, like a student being scolded by a teacher. What else? Last night, you said you loved me. You said you loved me too. I immediately fired back. Silence filled the room. Neither of us moved. I forced myself to look at him. His expression remained impossible to read. So, was it real? Or was it just the alcohol talking? He asked quietly. I gathered every ounce of courage I had. Then, what about you? Coward. Instead of answering, I threw the question back at him. I asked first. That's unfair. It's fair. Then let's answer together. 1, 2, 3. Real. Real. We answered at exactly the same time. My heart instantly lost control. It pounded so hard my hands trembled. My legs shook. I couldn't stop smiling. It felt exactly like falling in love for the first time. When did you fall in love with me? I finally managed to ask. I don't know. He answered immediately. Do you even know what love is? I don't. Then why did you say you love me? My confidence suddenly faltered. Maybe our feelings weren't actually the same. He didn't even know what love was. Meanwhile, I had confessed with complete certainty. Yotha, can you tell the difference between liking someone and loving someone? He straightened his back. His deep eyes stayed fixed on me. They were so intense that I couldn't look away. I can. That was all he said. No explanation. Nothing else. So I hurriedly explained instead. Liking someone means appreciating their good qualities. For example, I like Fifa because he's kind. I like Kong because he's a good friend. I like lemon soda because it's delicious. I like listening to people's stories because it's fun. But love, it's something more. I waited. What about liking? My likes change all the time. And love. That's why I said, I don't know. I see. Why did that answer make me feel so disappointed? What exactly was I expecting? But there is one thing I do know. It's a special feeling. I don't know what it's called. But it has you in it. That afternoon, I searched for answers everywhere. Pantip is one of Thailand's biggest online forums. People tell stories there, share opinions, ask for advice. I don't even have an account. Usually I just search through Google. One answer caught my attention. Love is being happy because of someone's strengths. But loving someone is being happy despite their flaws. That sounded pretty profound. Everyone defines love differently. Since I still couldn't answer the question myself, I decided to conduct my own survey. It was the weekend. I knocked on every engineering student's door. Knock, knock, knock. What's wrong, Ty? Sep, the chemistry department president, answered first. What is love? What kind of question is that? Are you still drunk? Just answer. What is love? Love is sacrifice. Okay, I've got my answer. I thanked him, closed the door, and typed his answer into my phone. Before I reached the next room, From walked past. What is love? What the hell are you doing? Answer first. I blocked his path. He sighed. Love is the person you love. So love is love? Maybe. Good enough. I typed it into my notes. On to the next victim. I was incredibly hardworking. Yotha had already left after Pfeiffer reclaimed his room. Kong was still asleep. Meanwhile, I'd recovered from my hangover much faster. Room 3. What is love? Love is my vanilla heaven. That's very abstract. But thanks. Actually, I have another answer. Go ahead. Love is cookies on the moon. And blueberry cheesecake on the sun. My headache just got worse. Room 4. What is love? Jack and Rose. The lovers from Titanic. That's a movie. What about you, book? Love means giving everything to someone. Especially money. Oh, the sugar daddy philosophy. Whoever dates him should probably ask for his ATM pin. Thanks. What are you researching, Ty? I'm doing a survey. I smiled. No way was I admitting this was personal. Not until both of us were absolutely sure. Room 5 was empty. Room 6. What is love? Why are you asking? Just answer. Sex. I froze. That answer had never even crossed my mind. Should I ask him to explain? In my 19 years of life, I'd never even come close to that. I'm definitely more of a puppy love kind of person. Why sex? If you have a boyfriend, don't you sleep together? That's love. You have to separate love from sex. I don't. My love is sex. He ended the conversation, picked up his Ovaltine, and climbed back into bed. Room 7. What is love? Love is gravity. Wow. That's a really good answer. It's like Newton said, every object attracts every other object. If you want the force of attraction, you substitute the values into the equation. That's enough. I'm about to throw up physics. Oh, I thought you wanted the full explanation. Thanks. But I need to throw up first. Speaking of throwing up, weren't you the one who vomited at the pub last night? How do you know? The entire department knows. My carefully maintained image. Destroyed. One drunken night. And it all vanished. I mourned my reputation for exactly 3 seconds. Then continued my survey. After finishing the men's dorm, I walked to the convenience store. On the way, I met some friends from the women's dorm. Naturally, I asked them too. What is love? Gun. Do you like me? Good grief. Bua's confidence really is unmatched. No, I'm only asking. Answer first. My love is Yotha. You really like him? If that were true, I'd probably collapse. I like everyone who's handsome. But Yotha isn't even the prettier twin. Pfeiffer is prettier. I like quiet people. But cheerful people are nice too. Gun. You're flirting with me again. You like me, don't you? My mouth almost admitted the truth. Instead, I smiled awkwardly. Before she could ask anything else, I quickly escaped. But instead of returning to my room, I gathered my courage and knocked on Kong's door. I silently prayed. Please don't let Yotha be here. Normally, he disappears on weekends. You finally crawled out. Recovered from drowning in your own vomit. What a greeting. Not a trace of concern. Just relentless teasing. Apparently, my disaster really had become department-wide entertainment. I've got pictures. Everyone's faces were priceless. Please don't let anyone spread them. The second years took them. There are tons. Kong sat grinning in the middle of the room. It looked like Yotha really wasn't there. Need something? Want some sausage? Can't I just come visit? Sure. But I thought you were looking for someone. TCH. Good acting. Even after clearing his name, he still couldn't resist teasing me. Actually, I had come specifically for Kong. I needed advice. I sat across from him, watching him happily eat grilled sausage. Only after he looked up, raised his middle finger, and smirked, did he finally speak. Spit it out. How did you know? I can tell just by looking at your face. Well, last night I got drunk. I spoke quietly. And I wasn't in my right mind. But promise you won't tell anyone. Everyone knows Kong has the biggest mouth imaginable. Even so, he's still the one friend I trust most. I promise. I told Yotha I loved him. Uffed. The spicy ice and sausage exploded all over my face. Kong. Seriously? I wiped my face with both hands. I almost cried. Sorry. I was just surprised. I didn't think you'd move that fast. What do you mean, move fast? You confessed. What the hell? Shut up. I only. So what did Yotha say? He said he loved me too. This time, before he could spray food everywhere again. I covered his mouth. Only after he calmed down did I let go. So, you two are dating now? Huh. I shook my head vigorously. I confessed because I liked him so much I couldn't hold it in anymore. But Yotha? I'm not sure. When I asked him, he said he doesn't even know what love is. I'm afraid. Maybe what he feels for me isn't actually love. We've only lived together for 2 months. Some people fall in love in one day. But he's different. He's afraid of love. You can't compare him to everyone else. I want to be certain. I want to know that what he feels is really love. Sometimes, you don't need to know the definition of love. You just love someone. Listen to your heart. If it's that person, then it'll always be that person. He paused, then looked at me seriously. But here's my advice. If you're confused, ask him directly. If Yotha really loves you, I'm sure he'll tell you everything. That was the advice I decided to follow. Who says people in love are always sweet? Look at us. Yotha and I had absolutely no interest in rushing anything. We preferred taking things one step at a time. Every day, we grew a little closer. Though honestly, we still acted more like a strict owner and his stubborn guard dog. We never said sweet things. Mostly, we just argued. So, what are we supposed to call this relationship? I followed him toward his car after classes ended. I just finished delivering lunch boxes for everyone in the department. Before the day of the contest and the opening event of the world of activities, everyone had their own assignment. The logistics team immediately split up, deciding who would serve water and who would hand out rice and snacks to everyone. Yotha and I were on the pickup team. It wasn't like we were gathering supplies from the department. We were more like delivery workers hired to collect lunch boxes from different restaurants. I unfolded the crumpled piece of paper and glanced at the third-year head's messy handwriting while talking to the person beside me behind the steering wheel. 200 lunch boxes of basil pork with fried egg, 200 lunch boxes of fried rice with egg, 200 lunch boxes of Penang pork curry with fried egg, 50 extra boxes of plain rice for anyone who wants more, and 10 special lunch boxes for people with food allergies. That's everything. PTO said we're supposed to pick them up at 11 tomorrow morning. Okay, let's place the order at the first restaurant before we head to the next one. Got it. Have you eaten yet? Worried about me? As I spoke, I turned my head toward the window to hide my embarrassment. I am. I'm worried you won't feel well. Oh, my heart melted. Not yet. I was planning to go back and eat with my friends from the department. It was already after 6 in the evening. Around 7, the rest of the logistics team would be lining up to distribute the lunch boxes. How was I supposed to get back in time to grab the free meal? Do you want to buy something to eat? Damn, Yotha really cared about me. It was so touching. We'll see. The car stopped in front of a restaurant behind the university. It wasn't very big, but everyone in the department loved the food. I seriously wondered if they secretly put marijuana in it to make it taste that good. After we finished placing the order, the tall man turned to me as if he already knew what I was thinking. There's a fried meatball stand next door. Want something to eat? How could Gun possibly refuse? I nodded immediately. Ever since the day we confessed our feelings to each other, something had changed. For example, the way he looked after me. Before, what I ate or when I slept had never been his concern. How many? He asked once we reached the fried meatball stall. 1,000,000 skewers. Are you stupid? Humph. Watch your mouth, you creature of darkness. When I told Kong I was buying 1,000,000 meatballs, he didn't say anything. Is he depressed? Did you see the look on his face? Obviously. So how many? 2. Are you sure? Tell me honestly. 3. Will that fill you up? 4 would be good. Okay. He turned to the vendor. 5 fried pork meatballs, please. After ordering, he led me inside to sit on a chair while we waited. It was like he understood me better than I understood myself. Even before we officially became a couple, he had already spoiled me like this. Maybe it really was fate. Still, I had to maintain my image. People in love should try to look good in front of each other. Although, once Yotha stopped being polite, could I ask him to spoil me just a little more? I saw a bubble tea shop next door. If you want one, go ahead. There he was again, sitting there calmly, like he was meditating. Do you want something to drink? I'll buy it. I don't like sweet drinks. Just get yours. After getting permission, I proudly walked over to the stall and ordered a giant fresh taro milk tea with pearls. After paying and picking it up, I immediately took a huge sip. So refreshing. A little later, I headed back toward the meatball stall. Gun. Unexpectedly, someone called my name. I looked at him in confusion, scratching my head as I tried to remember where we'd met before. It's Cleo. Cleo. We met at Bangin' Pachana that night. Remember? Oh, now I remembered. He was the one who had suddenly started talking to me. You said you knew Yotha. Yeah. Who did you come here with? I came with Yotha. Want to see him? He's right next door. No, that's okay. What year are you? Since everyone's names sounded similar to me, I asked so I wouldn't accidentally speak too casually. 4th year. Are you going to the party? I'm inviting everyone who knows Yotha. I'm terrible at drinking, so it probably isn't for me. I'd only cause trouble. The puppy-faced senior smiled shyly, but didn't give up. You can bring a friend. Are you free this Saturday? We're having it at my place. Cleo. It's just Cleo. Call me Cleo. I'm the only Cleo in your life, you brat. I couldn't say a word, because those words had come from Yotha. He walked over carrying a bag of fried meatballs, glaring at Cleo. His large hand grabbed my wrist and pulled me behind him. I had no idea what was happening, but honestly, I felt much safer standing behind him than facing that 4th-year senior alone. Long time no see, Cleo said casually. You always avoid me whenever I invite you to parties. Why are you being so rude today? What do you want? I tugged on Yotha's arm several times, silently asking him not to start a fight. Can't I just say hello to a friend? Without answering, Yotha dragged me back toward the car. Just as he was pushing me into the passenger seat, Cleo caught up and stopped us with a single sentence. Stop treating your boyfriend like that. I never thought anything of it. But you two are together all the time, and you still have the nerve to pretend it's innocent. If you don't want me interfering, then learn to control yourself. Your first love belongs in the past. That was all he said before walking away. Yotha and I simply stood there, staring at each other in confusion. Even after climbing into the car, I couldn't think about anything else. The delicious fried meatballs and sweet bubble tea had completely lost their appeal. Only after the car started moving did the person beside me finally speak. How long have you known Cleo? When I went to Bangin' Pachana, he suddenly came over and started talking to me. He said he knew you, so we chatted. There were so many questions I wanted to ask, but I didn't dare. Who exactly was the person Yotha had been involved with? Who was Cleo? What kind of relationship did they have? I knew almost nothing about Yotha's past. So, did he do anything to you? No. If you see Cleo again, stay away from him. If anything happens, call me. Are you planning to do something to Cleo? His hands tightened around the steering wheel. His eyes stayed on the road. But when he heard my question, he glanced at me for just a moment. His eyes trembled. Only for a second. But I saw it. A little. Is there something you want to tell me? It's just, I've known your boyfriend for a long time, but I don't have any feelings for him anymore. I believe you. I simply said what my heart wanted to say. Sometimes, if someone's past was too painful to talk about, maybe it was better not to keep digging. Maybe it was enough to look at the present, just like Kong had advised me. Why do you believe me? Because you're Yotha. The moment I saw his beautiful smile, my heart began pounding wildly. Huh. Is it even legal to be this shy and this cute? Can I still call you Dark? So what do you want to call me? Dumb face. That's worse than the old nickname. So what should I call you? You can call me Stupid if you want. Or Dark. Whatever. Huh? Didn't you say you didn't like it? If you're the one saying it, anything is fine. After searching for the meaning of love for so long, I finally found my answer. If the love I felt for the Shadow Knight belonged to someone as puppy-like as me, then Gunyukol's definition of love was simply Yotha. Chapter. Gun's point of view. FIFA made a new rule. Read it, Yotha. The door opened slightly. I leaned against the frame, staring at the tall figure outside. Last night, my roommate and I argued over something ridiculous. That cold-faced guy had practically moved into my room lately. I had completely lost my privacy. So, in a fit of anger, FIFA made new rules. Originally, outsiders weren't allowed into the room after dark. Apparently, that rule wasn't working. Every single night, Yotha shamelessly climbed into bed beside me. So now, we needed a stricter solution. What kind of ridiculous rule is it? Read it first. I knocked on the paper taped to the door. Okay, and then? Outsiders have to pay an entrance fee. You can pay with cash, milk, cake, whatever. Choose. Honestly, this new rule benefited me. Because the only person who ever entered without permission was Yotha. Kong was exempt from everything. It's already 10 at night. You're asking me to go buy something now? The tall man asked calmly. Aren't you going to the bar? No. Why have you been so well-behaved lately? I got tired of being stubborn. So I stayed. I pouted before wagging my finger at him. If you don't have snacks, then give me money. So now you're extorting money? Otherwise, I'm not letting you in. Right now? There was only one way to describe Yotha. Ridiculously childish. He was wearing the pink bunny pajamas that only appeared once a week. Parm had bought him 5 different pajama sets. The penguin and seal pajamas were still his favorites. As for me, I was still wearing my favorite old shorts. So I can pay the entrance fee? Exactly. The moment I finished speaking, the tall man suddenly leaned forward. Before I could react, the world spun. Everything went blank. His lips pressed gently against mine. It only lasted a brief moment before he pulled away. Yet the warmth lingering on my lips remained. Who? Yotha kissed me. Yotha kissed me. Payment received. Can I come in now? He asked lazily. Meanwhile, I was standing there looking like I was about to cry. In the end, there was nothing Gun could do except step aside and let him walk in. He pushed open the door and claimed my bed, as if nothing unusual had happened. Next time, don't pay like that. Pay with money. Or snacks. The minimum payment is 10 baht. Leech. Listen to him. He jumped onto my bed, picked up the comic book I'd left on the pillow the night before, and started reading as though he owned the place. FIFA told me to. He's not coming back tonight. How do you know? He called. He's staying at the apartment. How unfortunate. Lord Fai. How could you abandon such a lovable person like me just to spend the night with Lord Voldemort? If the Dark Lord used dark magic on me, I'd be ready. No matter what happened, I wouldn't resist. Then sleep in Pfeiffer's bed. I don't sleep in other people's beds. But you're lying in mine. You're not other people. I lost again. Are you ever going back to your own room? I'll go back after we move in together. Now get over here. Move. I muttered quietly. Ignoring me, he grabbed my laptop from the table and sat beside me. I tried focusing on it instead of him, but with our shoulders touching, there was no way I'd be able to keep my composure much longer. What comic are you reading? Interested now? I'm just asking. Attack on Titan. Oh, the war against the Titans. Yeah. I'll remember everything you've been interested in lately. Because if I wanted our relationship to grow, I wanted to remember every little thing about him. If there's something you want to know, just ask. My eyes widened. I was overwhelmed. Yotha was finally giving me permission to ask about everything I'd wanted to know for so long. Will you really answer? Ask first. I made a fist and held it out like a microphone. First question. When's your birthday? You still don't know? Just answer. Actually, I already knew. Otherwise, how could I have embroidered his birth date onto his tie? Still, hearing it directly from him felt completely different. April 8th. And mine. Before I could answer, he interrupted me. I know. How? He stayed silent. I burst out laughing. From the way you ask questions? Yeah. Fine. No more teasing. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Yes. Have you ever had sex? The moment I asked, my face burned. Apparently, I was the sensitive one. Yes. I blinked in surprise. Well, for someone who'd known all kinds of girls, it wasn't strange. Even if Yotha said he never slept with people he was only playing around with, there must have been someone in the past he had truly loved. I really want to know. What does the tattoo on your body mean? The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. I immediately regretted asking. Maybe. He didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to slap myself. A moment later, his quiet voice broke the silence. Open your hand. Confused, I obeyed like an obedient puppy. He traced something across my palm with his index finger. It tickled slightly. Still, I focused on every movement. 00110001. 00110100. 00110000. 00110011. My brain couldn't decode the stream of binary numbers. I only knew they represented zeros and ones. What does it mean? Sorry, that was probably a stupid question. It's 1403. The day my parents divorced. I messed up. I really messed up. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? It doesn't hurt anymore. Is that why you were afraid to love anyone? Partly. What about the other reason? If you want another answer, you have to pay. Oh, Cheapskate. It's okay. I didn't need to know anymore. I didn't want to reopen old wounds. Like I'd promised myself. The important thing was the present. Yotha had already opened his heart to me so much. Now, it was my turn to treasure it. Yotha, just one last question. After this, I won't ask anymore. Why was I the one who made you stop being afraid of love? Cute. Huh. Because, to me, no one is cuter than you. Friday night. The perfect night to have fun. A group of close friends gathered at a cocktail bar that was almost as cozy as Bangin' Pachana. I had to leave work early after getting permission from the restaurant manager. So I asked Yotha to take me to the cocktail bar his older brother co-owned. November 15th was especially busy. It was the end of the work week. Even before 9:30, people had already started drinking. Yotha decided it was still too early. Instead, he took me to his room. We spent the evening eating instant pasta, drinking coffee, and watching an entire movie before heading downstairs once the crowd had settled. Long time no see. Nop, the owner and bartender, greeted us first. As for Newton, no need to ask. He was probably upstairs flirting with another girl. The department's been really busy lately. We sat at the counter like we had last time. What do you want to drink? You've both worked hard. Something light. And smooth. Water. That's not cool at all. If you drink anything stronger, you'll throw it all up. How did he know? I'd always believed there would never be a day when Yotha misunderstood me. Until the day, I threw up all over my own shirt. Since then, I'd never dared drink anything strong again. Then I'll leave it to you. 2 mocktails. No alcohol. Same for Yotha. Right? Yeah. Good. Otherwise Newton would have dragged everyone into a drinking contest again. So, how are you two? You seem a lot closer now. I immediately froze. I looked at Yotha beside me. We hadn't told anyone we were dating yet. We wanted to wait until we fully understood each other first. Whenever that might be. We weren't in a hurry. A little. He answered with a sweet smile. Your smile is terrifying, gun. Burp. Fifa came by the other day. What did he do? Nothing. He drank a beer and left. But the funny thing was, he kept complaining that someone had taken over his room. Know who it was? I nearly choked. So Nop still didn't know I was the culprit. Meanwhile, the owner of that room was sitting right beside me. Don't worry about FAI. Yotha skillfully changed the subject. I quietly sipped my mocktail while the two of them chatted. A little later, someone else arrived. At first, I assumed it was Newton returning. Instead, the elevator opened, and the person who stepped out was Cleo. Huh? Cleo, you're back. Nop called. Cleo looked over. When he saw Yotha and me sitting together, he gave us a strange smile. Yeah. Want a beer? No thanks. Someone here isn't comfortable seeing me. I won't stay. I'm heading home. All right. See you, gun. Why, yes. He left. The atmosphere immediately became awkward. Yotha remained silent. Nop busied himself arranging glasses. I didn't know what to say either, so I quietly drank my mocktail. About 10 minutes later, the elevator opened again. I expected Newton. I was wrong. Got any beer? A tall, slender man stopped at the counter. Fair skin, dark eyes, soft brown curls, even in a striped t-shirt and pajama pants. He naturally drew everyone's attention. I knew staring was rude. But, who told him to stand so close to me? For you, 2 bottles maximum. Nop warned. Come on, NOP. If you drink more than that, you'll get sick. You drank an entire bucket with Newton. I didn't complain. Before you start complaining, let me introduce someone. The man standing across the counter looked at me. Yotha quietly turned toward him as well. What? How? This is Yotha. And this isn't Gun. Hello, Pete. I immediately greeted him with a Y. Hello. He smiled. I melted instantly. I'm Warich. You can call me Wa. You remember me saying this bar has 3 owners? He's the 3rd one. Oh. He smiled again. The 3rd owner was incredibly handsome. And more importantly, he's Cleo's boyfriend. My smile froze. Everything suddenly connected. The boyfriend Cleo had mentioned, the one Yotha used to tease, was standing right beside me. He was always upstairs. Always here. Never gone. Suddenly, the words I'd once said to Yotha echoed in my head. Let's take it one step at a time. The first person to overcome their fear wins. Back then, I believed overcoming fear would lead to happiness. But I had forgotten something. Some people never wanted to overcome that fear in the first place. Now everything made sense. PWA was Yotha's first love. PWA was one of the owners of this bar, and PWA had always been here. The reason Yotha came here every night probably wasn't because he wanted to bother anyone. Maybe he had simply hoped that the person he loved would notice him and come back. Knock. How ironic. All this time, I'd kept asking Yotha what love meant, when the truth was, someone had already taught him the meaning of love. A very long time ago. Chapter 11. I didn't like this atmosphere at all. No, I hated it. I hated feeling like a different person, someone no one recognized anymore. My enthusiasm, my nonstop talking. It was as if someone had flipped a switch and turned everything off. Newton joined us about half an hour later. We sat together at the bar, raising our glasses while the staff busily cleaned up around us. Nop was a kind person. After closing, everyone helped clean the remaining mess before going home. Still, until then, things were a little chaotic. Are you sleeping here tonight? This time, it was PWA who asked Yotha naturally. I'm not. Yotha answered quietly, taking a sip of water. Almost immediately, PWA started grumbling. Oh, what's this? Today's Saturday, isn't it? So, you don't care about me anymore these days. You've completely forgotten about me. You're too noisy. Come on, Yotha. Sleep here tonight. Newton interrupted. The bed's huge. You and Gun can share it. Yotha fell silent for a moment before looking at me, silently asking for my opinion. I'd rather go back to the dorm. If I stayed here, I was afraid everyone, including me, would feel suffocated. You stay if you want. I'll just call a grab. No, we're going home together. Since he'd already decided, I simply nodded. If you're driving home, don't drink too much, Nop reminded him worriedly. It's your fault, NOP. You keep making him drink. Hey, you're just as guilty. You keep asking him to toast with you. I know Yotha's limits. I can't help it. Dad knows best. The half-serious, half-playful teasing continued. I laughed awkwardly, trying to ease the atmosphere. So how did Gun get so close to Yotha? PWA suddenly asked. Normally, he barely gets along with anyone. You can count on one hand how many friends he's brought here. The question was directed straight at me. Seeing the curiosity in PWA's eyes, I didn't know how to answer. I just found out you two suddenly became roommates. If they're roommates, that explains some of it. But usually, unless someone's really special, Yotha wouldn't bring them here. So, are you really just friends? It's complicated. I hadn't answered. Yotha did. What? Does asking that bother you that much? I said. It's complicated. You're being rude. You always used to agree with everything I said. What happened to that obedient kid? Don't call me kid. It's not funny. Oh, fine. I won't tease you anymore. My little Yotha has finally grown up. As he spoke, PWA reached over and gently ruffled Yotha's hair. My entire body went cold. I was sitting right between them. The scene only lasted a moment, but it burned itself into my memory. Then I noticed something else. When PWA lifted his arm, I saw a tattoo near the inside of his elbow. It was made of zeros and ones. Binary code. Exactly like the tattoo on Yotha's body. PWA, do you have a tattoo too? I couldn't stop myself from asking. Yeah. He answered without hesitation. It's binary. It's my name. Oh, I see. The cafeteria uncle scooped food onto my plate, as usual, before placing it beside the counter. 25 baht. I paid immediately. While waiting for my change, my eyes instinctively searched for someone. But Yotha had already disappeared somewhere. For some reason, I felt disappointed. After receiving my change, I turned back toward my table. Hey, the uncle called after me. I turned around. Yes. You forgot your rice. Right. Gun. Pull yourself together. Focus. Thank you. My thoughts were a complete mess. I couldn't focus on anything anymore. Even while my friends chatted around me, I barely understood half of what they were saying. Tai. Conkiat smacked the back of my head so hard my face nearly landed in my food. What were you guys talking about? Are you sick? He pressed a hand against my forehead. I'm fine. Why? Do I look sleepy? You look exhausted. Were you up playing games again? I quickly made up the first excuse that came to mind. I wanted to try something different. What about you guys? It's Tumtam's birthday tomorrow. We're going to karaoke. I'm in. Good. Yellow clothes only. Deal. After agreeing, I lowered my head and continued eating. Everything felt empty. Nothing was as lively as before. At least, not for me. But what about Yotha? Did he ever feel like this too? He no longer came downstairs with me. We lived separate lives now. Maybe. This was our way of searching for answers. As for me, my answer was already clear. The farther apart we became, the more I realized how much I cared about him. I wanted to be close. I wanted to throw childish tantrums. I wanted to talk to him. I wanted us to squeeze into the same bed again. But I didn't know how much longer I'd have to wait. That afternoon, I had another class. On the way to the building, something cold landed on my hand. I looked up. It's raining. Perfect. This could become one of those dramatic movie scenes. What rain? That's just water dripping from the air conditioner, idiot. Kong completely ruined the mood. I looked up again. Not a single raindrop. Only dark clouds. Damn it. I couldn't even be dramatic properly. Todd, is there something you want to tell me? For what felt like the 100th time, Kong asked the same question. Nothing. You've changed. You don't look like yourself. I've just got a lot on my mind. Is it about Yotha? My feet stopped. I looked at him before quietly pursing my lips. I won't ask what happened. But don't get so attached that everything else disappears. Talk to me about other things too. I know. Kong had completely entered mother mode. I knew he was worried. So, I pretend everything was fine. If you need help, just tell me. Okay. Tomorrow we'll sing until we lose our voices. Are you free today? I am. Great. I'll take you out for Japanese food afterward. You're the best, Kong. Damn, you're the cutest. I'm not being nice. I'm dragging everyone there. When it's time to pay, everyone pays for themselves. He punched my shoulder before walking ahead. If only my heart could forget someone, even for a little while. But every time I was alone, Yotha's face returned. Why? Why couldn't I erase him? Kong's message. Tai, are you ready yet? Sorry, I just woke up. I'd accidentally fallen asleep all afternoon. Kong called immediately. You trying to break a world record or something? You still need to get dressed? No. Go ahead. I'll meet you there. Then hurry. Okay. Lately, I hadn't been sleeping well. Whenever I finally fell asleep, it was almost morning. I yawned through classes every day, combined with weeks of exhaustion. I'd collapse the moment I got back to my room. I never expected to sleep like the dead. After showering and changing, I hurried to the karaoke place. Kong had rented a huge room. Tonight was obviously going to be a big party. When I arrived, everything was exactly as expected. Except, Tai, didn't you read the line group? Book was the first to greet me. Everyone else immediately joined in. Yellow shirt theme. So, why are you wearing blue? I froze in the doorway. More than 10 friends. Every single one dressed in bright yellow like a crowd of minions. Then there was me, looking like someone who had never opened line. I forgot. Sorry. I deliberately looked guilty to avoid getting scolded. You look lost. Come sit. What are you drinking? My friend pulled me over like a caring future wife. Water. Want snacks? We already ordered. No. Just water. I need to stay hydrated before singing. Everyone nodded in understanding. They'd already been singing for quite a while. I grabbed the microphone and sang my heart out. Only Kong came over to sit beside me. Despite the concern on his face, his mouth stayed as sarcastic as ever. Are you dying? If I die, I'm dragging you with me. You still have enough strength for that. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You've lost weight. You've got dark circles. You walk around like a zombie. Seriously, did you catch the zombie virus? Complete nonsense. Only Kong could say something like that. I just haven't been sleeping well. It'll get better. Want me to sleep with you? FIFA would throw you out immediately. Seeing he still looked worried, I smiled again. Hey, don't worry. Now, where's the microphone? He finally handed it over. My friends were dangerous. Out of millions of songs, they only picked songs about heartbreak, love triangles, unrequited love, failed relationships. Every song ended miserably. By the end, I was singing and crying at the same time. Eventually, I became so exhausted that I set the microphone down and curled up in the corner, watching everyone else sing as though they'd escaped straight from the underworld. I didn't dare call Yotha, but I imagined he'd already gone to his brother's bar. The moment I thought about it, PWA appeared in my mind. Those memories kept replaying. They had broken up long before I ever entered Yotha's life. So why? Why did it still hurt so much knowing they saw each other almost every day? PWA acted normal. Yotha acted normal. So why had Pleo chased after Yotha and threatened him? Ugh, I'm going crazy. I rubbed my head hard. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. If I wanted answers, I could just call him. It wasn't difficult. Normally, I love being curious about other people's stories. I took a deep breath, gathered every ounce of courage, pulled out my phone, quietly slipped outside, opened Yotha's contact, and stared at his name for a long time. Finally, I pressed call. It rang and rang. No answer. The call disconnected. I called again. This time, someone picked up. Before they could speak, I blurted out, "Yotha, where are you? Are you at the bar?" A familiar voice answered instead. "Who's this?" "Yotha just went to the bathroom. I'll tell him you called." It was PWA. My hand began trembling. Still, I forced myself to stay calm. "Please tell him Gun called." "Huh? Gun? No wonder your voice sounded familiar." He sounded much happier than before. "You're PWA, right?" "Yep." I was surprised by the caller. Damn, Yotha never saves anyone's number. "If anything comes up, I'll tell him. When you have time, let's grab a beer together. We can talk about our worries." Okay. The call ended, but I remained frozen. My brain refused to process what I'd just heard. Yotha had never even saved my phone number. Then, what did everything between us mean? "Huh, Ty, why are you standing here?" Kong found me hidden in a corner. The moment he saw my pale face, his eyes widened. "What happened?" "Kong, I'm so scared." "Scared of what?" "I'm scared this isn't love. I'm scared that he doesn't love me." "Hey, calm down." My voice shook. My arms, my legs, my entire body trembled. Even my heartbeat was completely out of control. "How much longer do we have?" I swallowed hard, pretending I was only asking about karaoke. 2 hours. Good. For those 2 hours, the microphone stays with me. Forcing a smile, I walked back into the room, picked up the microphone, and sang as loudly as I could. Tears streamed endlessly down my face. Thankfully, the room was dark enough that no one noticed. Or, even if they did, they'd probably think I was just emotional because of the music. I waited for Yotha to call back. I almost fell asleep. And the cruelest part, when he finally did call, the only thing I could say was, "Nothing." Lately, my roommate had been practicing nonstop for the male beauty contest. The moment I got back to the dorm, I collapsed onto my bed like a corpse. As for me, I'd completely lost my focus. Sometimes, the moment I woke up, I went straight to Kong because he usually separated from everyone during class changes. Even though everyone told me to stop overthinking until I got a real answer from Yotha, I didn't know when that answer would come. "So, what should we eat today?" someone asked. "Let's eat at the science building." I'm too lazy to walk far. "What stall?" "The noodle shop. The girl working there is gorgeous." "You Buffalo." "Fine. Science building it is." "Ty, come on." My friends turned to me. They'd been unusually gentle lately. They were worried about the mess I'd become. I knew I'd become a burden. No matter how hard I tried to fix myself, everything only got worse. Since our first 2 classes were in the science building on the 5th floor, the professor allowed everyone to use the elevator. Still, when it was crowded, we usually took the stairs. Ding! The elevator doors opened. I stepped inside first, then immediately realized I'd made a terrible mistake. Standing inside was the one person I wanted to see, and didn't want to see. "Yotha, Ty," Kong shouted. The elevator was already full. No one else could squeeze in. For one brief second, my mind screamed at me to get out. Instead, Yotha reached over and gently caught my wrist. The doors closed. The elevator began descending. People continued chatting around us. But neither Yotha nor I said a single word. Things had become strange between us. We barely talked anymore, mostly because I'd been avoiding him. Even during logistics duty, I'd switch to another section so he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Now, there was nowhere left to run. Ding! The elevator doors opened on the ground floor. Everyone stepped out. Everyone except us. We both remained where we were. A moment later, the doors closed again. Since no one had pressed another button, the elevator stayed where it was. "How have you been?" I finally asked, gathering my courage. "Are you okay?" Neither of us looked at each other. We both stared straight ahead at the opposite wall. "Yeah. What about you?" Okay, I guess." Silence filled the elevator again. I took the opportunity to ask the question that had been weighing on my heart. "Yotha, do you have your answer yet?" "Not yet." "I see. Then I'll go. Kong's probably waiting." I gently slipped my wrist free from his hand before pressing the button to open the elevator door with trembling fingers. Maybe the only thing I could do was keep moving forward. without looking back. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As I walked away, I hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of my eyes. It wasn't easy, trying to ask someone for love, when that person no longer believed in loving anyone. The beauty contest, the event that officially opened the world of activities, had sounded like it would be exciting. And it was. The auditorium was packed with cheering freshmen shouting for their friends. My job was logistics. I helped distribute lunchboxes before joining Pfeiffer's team to help with the rest of the event. Everything went smoothly. Hours later, the winners were announced. Just as everyone expected, Pfeiffer won the title of schoolboy. The entire faculty erupted into cheers. Everyone danced. Everyone celebrated. Only I stood there, smiling, clapping, looking like a lost soul. Celebrate. It's a celebration. Engineering. Engineering. Everyone was exhausted after the event, so the real celebration was postponed until another day. For the first time in weeks, Pfeiffer came back to the room early. He collapsed onto his bed without even removing his makeup. His clothes still carried the scent of men's cologne. I'm exhausted. Oh my God. I'm never entering another contest for the rest of my life. Come on. It was for the department. Being schoolboy is a good thing. What good thing? I don't see any benefits. Who knows? Maybe it'll lead you to true love. Honestly, even without winning, plenty of people already wanted me. Fair enough. I sometimes forgot just how ridiculously handsome he was. Not to mention his unbelievable charm. How have you been lately? Whenever I get back, you're already asleep. So I never got to ask. Why doesn't Yotha sleep here anymore? My hand froze. I turned toward him. Maybe he's busy. Or maybe it's because of the room entrance fee. So funny. So, you two aren't talking anymore? I already knew the answer. Still, I asked. No. FAI. I hesitated for a long time, then finally asked what had been stuck inside me. I know about Yotha's first love. You met Warich? Pfeiffer looked genuinely surprised. He sat up cross-legged, suddenly serious. Yeah. PWA is really handsome. No wonder Yotha liked him. Don't overthink it. That was years ago. I'm not. Your face says otherwise. Is there something you want to ask? No. Wa has a boyfriend, and he loves him very much. I met Playo too. Then that's even better. You don't need to worry. I'm going to take a shower. Cub. Pfeiffer stopped me halfway to the bathroom. What? Are you okay? You look pale. Only then did I touch my face. My body felt strangely hot. Probably because I'd barely slept after weeks of non-stop activities. I'm okay. A cold shower will fix it. Want some medicine? If I'm not sick, why would I take medicine? You should worry about yourself. Take your makeup off. And go shower. You order me around like my wife. If I didn't already have so many admirers, I'd accept you into the family. I'm honored to be one of your options. Stinky. Instead of answering, I raised my middle finger before dragging myself into the bathroom. Hopefully, cold water would make me feel better. Instead, I felt even worse. So I crawled into bed much earlier than usual. Maybe, after sleeping, everything would be better. Sunday morning, the alarm rang endlessly. Damn it. I fumbled around forever before finally finding my phone. Opening my eyes felt difficult. A headache spread from my temples to the back of my neck. Every inch of my body burned. Seriously, could my body stop bullying me? Last night, we'd gone out celebrating Pfeiffer's schoolboy victory. If I stayed sick, even that happiness would disappear. I forced myself out of bed. The room was empty. Pfeiffer had already gone out. Since it was Sunday, the dormitory was much quieter than usual. Many students had gone home. Those from distant provinces stayed behind. Kong was definitely still asleep, and I didn't want him worrying about me. So I quickly showered, planning to buy food and medicine before coming back to sleep. Maybe I'd recover. Yesterday, I hadn't spoken to Yotha once. Everyone had been too busy. Even afterward, when Pfeiffer came back carrying all his prizes, I never saw Yotha come to congratulate him. The more I thought about it, the worse my headache became. My feet kept walking on instinct. Everything in front of me blurred. Beep. A loud horn startled me. Everything happened so quickly. Without realizing it, I'd stepped into the road. Just as I froze, a large hand grabbed my arm and pulled me safely back onto the sidewalk. My chest rose and fell violently. My heart pounded. My hands shook. My vision faded in and out. Only after a while did everything become clear. Standing in front of me was the person I'd missed every single day. Beagle. Just hearing him call me Beagle made my heart ache. Can you hear me? I can. I can't hear you. You have a fever. The back of his hand moved from my cheek to my forehead. Are you okay? I'm fine. You weren't watching the road. You almost got hit. I'm sorry. After that, he didn't argue anymore. Instead, he took me straight to a pharmacy. Yotha handled everything. All I had to do was describe my symptoms. If I didn't improve, he threatened to drag me to the hospital. I've got a headache, I quietly told the pharmacist. Then I glanced back at Yotha. And a fever. Anything else? Yotha asked firmly. That's all. It's nothing serious. The pharmacist smiled before preparing my medicine. Afterward, Yotha took me to breakfast. What do you want? You should eat something light. You're sick. I'm not sick. It's just a new symptom. Don't argue. I don't know why you're worrying so much. I don't even take care of myself. The words slipped out before I realized it. I immediately shut my mouth. Do you want rice porridge? I don't. Then congee. I don't want porridge either. Hee. So what do you want? Rice with chicken. But I'll buy it. You have a fever. You shouldn't be walking around the cafeteria. You'll spread it. I pouted so hard I almost burst into flames. What about cake? Or fruit? I want takoyaki. Too heavy. It's bad for your stomach. Was Yotha studying engineering? Or nutrition? Then mini takoyaki. You never stop arguing. I want iced chrysanthemum tea too. Who drinks iced drinks when they have a fever? Lots of people. Ignoring my complaints. He walked away to buy breakfast. I stayed behind at the table. When he returned, he carried 2 meals, 2 slices of cake, and a bottle of room-temperature mineral water. Back at the dorm, he arranged everything neatly on the little Japanese-style table, then poured me a full glass of water. Eat, then take your medicine. I know. Get plenty of rest. Don't go anywhere today. There's a celebration at Bangin Pachana tonight. Don't go. I have to. FIFA wants everyone there. It's for his schoolboy celebration. As I ate, Yotha quietly watched me. This time, he didn't argue anymore. I guessed. The Dark Lord had reluctantly given permission. You've gotten thinner. It surprised me that someone like Yotha had started conversations so often lately. It's called having a model figure. If only he knew. He was the reason. If no one's around, who's going to tie your necktie? I won't wear one. Won't the seniors scold you? Who would dare? Fair enough. Even hell itself would probably surrender to Yotha. After I finished eating and took my medicine, he washed the dishes, cleaned the table, then came back and sat beside me. My eyelids grew heavier. Just before drifting off, I gathered enough courage for one last question. Yotha, do you have your answer now? The answer? About how you feel toward me. Not yet. Exactly. The same answer as before. Maybe you don't actually love me. Maybe you're just being kind. Maybe this is only how friends care about each other. It's different. It's not the same. You didn't even save my phone number. Think carefully. Who's actually important to you? Why would I save your number? I already remember it. I froze. My mouth hung open. I had absolutely no idea what expression I was making. It was probably ridiculous. Can you wait a little longer? His voice was low. His eyes met mine. My breathing stopped. When I'm completely sure, I'll tell you. Okay. I'll wait. I didn't know whether the answer waiting for me would be the one I wanted. But after coming this far, I realized I didn't care how long it took. 2 bottles of whiskey, 1 case of beer, and unlimited mixers. Bring them over. Oh, I'm busy. Order your food quickly. Menus were tossed across the tables. Everyone eagerly pointed at dishes. FIFA sat nearby with his arms crossed, grinning from ear to ear. 3 long tables were packed with freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Kong and I sat together. Even after sleeping all day, my head still spun. I felt much better than that morning, but I wasn't completely recovered. About half an hour later, Yotha arrived. The moment I saw him, all my worries eased. 10 o'clock. Alcohol flowed. Music pounded. Colored lights flashed. The atmosphere became even more lively. Students danced like possessed ghosts. Some emptied their glasses in one gulp. Others wandered from table to table, forcing people to drink. All I could do was shake my head. I barely drank. The cold-faced guy had forbidden me. Besides, I was still sick. Kong, on the other hand, had somehow become drunk after eating almost an entire bowl of beans. What a buffalo. Yotha, if Tai can't handle it later, please take him home. I don't think I can survive tonight either. Kong slurred. What? You're drunk already? Baked bean syndrome. Oh, that's serious. Want some beans? Pfeiffer really had no concept of the word drunk. Bzzz. Bzzz. My eyes drifted toward the vibrating phone in front of Yotha. The name displayed on the screen made my heart sink. Yotha answered almost immediately. He glanced at me briefly before standing up. My heart dropped into an icy abyss. I already knew. He didn't want to stay with me anymore. Beagle. I'll be back later. Was this the answer I'd been waiting for? I grabbed his wrist. Is it really important? Can't you stay? Hope lingered inside my voice. Something happened at the bar. Can I come too? He slowly shook his head. Stay here. I'll be back. Before I could answer, he disappeared into the crowd, leaving Kong and me watching him walk away. Would he really come back? Or was that just an excuse? So I'd stop asking difficult questions? I almost had him. I muttered to Kong before picking up a glass of wine mixed with soda. Normally, I barely drank. Ever since I'd thrown up all over myself that day, alcohol made me feel awful. But tonight, I wanted to forget everything. If I got drunk, maybe I'd stop thinking. I never imagined loving someone could hurt this much. Not because of rejection, but because of waiting. Waiting for an answer that might never come. Happy endings only happened in the last episode of a drama. Real life wasn't written that way. Ty, slow down. Want some water? I'm fine. It's nothing. I waved him off. After wine, I drank beer. It wasn't even good. Still, I finished the entire glass. Then I forced Kong to drink with me too. Glass after glass. Until my sadness blurred. 11 o'clock. I'm going to the bathroom. I slowly stood. My legs barely cooperated. I'll come. Kong mumbled. You can barely keep your eyes open. Stay. I'll be right back. After leaving the restroom, I was heading back when someone suddenly grabbed my arm. I stumbled forward. Only when I looked up did I recognize him. What happened, Ngun? Playo, what are you doing here? Drinking. I've been here since 9. I saw you earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt. Oh, come sit with us. Before I could refuse, he dragged me toward his table. It was full of seniors I didn't know. He pushed me into a chair, introduced me briefly, then poured wine into a glass. Before I could react, someone grabbed my neck. Alcohol was forced into my mouth. The burning liquid slid down my throat. Everything happened too quickly. Eventually, the pressure eased. The seniors began chatting casually. Most of the questions came from Cleo's friends. Not Cleo himself. I've heard Cleo talk about you. You don't look the way he described. Hey. So you're even cuter in person. Do you have a boyfriend? And no. Do you have someone you like? I think my friends are waiting. Can I go back now? Just one more drink. Another glass of straight liquor appeared. It burned so badly I nearly cried. I can't. I'm dizzy. So, you want some fresh air? Yes. Anywhere. Just not here. One of the seniors led me outside. Except, there wasn't any fresh air. Only cigarette smoke. He pushed me into a corner. My back slammed against the wall. Pain shot through my body. I don't feel well. I want to go home. I'll take you. And no, I'm going home with my friends. The whole world spun. Why wouldn't my tears stop? I want to go home. You're really drunk. He blocked my path. Did I do something wrong? He smiled. You're Yotha's friend. Huh. You two are close, aren't you? So you know he likes stealing other people's lovers? I don't know. I don't know anything. I wanted to disappear. No one walked past. No one saw us. My body trembled. Every hair stood on end. My head throbbed. So, you want me to tell you everything? From the beginning? I shook my head. Tears streamed down my face. I didn't want to hear anything. I only wanted to curl into a ball and disappear. Then, what the hell are you doing? That voice. I recognized it instantly, even before my eyes could focus. We're talking. What's it got to do with you, bastard? The person you're talking to is my friend. Suddenly, footsteps, shouting, people pulling each other apart. I hugged myself tightly. Then someone grabbed my collar. I was dragged away. Before I'd taken 2 steps, strong arms wrapped tightly around my waist. Startled, I struggled so hard we both fell to the ground. It's me. It's me. Yotha whispered into my ear. Instantly, my mind calmed. If he was here, I'd be safe. He pulled me tightly against his chest. His arms held me so firmly I could barely breathe. We remained on the floor. I never dared lift my head. I only saw dozens of feet surrounding us. Never, not even in my nightmares, had I imagined anything this frightening. So I simply cried. Quietly. It's okay. Don't cry. Yotha finally spoke. I'm scared. If anyone's to blame, blame me. What does this have to do with Gun? Your friend should be involved too. You bastard Cleo. Is that how you speak to your senior? Keep talking like that, and you'll die. Say whatever you want. I want to talk to your friend. I told you, this has nothing to do with Gun. But I wanted to. A rough hand reached toward me. Yotha tightened his embrace even more. Other people rushed over. Let go. Don't touch Gun. No matter how loudly they argued. No one backed down. Please. Beg properly. Cleo's quiet voice silenced everyone. Yotha tightened his arms around me, resting his chin against my shoulder. He spoke hoarsely. I'm sorry. And, please, don't touch Gun anymore. Please. Please. Don't touch Gun. Again, and again, and again. Time seemed to stop. Please. Don't touch Gun. Enough. Now you understand? When it's someone you love, you do anything to stop someone from taking them away. Cleo turned and walked away. Only Yotha and I remained, still holding each other. My sobs mixed with his trembling voice. I don't have to keep searching anymore. I already have my answer. I already have my answer. He never actually said the word, but I understood it perfectly. The answer was love.